Just let the music take control. Just let the music do its thing.
It's been 6 long days since I saw you, baby. I've been counting the hours, minutes, seconds, until you're back in my arms again. Monday night staying with my baby. Tuesday night I feel a bit lazy. Wednesday night I'm hanging with the crew. Thursday night I go to the movies. Friday night it's time to get groovy. Saturday night the DJ spins the tunes. Saturday night feels right. Saturday night feels right.
You reminded me of that this morning. My father, he looked on by. He passed on to the next life. Oh, we all have to face it someday. No matter if we're ready, we pray. Lord, I'm one with my soul. I'm one with the love. I'm one I am whole. Ready to return to the light. To the light. No, my soul, it can't be caught. And I'm ready to return to the light. Now your ashes free in the sunny, yeah, the water's coming. We toast to your life. The wine it spills and you smile. Yeah, you smile. We don't need to face it someday. No matter if we're ready, we pray. Lord, I'm one with my soul. I'm one with the love. I'm one I am whole. Ready to return. Ready to return.
nobody does it better. From the A to the Z, you do it. From the top to the end, you do it. No one could ask for more. Ain't nobody does it better. Give you all that you need and much more. All you need to do is say yeah. VIP, all that is what you see. Let me show you how I do. No one can do just how you do all that you do. No one can do it like no one can do just how you do all that you do. No one can do it like you. Just how you like it, girl. Just how you wanted it. Your dream. We'll take a trip for two. Amazing. Prime rib and caviar, champagne and fine wine. Ride in the caddy, driving to my beach house. Buy you the finest brands. Raw money it don't count. Just for you, yeah, just for you. 'Cause girl, you're so special. Louis Vuitton or Jimmy Choo, nothing's too good for you. Just for you, yeah, just for you. 'Cause girl's gonna get all she wants tonight. No one can do just how you do all that you do. No one can do it like no one can do just how you do all that you do. No one can do it like you. From the A to the Z, you do it. From the top to the end, you do it. No one could ask for more. Ain't nobody does it better. From the A to the Z, you do it. From the top to the end, you do it. No one could ask for more. Ain't nobody does it better. No one can do just how you do all that you do. No one can do it like no one can do just how you do all that you do. No one can do it like you. From the A to the Z, you do it. From the top to the end, you do it. No one can ask for more. Ain't nobody does it better. From the A to the Z, you do it. From the top to the end, you do it. No one could ask for more. Ain't nobody does it better.
Yeah. Woke up this morning, now watch me step. The week was murder. I'm gonna get rid of the stress. I'm feeling lighter. I'm finally feeling like I can breathe. The night is calling. Tension, gonna blow in the breeze. We're rolling downtown. We're grooving to the sound. We're rolling downtown. The weekend's here and it feels so right. I think I'll break the skins out tonight. I'm gonna go out and have a good time. Ain't nothing gonna stop me tonight. Ain't nothing gonna stop me tonight. Gonna throw my clothes on, tell my crew what's up. Just wanna party, ain't nobody looking for love. The music's popping, this beat has got me feeling alive. Head to the strip, these wheels gon' light up the night. I'm living in a fantasy, come on and take a ride with me. I'm tryna put your mind at ease, let me know that you're feeling me. I'm living in a fantasy, come on and take a ride with me. I'm tryna put your mind at ease, come on and get down with me. We're rolling downtown, grooving to the sound. We're rolling downtown. The weekend's here and it feels so right. I think I'll break the skins out tonight.
relax, cause your mind's on a flight and it won't fly back. Just ask for your favourite snacks when the cloudy skies turn blue. No cares when you're in the air, looking down on the ground, think we're nearly there. Beach air and freedom air, paradise is waiting for you.
Everybody needs some time away and some time to play. Think you better take that holiday, holiday. Everybody needs some time away and some time to play. Think you better take that holiday, holiday. Thirst quench, sun drench, mingling on your skin. Good times, timelines, the indulgence when. Palm trees, warm breeze, really massage your bones. Hot nights, moonlight, wish you could take them home.
Sip sweet, dip deep, repeat. When you stand on the sand and it warms your feet. In this heat you deserve a treat, so take it nice and slow. Carefree in a fantasy, you'll forget your stress for a week or three. Trust me, when you're in the sea, there's nowhere else to go.
Everybody needs some time away and some time to play. Think you better take that holiday, holiday. Everybody needs some time away and some time to play. Think you better take that holiday, holiday.
That bloody time.
DreamLeague Season 28 is brought to you by DHL and Chex.
I am so sorry for the delay, folks, but DreamLeague Season 28 is finally back on day 2 of the group stage. Permsneeze and Winter bring you through the action, and I know you guys have been raving in your seats, waiting for the OG YB game to happen, and here we have it. Finally, after a bit of tech issues, we got our stuff sorted and we're ready to rumble. Winter, this is going to be a very fun match that I'm sure a lot of fans are looking forward to start off the day on the ESL Dota 2 Storm stream. Now, let's take a look at our first teams because we don't want to waste any time. OG versus YB. Now, one of these teams, I want to say, is probably a little bit more favored, just a bit more than the other.
Just a tiny bit, you know. Of course, we are talking about Team OG, you know. They've been on a really good run of results. They've been placing high in the last couple of lands, recently in Blast as well, reaching the last 4. So it's this is a team that's on the rise. You know, they've been by far the best C team for the last couple of years. Even not really reaching their fullest potential, I believe. You know, there's still a lot of room to grow. So excited to see how well they can do in this event. Definitely one of the favorites to be at least, like, I think top 16. You know, top 4, top 6 team here.
Yeah, they started out, of course, making it to PGL Wallachia, and then since then with Slam, DreamLeague Season 27, all 5th place. So recently able to break past 3rd, 4th at Blast Slam 6, like you mentioned. Maybe this DreamLeague is going to be the event where they break through because they've just been on the come up. This is a team that's always exciting to watch, even in the match where they did get knocked out at Blast Slam 6. Still felt like, you know, maybe they had a chance at a reversal there. But speaking of a reversal, maybe a team that needs to reverse everyone's expectations is their opponents, Yakult brothers, right? These guys coming out 2nd place in ESL Challengers China. That is, for those of you who aren't aware, the basically qualification tournament for the Chinese teams. And they managed to beat VG Gaming, which had Bark, which had Shiro, which had, you know, Planet, these guys. So pretty solid team. Their performances so far, it feels like they follow a very specific formula, though. I think some of you will recognize that Yang coming out of retirement, Moon as well. So maybe looking at Mid One and how he's managed to come out of what feels like a completely empty pit into top tier player again. They're like, hey, you know, I can do that too. I'm Malaysian. I'm a mid player. Moon's trying to get up there. But the player that we're looking at is Yang, because I wonder whether he will be a sore spot for the team. Now, no flame to Yang, of course, but I think I was looking at the ESL Challenger China games that they were playing, and number one, his hero pool is pretty small. Number two, it feels like he just kind of plays the very generic aura offlaner, which is great in this meta, but we're starting to see teams look for a bit more flexibility in that role. So I wonder whether that's something OG will identify, whether that's something they will try and target, because I think you look at some of the players, even Extreme Gaming, right? The Chinese team that's doing the best right now, they brought FY out of retirement. There were a lot of games where it felt like he was still de-rusting just a little bit.
Yeah, gotta agree with you. I think even when he was playing off lane in his heyday, he was really good at the aura greedy heroes, you know. And right now, even though his hero pool is small, I think if he is given the priority, if he's given the right hero, he can definitely still do really well. But I'm afraid, like you mentioned, OG is definitely gonna be looking at some of those heroes and maybe considering targeting his heroes in the first couple of bans.
Yeah. On the flip side, we didn't get to talk about this particular player yet, but then you look at this aura-focused old school offlaner in Yang. You look on the flip side, there's Nico sort of playing a bit more of a carry-centric style. That is how he kind of came up, right? How he established himself on the OG roster. He was making big plays on this Axe offlane, on the Darkseer offlane, and going kind of unique carry-esque item builds. We'd see him go Phylactery, just dominate a game by himself. So I wonder how those two are going to clash. Also, the thing about OG is that I don't know if they're going to let YB just hang back, hit their timings, get their items. They are going to bring the pressure. The one thing about OG is they connect, and they connect real quick.
Yeah, they are a team that's really, really fast-paced. I feel like one of the main strengths of the team is they're able to play with this type of flexibility that sometimes Nico is playing a greedy hero. Sometimes he also can play like a less greedy hero, more for the team. Something like a Mars, for example. So just accelerating his team, you're just going for team fight after team fight. I think that's the reason why the team is really, really strong. They are flexible. They can play greedy, they can play slow, but most of the time they prefer to play faster. Like I think the man on the screen is someone that enables them to play really fast. I think as a position for Teams is actually, he's a very, very fast player. Like he doesn't like to farm a lot. He likes to make moves on the map, and he likes to rotate, you know. So I think he's the man to watch, you know, if you're looking at how OG can actually succeed in the early game.
Oh, absolutely. I think a lot of the times whenever we praise an offlaner, like especially when you look at a team, for example, Falcons, right? You see ATF, you're like, oh, he can play this carry style, he can do whatever he wants. A lot of the time, it's because of that pause for the unsung hero. Kind of Teams reminds me a lot of, I guess, the Southeast Asian crit, or maybe even the Southeast Asian boxy, right? They do a lot with maybe lesser net worth. They usually have a greedier position 5 who likes to play these chants, likes to buy these sort of auras for the team, and they're kind of left with a blink dagger, brown boots, and a goddamn dream, and they still find a way to get it done. So I think Tim's definitely the player that's going to enable OG. He's one of the main components of why they're able to connect so quickly. And speaking of connecting, we're just making sure that everything is finally ready before we start the game. We don't want any further hiccups after all, but we'll have a draft for you very shortly. I just wonder, Winter, because we were talking a little bit about Yang and maybe his hero pool that might be abusable. In this case, we saw that Yakult brothers, they did get priority in the draft and they went for first pick. Is that kind of what you want to go for if you feel like you have an important core player with a smaller hero pool?
On the other hand, I feel like first pick generally ensures you get something, but I wouldn't say it's something that would make sure that you get Yang a hero. You know, some of his heroes like the Underlord, I think he's really good at the hero. You don't exactly want to first pick a hero like this. So I feel like it's not gonna be easy for him to secure his hero on the first pick side. On the second pick side, on the other hand, I feel like for someone like Yang, it's much easier. Like you can pick his hero at 9 or 13, and then it comes easier through the draft, you know. But on the first pick side, usually you have to pick for your mid laner or your carry, you know, on the 18. And generally what you would get is you will get the advantage of choosing something broken at 8. Either Imba support, usually you'll get an Imba support, like something like Shadow Demon, for example, Bat Rider, okay, maybe not Bat Rider is the call, you know, Jakiro, Chen, for example. So those are the heroes that potentially might enable your draft in the beginning, you know, but generally it's not the offlaner, I would say, in the first pick side.
Yeah, it's a bit tough, right? Because a lot of these aura buying heroes, you first pick it on 8, and then suddenly 9, 13, out comes the Ursa, out comes the Jakiro. You're gonna get cooked in the lane, son. It's not gonna be nice. We're just making sure that everybody is connected to the coordinator here. I noticed that in ESL Challenger China, YB ended up losing to Extreme Gaming because they were experimenting a little bit with some of the newer heroes, right? You put an old school player like Yang, and then you kind of put him on like a hero like Largo. That's not... I wonder how much he's going to be able to get done with that, because it feels like, at least from what we've seen from Blast, Largo's all the rage.
Yeah, Largo seems like it works for some teams, but it doesn't really work for majority of the teams. It's not an easy hero that you can actually understand what to draft with. I think the draft needs to have like heroes that are really, really good at sieging buildings, hitting towers from far range, because Largo is like a buffer. No matter what you put him at, you know, which role he is, like a support or a core. So you always want to have a tower sieger, like some DK type hero, some maybe a Shadow Fiend, someone to just hit the towers, you know. I don't think you want to have Largo with like a Ursa, for example, a brawling, or Kez, you know, for example, a brawling hero. I think these are things that you need to really figure out when you're opening the draft with something like a Largo.
Yeah, it's so weird because you think about the Largo hero archetype, you would think that he wants to always be part of brawls, right? It's not like his cooldowns are that high. It's not like he's scared of getting in the thick of things once he has his axe, but maybe some specific timing that the team is looking at with a hero like the SF is what will be prioritized. We have a draft finally on your screens. It's about time. I know you guys are sick of looking at us and our silly little faces. Let's get things going here as a YB. You know, they want to start their Lunar New Year out with good fortune, you know, usher in the new year with a nice little 2-0 win. That would certainly be, I think, against most people's expectations. Coming in, YB, of course, probably, I'm trying to look at the teams that sort of made it through the qualifiers. I would say between them, Kane Gaming, and maybe Execration. Those three are the teams that most people might be placing at the bottom, maybe not expecting them to really make it out of the group stage. So any series win that they could potentially net themselves here would be pretty huge, especially against a team like OG, who I think at this point, many people are expecting to continue their trend of hitting that top 6.
Yeah, for sure. I think they're a strong favorite even at this event, you know. I think people are going to be watching out for them. Same goes for Yakult brothers. They have to try to figure out how to deal with them, you know. The good news is there's so much data, there's so much tape on the way they play as a team. They've been playing so many events, so you gotta be able to figure something out, you know, with all this time that you have on your hands to come up with an idea. So this is what I said about the first pick side. Usually you get to choose Imba or a stronger support to open your draft with. Yep. They have chosen to remove Shadow Demon, Chen, Mars. So I guess they don't really want to play something like Mars. Like we already mentioned, Yang really likes the greedier aura bot heroes. So he tends to not favor a hero like Mars. And on the other hand, you see being on the second pick side, there's so many things you need to ban. You have to ban out the tree. You have to ban out Bat Rider. You have to ban out Viper. Razor is also something that's very annoying. So you have to leave something in the pool, and you have to always make sure that you're at least getting a trade out of it. I think on the second pick side, that is usually the question that comes in your mind. How many broken heroes or strong heroes, you know, I have to leave in the pool so that I have to make sure I get one, because I'm always going to be giving away something to the opponents.
Yeah, the interesting thing about OG is clearly they have learned a little bit of something since their games at Blast Slam. Of course, for those of you who don't really follow most of the Dota 2 events, Blast Slam 6 just happened, what, like 3-4 days ago? And OG, despite doing very well inside the sort of group stage, they immediately fell in the semifinals. And that was because they kind of prioritized the Viper over the Shadow Fiend. This time around, we see them sort of switching priorities, right? They are usually the team, at least in the past week and a half. They are the ones who take out the SF. They don't want to play against it, but now they're going to try and harness the Shadow Fiend's power for themselves. But I guess the biggest question is, do you think this Shadow Fiend fits that fast OG playstyle that they want to go with?
I think it does. It's a very strong laner. You can siege early. It helps you hit Roshan, Tormentor, because you have a lot of physical damage. And then in the second phase, I'm a little bit surprised that Yakult brothers chose to remove the Axe, you know, instead of Clockwork. Usually you don't want to give SF and Clock on the same team, because Clock is the best bodyguard in the lane, you know, outside of Trim Protector for the Shadow Fiend. So giving them the Clock and SF, though, I don't really like it. I mean, I can understand why they chose to remove the Axe, because Axe is one of the offlaners that can actually nullify Jakiro's lane winning ability. You battle Hunger and you push him out, you know. But Axe is not exactly a very, very good hero at the moment. So it tells me that Yakult Brothers is just planning to get past the laning phase with the draft right now. They're not so concerned about the game as a whole, whereas OG, they're more established, right? So they're thinking more beyond the lane. And right now, I would say that with the first few picks, it looks like OG is already getting a very good setup for the SF, and Yakult Brothers, they're going for a Tiny to follow up with the Jakiro. Tiny very, very good at removing SF from his safe position. Usually you hide behind and you just hit. So Tiny is definitely one of the heroes that can actually put you in a dangerous spot to be killed by your team. And Cass is one of the better heroes to kill him. You know, once you get him out of position, you toss him over and then the Cass just destroys the Shadow Fiend. And it's also a very strong lane with Jakiro.
Yeah, it feels like YB, as much as they had to give up the Shadow Fiend and the Clockwork, this is what they were setting up for, right? A powerful safe lane of their own. It's going to be the Fly Kez. He did showcase this pick at ESL Challengers China. It didn't really work out. But you think about the carry-to-carry matchup, the Kez does excellently into the Shadow Fiend. Later on in the game, all you have is a Hurricane Pike. You got the parries going, you got the stuns going, you got all the shoulder side damage stacking up. Could be pretty scary, but OG going for a Bristleback. This is a pretty interesting approach paired with a Skywrath Mage. So honestly, this team right now on OG side, lacking quite a bit of control, right? They don't have reliable ways of locking down these Yakult Brothers heroes. They're just going to be relying fully on that Skywrath Mage silence to try and shut the Kez down.
5 seconds
I mean, the Bristol is a good lane matchup. I've seen this hero pop up recently, at least in pubs. People are picking Bristol against the Kez because you can kind of push him out of the lane with your kills. You spam him out whenever he's not laning with a Warlock. I think this is actually really good if it's with a Jakiro, because you have a Skywrath on your side, so you can overwhelm him with just spells. You know, you're nuking him out of the lane, and it also kind of helps the Sky deal with the Jakiro on the side, because the Jakiro and Sky, they'll probably be fighting their own 1v1 battle on the side, right? And then your Bristol is probably trying to stand in the middle of the lane, so you can kill spray both heroes. If you can actually do that, you can actually push the Jakiro back and enable your Sky to win that exchange, and then the Sky can actually help the Bristol zone the Kez out of the lane. So I can see this actually working really well from OG. OG at the moment have very, very good side lane setups, and we're going to see Yakult Brothers finish up at 18 with an Underlord pick, one of the best offlaners at the moment of the patch. We're great in the laning phase, great with the auras, very good when it comes to the mid game because you have the Aghanim Scepter that allows you to global catch and set up for your team. So very, very valuable in that regard. His pipe is going to be very crucial this game because he's up against Sky, SF, all these heroes have a lot of magic damage.
Yeah, this Underlord pick has been Yang's most successful one as of recent times when he's just come back, of course. The course of, I think, his career, he's had a pretty solid win rate of it, 60%, but especially recently, he used this quite a bit to help his team get the upper hand. And I guess that's a good way of de-rusting, right? We were talking about this player, Yang, sort of coming back after 3 years of being out of the scene, not really being in any sort of team at all, not even in a tier 2 team. And then you come back, you play something like an Underlord, it's pretty straightforward. Maybe the Aghanims take some getting used to, maybe the farming patterns around the map take some getting used to. But now you have a press one button, join your team, stand with them, press the auras that you used to for so many years. It can really help you get back in the groove of things. Like you said, the pipe is going to be a huge value pickup. OG Esports, you kind of get the idea, maybe with the early Shadow Fiend, they might flex the Shadow Fiend into mid, but now that you've already secured the Clockwork as a lane duo, it feels like it's going to be that Yopach hero in the last pick, right? Yakult Brothers seem to think the same. They're taking out the Ember, they're taking out potentially another Spirit. That could be a bit tricky for them. They have good lockdown though, Ice Path, Avalanche, Hit as well. I'm not sure whether they should be too scared about a Puck or a Storm. They take out the Kunkka.
I mean, they do feel like they need a little bit more damage on the Yakult Brothers. So I expect them to pick maybe something a little bit greedier because the Kez can actually rotate as a carry. He can actually play for the team. He's not like a very stationary carry. So I think they can maybe afford to pick something a little bit more greedy on the mid lane here. A little bit more scaling, you know. I kind of like something like a quad that gives them damage.
Seconds remaining.
I think the cast alone is not going to be enough to solo carry the game because Underlord is like a aura bot, so you don't really provide a lot of damage for your team. So a secondary damage source like a co-op could be nice, you know. Co-op, Lash, what else? Maybe or even a sniper, you know, if they feel like they can get away with it. Like those are the heroes that give you damage. You need damage. I think they need more DPS at the moment. Unless they can put Tiny at mid and then pick another 4 which allows them to do damage. Some range hero with a lot of damage. Range pause 4. I mean, there's not many available.
What's your concern with the damage though? Because I'm looking at the OG Esports lineup. I know the Bristleback can be a bit of a problem, but then every single YB hero seems to have good damage. Like, what are we concerned about? Are you worried that maybe the BB gets a pipe and then...
Yeah,
Really?
after you get a pipe, I think there's... Like, physical damage is only cast. Like, Tiny, Jakiro... If, let's say, Tiny Jakiro is the support duo, right? They are both mostly magic. Underlord is also mostly magic. So a pipe would block the damage from 3 of your heroes. That's why you need, like, a pure damage hero or something. Oh, they pick even more damage, or this is the pause 4? Probably will be
a
the
mid, right? Could be...
Yeah, probably will be a mid. Because you want to buy Vessel against the Bristleback. So I think we're most likely going to see a mid. Kotal, it does provide a lot of damage with the Illuminate spam, but again, you know, it's also physical. Magical. So your only physical damage is the cast. So OG right now, I think all they need to do is find a hero that can kind of, I feel like, play the lane against the Kotal. Most heroes will be able to play the lane. So you're looking at picking something that can actually bully the side lanes more, you know, because Kotal is one of the heroes that can rotate to the side lanes easily. When you get level 6, you TP, then you have the solar bind, and then you can set up kills easily. So you need something that can, I think, match his rotations.
I think this also puts the Bristleback in a bit of a difficult spot, right? Because I feel like most of the times when we see Bristlebacks go off lane, they've liked to go for the Lotus Orb to try and make sure they shrug off pesky things like the Spirit Vessel. But then if you get the Lotus, your pipe timing is going to be slowed down. So you kind of need to make a decision on Nico. Are you going to play for the team and rush that pipe? Are you going to try and hit a 20-minute aura timing? Or are you going to play a bit more individually, trust yourself to sort of scale up and play the map? With this last pick, Yopaj, he's going to be able to tag team up with the 2 supports and get things done. It doesn't really strike me as the type of hero that will be able to do anything versus the Kotal. If it was mid, it's actually going to be really Kotal support and Tiny mid.
Okay, he's really good at mirroring the Kotal's movement, but now he needs to mirror the Tiny's movements. So Kotal pause 4 with Underlord. This lane is actually really strong. I think with Underlord, you prefer, at least this is my opinion, you prefer to have a range position 4 in your lane instead of like melee pause 4 just pulling the lane. I think with the benefit about having Kotal is he shoves off the lane with you, you can use Firestorm and you Illuminate to blast the enemies off, get pulls, get stacks, and then you get fed that way, you know. So it's very hard for the opponents to pressure the Underlord because you're not exactly playing the lane, right? Because you're just shuffling, pulling, stacking. So I think this is one way of getting your Underlord fed. And so this Void Spirit, what he would do here in this game, I think his Aghanim's is extremely useful. He can silence all the backline heroes, the Kotal, the Jakiro. Like even the Tiny is actually quite annoyed, you know, by the silence because you don't buy BKB on mid Tinys. Usually you want to go like maybe some kiting item, Yules, or sometimes you see Shivas. So you don't really have a protection, you know, against the silence potentially coming out from the Void Spirit here.
Is that what we'll be looking at though? Because I feel like when I look at OG Esports lineup, we once again see another draft where it's one core hero that feels like he needs to get everything done, right? If it's not Yopaj making moves on the map, I don't know whether the Bristleback or the SF are going to be moving.
Yeah,
I feel like in that kind of game, you want to get something like a Spirit Vessel.
You want to start with a Spirit Vessel, I'm not suggesting you rush the X, but if you want to buy it, you have to get it next, you know. But sometimes you see Vessel into something like a Manta, especially against Underlord, so you want something to remove the root, right? So that's very nice for you. But before that, we might see a first blood happening soon here. They're going to run into each other.
Scam just brazenly putting his body forward. Big cogs onto 3. And OG, they are set up for a world of hurt against Yakult brothers. Just getting those quill sprays out. Looks like Tian Ming, he's dropping real low, trying to hide behind the tree. Will drop. This is about to be a bloodbath, and YB need to get the hell out of here. Still trying to find a kill onto Tims, but Still
rough.
being able to run down Yang. Bobaka might just
Very
get
rough.
caught by the Remnant as well. They make it look so easy. And
Wait,
Nico
how many
will end up
kills?
dying, but I'm sure he's happy. That's 4-1.
SF has 8 damage already.
God
Oh
damn.
boy, this is really bad news for the lane for Yang. We've been saying that this guy needs to DRS. He needs to figure out how to play in this day and age because he's so rusty. He didn't play for such a long time, and this is the worst possible scenario to put the man in.
Moon's gonna take some harass damage as well, lose out on that bounty. The two supports laying into this Tiny. And generally,
was-
Tiny melee versus melee matchup is fine, but now that they're here pushing him back, it's gonna be kind of annoying.
And not to mention the XP. Your patch is already 1/4 to level 2, so this is a really big deal in the mid matchup. But I also wanted to go back to that smoke play, right? I think that was really, really smart by OG. They probably realized that their opponents don't like to use an early smoke, so they decided to use an early smoke to try and get first blood. I think they are one of the best teams at getting a surprise play or making a surprise play in the early game to get first blood. They are very creative with how you do your level 1 play. I always like to watch what ideas they have. They have a lot of very interesting moves at level 1.
And it's one of those things that you can start the game out with and set yourself up for success. It doesn't matter if the draft has you losing lanes or whatever. If you're able to get, I don't know, 2 kills, 2 assists in your SF start. I mean, even if Yang is supported by a Koto and he can spam Firestorm like you were suggesting, right now, OG, I'm sure they're very happy about this situation. Just continuing to put the harass out. Scam. This is what you want to see from your Clockwork though. Using your body as a shield, just setting up for the SF to lay in. I mean, how bad is this really for YB? Is it something that they can sort of play their
Very
way out
bad.
of? Is it going to have like really lasting impact?
Very bad for the lane. I think the Underlord is he's going to struggle a lot. I expect him to have a hard time. The moment SF gets level 3, you can't play the lane at all. You have to rely on stacks, you have to pull the wave. But against a Clockwork, you can't even pull the wave, So I think they can only realistically rely on stacks. Koto has to be really diligent in creating stacks for Underlord. Whereas
See
the
whether
top lane,
Bobaka's able to do that.
the top lane is, I think this is going to be like the crucial lane that at least, for Yakult brothers, they need to be able to do well in this lane. They have to play through the cast in the lane. He's the one that has to make rotations to help his team. 12 and 2, last hit and denies right now, so he's doing fairly okay. Despite having such a rough beginning to the game. And this is the power of the Jakiro, right? Jakiro just secures the lane for your core.
See why YB prioritized it so heavily. Natsumi getting another
level
kill
3.
onto Bobaka.
That's the level 3 timing, man. You get level 3, you just die, in this lane. Clock SF. And Clock has boots, This is also something that we don't really speak of a lot, when a level 1 fight happens and the support gets boots out of it, especially in a lane like this, it's going to be such a nightmare, for the enemy team to play into.
This is especially useful for a hero like Clock, right? We see so often that Clocks have trouble closing in before they even get in range for the Clocks. They're taking way too much damage. Not going to be a problem at all for Scam. He still has a self backed up, so he can just get in and out. Keep himself sustained up, make sure that Natsumi is farming away. Overall, as much as we were worried that the early game would be pretty rough for YB, sure, they're giving up kills in the side lanes and whatnot, but CS-wise, everyone is still doing okay. It's not like Underlord is being completely denied of the wave or creeps or anything like that. Kez is still farming, Tiny's doing well. Kind of surprising.
I mean, the Koto is kind of suffering because the Clock has boots, like somebody has to take an L somewhere, you can't expect everybody to have a good game. And again, this is like Natsumi, having such a snowball start, like he's just killing the Underlord straight up alone in the lane. You may be getting CS on the Underlord, but the SF can straight up kill you with razors.
Yeah, it's real rough. Every time we look away from the lane, just kills non-stop happening. Seems to be the center of action here in this early game as the other lanes, just a lot of trading back and forth. Already a rotation from Tims. We know this is what OG like to do. Take advantage of the little play that they made early on and snowball it even more and more and more. They're up to 8 kills at this point.
Yeah, this is all because of that preparation before the game start, the level move enabling them to play at such a fast pace all the rotation, especially when you have Sky and Clock. These are the type of supports that you give them a little advantage in the early game. They're going to be able to use it very, very oppressively. You know, they have set up kills. They have so much damage. I mean, this is something that Fly needs, you know, so badly. You know, the other lanes are going so poorly, so they need to have the Cass have a good start so he can actually rotate to help out, especially the Underlord.
Shakiro's got to deny himself just to get back to full resources, go back to base, pick up that boots. But yeah, as you were saying, I think the second the Skyref mate shows on another lane, you have to just full commit onto Nico. You can't allow that Bristleback to just be farming freely 1v2. Good recognition there from Yakult brothers. Still really annoying for Yang though, and because of how much Bobaka has suffered, like you said, I don't think there are much stacks being set up. He's just kind of been busy running away from the clockwork, trying to deward his own little small camp. And OG have already put in quite an early ward in the triangle to spot a lot of these moves out. So they know that Bobaka is wasting a lot of time just doing cleanup. Yang's looking at his triangle. His triangle's completely empty. He's like, damn, bro, like, you haven't been in the lane. You've been dying to the clock. I got no stacks. What the hell's the plan here? What's our road to recovery?
Call for backup. You know, you have to call a friend, you know. The friend is Fly. Gotta remember his phone number. Dial his number. He has to come through the gate.
Get through the twin gate, please, brother.
Please, you know, I'm gonna buy you some mala soup later if you come gank this pesky Shadowfiend. It's an easy kill. It's just a Shadowfiend, right? It's an easy kill. Just come over, kill him, and then you're gonna go out with me later for some good old supper.
And so do I.
That's
you know
how
what?
I bribe
You come
teammates,
to the
you know?
bot lane. Here's my proposal. Okay, you come to the bot lane through the twin gate. Use some, you know, I don't know what the hell you do on Kez, but just throw some swords at him. It's gonna be late. We're gonna kill him. And then you do that like 3 more times. I'll have a pipe for you by 16 minutes. Okay, that's the trade. You don't come.
You have to be
pipe
careful.
Comes a bit later. I don't know.
You have to be careful about making promises like this. You know, like the moment you get your item 1 minute late, and then you're gonna hear from the person. You know, when the game is over.
Yeah, no. Well, I think everybody will be hearing from Fly if this is how the game ends, because he barely even got a chance to scale up. It feels like YB's lineup, especially if this Kotal last pick, they want to obviously empower the Tiny to make these early mid-game plays. We'll see whether that's still possible with how far they've fallen behind. Maybe if Moon can tag team up with the Kotal, run around the Jakiro, they might be able to get these pickoffs, pressure the towers, and then they'll open up the map for both Yang and Fly to farm, right? That feels like the recovery option at the moment for YB.
Yeah, because the Tiny, I feel like because of how bad the game starts, you don't really expect the Tiny to get any runes, you know. The supports on the OG side, the Clock and the Sky, they're going to secure every rune. I don't think the Tiny is going to be able to get any runes, you know, for the next, I don't know, the next 2 to 3 cycles, you know. So you're going to be playing against a White Spirit with all the runes. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be up to the Cass, you know. Fly has so much on his shoulders. He needs to do so many things, and I think the first one is to enable the Underlord on the bot lane. He needs to move to Yang's lane as soon as possible.
Our Fly is busy farming some creeps under his tower at the moment. Can't really make his way over. We'll see whether Scam even like even if he comes, right? Isn't there a chance where Scam just walks in their way and presses Cogs? Like, what do you even do in that situation? Cogs is so great into this YB lineup.
That's why I felt like I had to talk about the bans, right? When they didn't remove the clock. They removed the X over the clock, because this is such a really strong combination to get in the lane and in the game later, you know. It's very, very hard for you to go to the SF when there's a clockwork in the game. And now 6-minute power runes, your Punch is going to get the AD rune bot. Nothing Moon can do about it. They just need to play the side lanes. Jakiro is moving top, so I think they're going to make a play onto Nico soon.
Meanwhile, Yang being run at in the bot lane, realistically speaking, nothing to stop him from just doing this, TPing back to safety, going back to some of the stacks in the upper region near the Wisdom Shrine that Bobaka has set up for him, because I think they know, right? The triangle is being completely controlled by Scam. If Bobaka walks over there, he's probably going to get killed by the battery assault. Maybe just one concussive shot will get the job done. So they're just going to farm up here. Meanwhile, look at OG. Rotation of 4 members coming for this Wisdom Shrine. They know they have an advantage here. Natsumi, this play, keeping the catapult creep alive just to amplify the pressure. Yakult brothers need to bring numbers. If not, they're going to lose their Wisdom Shrine for free.
I'm afraid no numbers can save this shrine. Like, even if you bring 5 heroes here, your patch is a DD rune, you know, so I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I think there's no way, you know, there's no way they can actually contest this. I think there's nothing they can do.
Oh dear, Skems, he's found another. Genming, thankful that he has that Twin Terror to get himself out of the cogs with ease. But still, so much pressure being put on, and that is a 7-minute tower, 7-minute Wisdom Shrine stolen. OG, the snowball started rolling as early as before the horn even rang, and they are keeping this momentum up.
Now, this is a very, very good execution from the first blood, you know, before the game started. Just snowballing every little bit of advantage, controlling the runes, ganking the mid lane, taking the shrine away. The next objective is the last 2 tier 1 towers remaining, right? The mid or the top lane. And once you remove those, and then you control the Roshan and the the Tormentor later, then the game becomes close to impossible, you know, for Yakult brothers to come back into. So they have to figure out a way to try and at least at some point secure some kills with the cast, especially on the SF, you know. They need to kill the SF. The SF he's a very, very huge target that they have to try to make a rotation down here to kill him at least one time. I mean, Underlord is going to have level 6, so it's...
I wonder where YB want to play though, because they kind of lost the 50-50 on the runes. It's another regen for OG. And yeah, I mean, now a smoke up, it's actually OG who are looking for a play, going straight into the jungle. Oh, they're gonna find easy targets again. Moon is the harder one for sure. There is vision spotting out Skem though. They're bringing numbers in this area. Maybe a bait could work out in their favor. If they overcommit here for Moon, could get tossed back into oblivion. The sentry didn't catch the ward that was spotting them. Now they're looking towards Fly. This Kez needs to get the hell out of here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
To die, yeah, he has to live. He's gonna be able to get out, use his Raven's Veil. He's gonna retreat. They're gonna put some pressure in the mid lane with the Jakiro. So this is still pretty good for Yakult brothers. Scam TPs in to defend the tower. But they are going to still get the top safe lane tower away. They take it away from Yakult brothers, you know. So the area on the map that they can safely farm on is getting smaller and smaller. And furthermore,
so crazy that this is happening, Winter, because like you look at the team with the Jakiro, they're the ones losing the tier 1s this early on. And OG are the ones bringing the tower pressure. I feel like it's supposed to be a bit of role reversal, and you still got big stacks for Nico to go back into. And Nico, he's gonna scale up. Looking at the item build, he's trying to go back for the Lotus. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. He's having a bit of a slower game. He doesn't even really need to join his team. They're already dominating without him. Here's the Haze Rune. Natsumi able to land that triple raise. Easy kill onto the Tiny. And Bobaka just level 4. Can't really help. I mean, even the Spirit Form isn't going to really do anything here. They just have to run. They're being dived under their tier 2 at 10 minutes in the game.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is painful.
I mean,
Looks like the third tier 1 going down.
It is definitely not looking good at all, you know, for Yakult brothers. If they can't stop the road, they're gonna lose all the objectives on the map. And they have to really choose when they can actually fight back, you know, they have to try. I think the moment you get level 6 on Kotal, they have to figure out how to get there. They have to try to make a smoke with the Kotal level 6. And if they don't do anything, they are going to lose everything on the map. And they're going to be able to, they're going to lose the Roche and the Tormentor, you know. Nothing much they can do, you know. They have to fight back pretty soon.
I still haven't really seen Yang connect to the rest of the team. He's just kind of desperately working up towards whatever he can manage. I don't think he has any items queued up yet. You kind of get the impression it should be an early fight, but that doesn't really even help you against the Spirit Vessel. Leopard still dancing around with them. Moon's on his way. Big macro pyre, but the problem is a slight lack of lockdown. Not really the problem you would think that YB would have at this stage in the game, but they just can't connect the right heroes to make moves happen for themselves. They're just scrambling whatever they can together on the map to even defend their own jungle camps.
Yeah, the problem is they have to bring so many heroes, right? Because they're far behind. They lack damage and they have to compensate that with numbers, right? And the more heroes you bring, the more obvious you're making a move, you know. So OG, they're gonna hook in. Yang is caught here. They have to TP and react, but it's a really, really nice
SPPs
poke, right?
though, YB.
Requiem,
Winding up the
able to get out.
And meanwhile, on the backline, Moonstrike for a wraparound gets killed off. Fly's gonna go in, Fly, big Raptors dance there. Maybe you can get the kill onto Scam. Looking pretty messy now, disconnected for YB. As much as they've lost Scam, they now will trade it out for Tian Ming. More kills going Tim's way. I mean, the poke was successful, like you say.
That was a very, very nice execution from OG. The way they positioned the Sky and the Void Spirit behind, they're not really showing all their heroes first. They just let the clock initiate and try to fish out some rotations. And then the SF was doing a really good job hiding behind the trees there, not overcommitting. And the moment the Tiny showed up, they just blew him up, you know, with the Requiem plus the Mystic Flare. I think that was a very, very good showcase of not always overcommitting first with your initial initiation until you can confirm how many heroes that the enemy brought in, you know, so that you don't really lose your SF there, you know. So that was a very nicely executed fight from OG. And now they're going to be able to just farm wherever they want, you know. All the tier 1s down, they have deep wards on the top and the bot lane. Well, Yakult brothers, they need to find a way to kill the SF, you know. They have to kill him.
I don't even know whether they can. At the moment, they're going to smoke out now. The pings are drawn. There's a hook shot meanwhile onto Fly. Nice Raven's Veil to get out. Real action might be happening in the bot lane though. 3 members. SF. He's already through the twin gates. He knows.
Yeah, it's too slow. It took them too long. And then because they brought 3 heroes, the mid wave is going to go in. And this is going to be the alarms ringing, right? Oh, nobody's mid, you know. You got to be careful, you know. That's for me. You have to run away, you know. So this is a problem, you know, when you have to bring so many heroes in as well.
Scam's gonna come back through the twin gate, finds the gank. He's happy to take it head on as it sets up for Yopaj to come back in again. OG just using their clock on the front lines to perfection. Maybe Natsumi now in some trouble. Solar bound up, needs to wind up that Requiem. No way of letting it rip. Finds it, spears away that Kaz, needs to escape to the side. Tims is able to finish up a double kill as Moon desperately at least trying to find a toss. They will kill the SF, but it ends up in a disaster. 2 for 3 exchange. Yakult brothers, that was a gank that they were looking for. And maybe it's good enough that they find the SF, but looks like they might just lose Bobakar and another Wisdom Shrine to boot. Oh, this is bad, Winter. I mean, I was gonna say maybe killing that SF might have given them a little bit of hope, but more EXP lost, more gold lost. And Yakez, he's barely even completed his battlefield. He's 14 minutes in the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, but at the same time, that was the move that they had to make, right? They were so far behind, they need to take a risk. They have to try to kill the SF. They got the SF, you know, with the Katana DPS in the end, but it was just not worth it, you know, because they had to give up so many heroes for that kill. Like just showcasing how far back they are, you know, in this game, how far behind. I mean, Tiny doesn't even have a dagger, you know. Like, Moon is still struggling in this game because he can't really pick up any runes. Yopaj picks up another rune, Arcane Rune here. So,
yikes.
I mean, this is going to be tough, you know, for the Tiny to get to his dagger. He's 1k away. I mean, they have really some good combos, you know, the Tiny with the Kotal, but they just can't really get to the dagger to play this Kotal Tiny combination well.
Another easy ward spotting out Tian Ming. Should be a pretty easy setup. Maybe they'll turn the Macro Pyre onto Scam, but he just easily walks out to the side. Moon trying to find a target. Hookshot on one, Arcane Bolt on another. It is so easy for them to just clean up big time. Tims, throughout all of this, he's collected kill after kill after kill. 6-0 and 6 on this Skyref mage. He's pumping out mad amounts of damage. And we talk a lot about this Void Spirit, maybe a hero that can make a lot happen on the map, but often needs that additional boost from maybe an AA. The Skyref does a great job at securing a lot of these initial kickoffs as well, and 7k gold lead at this point. OG, I mean, we knew they were the favorites coming into this series, but I just didn't know it would be this bad.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Yopaj also just bought a shard, you know, that's how much you know that you're so strong right now. You just want to buy the shard and you want to keep using it to push out waves and kill heroes. Like, this is the part where I really like about the shard. It allows you to clear creep waves quickly so you can keep on hunting for heroes.
Oh, Fly runs into a Shadow Fiend, but of course, wherever Natsumi is, you know Scam's gonna be there to back him up. Natsumi on this Shadow Fiend has a Kaya, Yasha, Blink, and Falcon Blade at this point. And they're finding Yang again. I mean, he's got a long way to go until he gets that pipe, and I don't even know whether the pipe saves him here, Winter.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of these Shadow Fiends with kind of like a a hybrid build with the lasting
Yeah.
presence, but you're going for the Kaya Yasha to allow you to use your spells to take control of the game. I think it's very similar to the Wind Ranger build where some of the carry players they get the Entangle faster, but they still go for the power shot in the early game to help the team with your magic damage. I think it's something similar to that. You're able to contribute with your spells, and you kind of also farm quickly because of the razors. I kind of like this adjustment by the players right now.
Yeah, and I think
Allows
one of
you
the
to play
biggest things
fast.
is, in the team fights as well, right? The cast speed increase on the Requiem means that you're less likely to be interrupted. We talked about the stuns coming out from YB. They have a lot of slows, a lot of pits, a lot of roots. But in terms of stuns, it's really just maybe tiny and like an ice path. You find yourself a nice position in the fight, let that Requiem go. Suddenly YB, any sort of jump that they might have made towards you is going to fail, and that's going to allow the rest of your team to clean up. And looking towards Fly in the top lane again. Look at Gem. He just keeps it going here. Nowhere for this little bird to fly off to. Gonna try and connect to the fight. Nice little grappling hook away, but you got a hook shot to follow. Toss over. Raptor stance. Pretty nice, but the fear and the razors, my goodness. Look at the side of YB. They came through the Fiend's Gate. They were like, we need to get the hell out of here. They found a kill onto Tibbs, but they're gonna lose all their lives. They're gonna try and jump in now. Moon looking for the finish, but easy jump away from Natsumi with his own Blink Dagger. He just can't find a thing as OG continue to punish. Big avalanche toss up. You finally find the Shadow Fiend, but that just sets the stage for Nico to go crazy. Abobuka, a lot of move speed on this bad boy. Maybe he can try and escape. Remnant off the mark. Yeah, sad trombone. I'm not sure whether you guys heard that sound effect. It's pretty funny because Ken's gonna cut him off at the pass. Nowhere to run, as that will be what seems like a full team wipe. Everybody on the side of Yakult brothers going down, as we'll see a replay there. Really, really nice stuff from Skem. And it gets so messy, there's not much that YB can really do.
Yeah, this SF and Cloud just wreaking havoc wherever they go, with the initiations from the Clockwork and then the SF with the damage onto all the members of Yakult brothers with the ultimate, with the razors. And it's just so difficult, you don't have any auras, you don't have any way of playing through this. You have a pipe on Underlord, but it's just like not enough right now. And OG, because of that fight, they're going to be able to claim the Roche. And if you can't contest this Roche as Yakult brothers, you're also going to lose the Commander. It's just like
funniest part about all of this is we were
example of Snowball.
Is under attack.
Yeah, they are definitely rolling it their way here, OG. And, we were talking about this pipe timing so much in the draft, right? We were talking about this Bristleback going for that play, but he's just gone completely greedy because he knows he's so far ahead. Here's Skem setting up yet another kill. How dare you try and push my tower? It's so easy for this Clockwork. Anywhere he goes on the map, heroes are just dying easily.
I mean, he has a dagger pre-20 minutes on a support Clockwork on position 5, Now, this is the best item, in my opinion, you can get when you're snowballing this out. Even in a lot of the games, I still feel like you should try to get dagger, but the fact that you can get it this early on and you can dagger initiate instead of using the hook shot, that actually gives you a lot of options in a team fight. You don't need to worry about dying because you can always dagger in, trap them, and then hook shot out. So there's a lot of things you can do with this dagger.
Radiant's bottom tower
I feel like
is under
Clockwork Dagger is not something that has been discussed very often. Quietly, some of these post-ball players pick it up in games where they're snowballing. I feel like in the past, maybe it's like 4-staff and then you get maybe some aura items like a drums, like a solar crest. What's the value of this dagger? I mean, obviously there's positioning, but seeing it right now, maybe it's just to catch all these squishy backline heroes.
And so he doesn't have to use the hook shot for every single kill. Okay, fine. He used it in the end, but yeah, you see the point, right? You can always start with the dagger, so you don't need to use the hook shot, so you can save it for either escaping or disabling a BKB target. So I definitely feel like dagger is a very, very useful item on Clock, even though it's traditionally not an item you get on Clock.
Radiant are
I feel like it also is very high execution, right? It's not one of those like blink stun initiations that
under attack.
just kind of plays itself. You still need to think about where you're going in with the cogs. Well, maybe not. Scare me. He's making this one look a little bit too easy, I'll be honest with you. He's just jumping in there, getting the cogs. You got to wonder to yourself, why be? Maybe they just didn't respect that this Clockwork could come out at all because they are getting absolutely slapped around by him right now.
Probably worried about or thinking back, maybe they should have just remove the clock instead of the X there, in the second phase ban, because they only had one ban to remove one hero. And do you think it's safe to say that they removed the wrong hero right now?
I mean, with the way that Scam is playing, he is tearing them a new one. Oh no, Yang! Brother! Welcome back, I guess. This is cruelty. Nico gets a kill on the sideline. Big Requiem rips them asunder. Scares that Kaz off to the left side. Maybe they can still make it happen. Fly, they gotta watch out for his damage though. Both supports dropping low. Not the most armor on those bad boys. Raptors Dance, or Raven's Veil, sorry, I keep mixing those up. Here's Yopach though, Arcane Rune. Looking for a target, we'll find it. I mean, this is just a massacre, right? Everywhere OG heroes are going, the YB bodies are dropping to the floor. This doesn't even look like much of a game with. I don't really know at this point what you do on YB. You're just desperately trying to find items up, but everywhere you show on the map, you're just being hunted down. I feel like we pan across all 3 lanes and somehow OG heroes are every single one of them. Here's another dead Tiny. This is... I think this qualifies as cyberbullying in some countries.
And this is just what we don't really want to see, in a match at this level. One team just being unable to do anything at all because of something as simple as a level 1 smoke move, which they didn't anticipate, and because their draft is naturally also slower, so after that smoke move, they just can't really do anything in the game. It's just snowball.
Talk about the SF being a big target, but the fact that he's blinking into your tier 3s, that should tell you everything you need to know about the game. Now the Macropire does hold them back. A try for the TP out. Scam's gonna come back in. Maybe Scam's overextended. This time he'll go down, he'll get punished. YB able to repel OG for now.
Yeah, got a little too excited there. His team was like, okay, let's back off a little bit, reset, and okay, nope, I want to go in, there's no such thing as backing off, maybe in his book. So pays the price there. That was a 600 gold kill, on the support. 700 actually on the support kill.
Well, it makes sense. OG currently slated at a 90% win probability. We'll see a quick replay of those shenanigans there. Try to full commit onto Yang, because really, if you talk about high ground defense, the Underlord is the big boy, right, on YB. If he's able to just keep firestorming and pitting, you can't really get a creep wave through reliably. So makes sense that Scam got a little itchy, tries to cancel that blink, or rather the TP away. But yeah, pays with his life void, maybe just needing to be a bit more conservative.
Acceptable mistake, because the Underlord was TPing in front of the enemy team. So you have to try to punish it. There's certain things where you see Dota and then you're like, how can this guy just TP in front? You just react, accordingly,
It's instinct, right? Sometimes you throw that hook shot out, you don't even think. You're like, damn, how dare he TP in front of me?
What the hell? Yeah, how can he TP in front of me?
Who the hell does this guy think he is? Yang? You think you can just come back and just TP? In an aim play against Scam Clockwork before, huh?
Yeah, then after dying, then okay, you're probably right about TPing in front of us,
Oh, Yang this time, he won't even get the chance to TP. Instantly blown up by Natsumi and Yopach. This is quickly becoming less of a game and more of an OG highlight reel. I'm sure the fans will be very pleased about that, but for anyone cheering for Chinese Dota, this is not a good start to their Lunar New Year. And that was promised, right? I don't even think the thing is, I don't think the YB draft was even that bad. It really does almost feel like it came down to that level 1 fight, because now every time your cash shows, he gets Kentucky Fried Chicken into bits.
Yeah, that level 1 smoke and very, very good decisions on how to snowball on the Sky and the clock. I think both teams and Scam, they deserve a lot of praise this game after that start. Moon is gonna blink in.
They're gonna try for one final fight. Moon, he just has to get out, but he can't. Chased all the way outside his own base, silenced up like you mentioned. Not much that he can really do, but he's bought time for Yang to come back in with the pipe, with the firestorm. I just don't think it's enough to repel OG, as Scam's still going in.
Scam doesn't give a shit, man. He has blink, he has the shot, he won't die,
Yeah,
and he's just running around, jetpacking, giving vision, like no fear in the world, like OG just played almost a close to perfect game, a clinic, how to snowball from a level 1 4-0 kill or 4-2 exchange, and yeah, just basically using very, very good rotations from the support after the initial fight to make sure that they snowball out the lanes, they get almost every single rune. I don't recall Tiny getting even one rune this game. They were able to exert that amount of pressure with the supports through the mid lane, and everything just fell apart, for Yakult brothers. They couldn't really get a lot of stacks to recover on the Underlord. Cass was kind of forced to rotate. He was trying to, but he couldn't really do a lot. They killed the SF one time, but at a huge price because they had to lose 3 heroes to get that one kill on Natsumi. And then Nana just couldn't really do anything on the Tiny because he couldn't get any runes. That was just the story of the game, the snowball.
I feel like when we saw that Kotal come out in the last pick, I thought for sure that would be the Moon hero, right? Like, yes, it might make them a bit weak to the Lotus Orb timing. That could cancel things out, but I feel like the Kotal would be able to at least draw even in the lane, get towards that Spirit Vessel, and then maybe you start making rotations, because we talked about the Void Spirit before, right? He's a hero that can make these kills happen, but on his own, he's a bit low damage. You think about maybe a Kotal hitting that early level 6 with a big Illuminate Blast heals. That might have been able to turn things around, but we barely saw any gameplay from YB in this opening game here on day 2. Like, they obviously, maybe they came into the day feeling ready to go, ready to rumble, and then the delay took the wind out of their sails or whatever. But they're gonna have to try and figure something else out, because OG, this is an expected victory for them, I think. Especially with their recent results, you would expect them to very easily 2-0 YB. But if YB can even take a game off them, just kind of get some wins on the board, that'll be huge. I just don't know what do you need to change up? Is it a draft thing, or is it just like everybody hug the towers at minute 1 because we're too scared of OG?
Just execution. They need to be more ready for this level 1 move from OG. OG is very well known for that. They have to be ready for this in the next game. There's no way it can happen again.
Yeah, just steer clear. Don't let OG catch you by surprise. We'll see whether that can happen for YB after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Bloody time.
was a pretty quick affair. You know, after the initial delay, you might expect that, you know, the team's got to take some time to warm back up into it. Maybe a quiet early game, maybe a chill lead into things. Might only start to see action by the 20-minute mark, but at least for OG versus Yakult Brothers game number 1, Winter, by 26 minutes, it was over. It did not look like much of a fight at all from YB. And a lot of it, Winter, was, according to you, because of that level 1 smoke. OG, very well known for their pre-game moves. They caught YB completely by surprise, pulled their pants down, 5 kills to start, and yeah, the rest is history.
Yeah, you can't afford to give away openings like this at this level. Like even 1 kill, 1 death is bad enough, you know, not to mention like 4 to 5 kills, you know. So that was definitely game losing. And I mean, you have to also give props, you know, to OG. They're very, really good at finding the advantages before the laning phase begins. They're really good at snowballing it. And yeah, I mean, they executed their play really well. They control every single runes. The supports were on top of the rotations every single time, especially Scam on the clock. I think he was definitely one of the shining stars in that game. He set up his SF to a very, very easy game. And yeah, I mean, they just took every objective on the map. They snowballed. They didn't really give anything away except for maybe Scam trying to, you know, be a little bit too over adventurous at one point. But I think overall they played a very, very clean game on the OG side.
Yeah, and this is a very rare thing from Winter. You guys gotta sort of treasure this moment. It's very rare that Winter will accept mistakes, but even the 2 kills from Scam, it was at the point where he had done so much good for his team that it honestly didn't feel like it mattered, right? Every time he was dying, he was still kind of setting up for the rest of his boys to come in and clean up shop. OG, this time, interestingly enough, they have priority, but they don't want to 8-pick the SF. They ban it out because they're scared of its power. What are your thoughts on this?
10 seconds remaining.
I think there's a lot of things you can pick, you know. Like, sure, maybe they don't want to play the same thing again. I think some teams, they don't like to play a similar strategy back to back, especially in a series like this. I mean, you can definitely try something else because they feel like maybe they are a lot better than their opponents. But there's also a saying where you don't change something when it's not broken, you know. You don't want to reveal too many of your different strategies because by picking and employing different heroes, you're kind of giving away a lot more data to your opponents in the next series, you know. So that's also something that you should always bear in mind when you're playing series like this. But I guess OG they're just that confident, you know. They're one of the top teams. Right now, they have a bunch of strategies, a very wide range of hero pool, distinct hero pools. Some of the heroes which they are the only ones that can actually execute it well. So I think confidence is a thing that is really, really important at the highest levels, where you need it to execute certain strategies well. You know, I think for OG, a team that plays really fast, confidence is key. You know, if you don't have confidence, it's going to be hard to play fast.
What's this about? Bat Rider being picked up? That's not really a surprise given how highly prioritized it is. But we see a Disruptor as a response.
This is rough going up against OG and a Bat Rider. This hero is very, very oppressive if you actually can snowball from the lane. Nobody can sit in the lane as a core. Like, the problem with the off-lane Bat Rider is once you get past your weak phase, I think your weak phase is the first 2 to 3. Even at level 3 onwards, I think the moment you have your second point, your sticky napalm, that's when the lane starts to become hard for anyone to sit in the lane. If you're not a Baden, you're not something that can dispel it, then you're going to have a hard time laning against the bat. He automatically kicks your carry out of the lane, you know, so to speak. And he's very, very good with...
There's still the Abaddon available, right? Abaddon and what was the other hero you were talking about? I don't think we're going to see LC safe lane, right? So Abaddon Slark?
Abaddon Slark, there's also something like a Naga. I don't think you're going to see that hero too much, but Naga is also decent against Bat Rider. Some teams like to play Naga carry. I think those are probably the 3 picks that I would try to prioritize when you're presented a problem like a Bat Rider offlane. I don't think any other carries would give you sort of the stability in the lane to be able to play against Bat.
Is it just one of those things where now we see a Bat Rider picked up, it's automatically an offlane? Is it not? Is there no chance that it gets flexed to fall? I mean, there's like, what changed with this hero to make it such a strong offlaner?
There's a chance, you know, but it's just better on the core. Like with the way you're building the items on the hero right now, you're going drums into pipe. I mean, the boots of bearing into pipe. They buffed the agility gain, so you have a lot better scaling, more armor.
Okay.
I think all the small little things, just makes the hero very oppressive in the lane. As long as you have the right position for a hero.
10 seconds.
That's what makes it a very strong opening pick. You don't really care if you get countered. Because even when you're countered, you can still play the game. You still have very high impact because you can farm really quickly. He can just pull waves. Whenever you have Firefly, you can farm 2 to 3 camps at the same time. You pull the wave, you farm 2 neutral camps. You're always getting so much, on the hero. I think this is the only offlaner that can actually play like this right now. He's probably the one that can farm the fastest on the offlane.
10 seconds remaining.
And Jakiro makes another appearance, this time on the OG side. So it might still be a bad call because Yakult has been sometimes seen playing the Mars. So it's kind of like a flex for OG. And for Yakult Brothers, they're going to pick the Kes right away. This is the counter against Mars. Usually you see this matchup quite a bit. Melee hero into Mars, you can just jump onto him, you destroy him with your damage over time on the Katana. You don't really care about the arena as much because you have the Raptor's Dance inside it. It's just a very good matchup for Kes. So I expect OG to play the Mars most likely mid this game. And Yakult Brothers, maybe they're also going to have to make sure that if the rotation actually happens, they're going to be able to have a matchup that they want against Mars, mid-Mars, but they're instead going to go for Largo. So the Largo already has very high value here because of the Dispel against Jakiro and the Dispel against Batrider. So is it going to be an off-lane Batrider or a position 5 Largo? I think both of those things have very high value. I've seen Disruptor played by Boboka. He likes to play the hero, so there's definitely a potential that Largo is a 5 here.
How's the Largo and Kes matchup though? Like Largo Kes as a lane, is that strong?
Not exactly, but it definitely allows you to play against the Batrider because you have a Dispel. Like it's the better version of Oracle. That's why Oracle's dead because of this frog hero. You gotta blame the frog for the death of Oracle.
That's fine. That's fine. Oracle's cool, but
bro.
Look, all I'm saying is if I'm talking about it musically speaking, I much prefer Largo. You ever hear Oracle sing a song? The guy just speaks in like weird cryptic. Oh, I foresee this. Largo's like strumming music the whole time. It's a chill vibe. He's licking
he
people.
tells
It's
you
fun.
where are the runes. You don't like that? You hate that?
I didn't say I hate it. I just say I enjoy the power of music. I enjoy the power of music. And OG, they're gonna throw out that bristleback that Nico is piloting pretty successfully. So they've kind of mixed things up here, right? We thought this was gonna be a Batrider core, and then the Mars comes in. It still could have been Yakult Mars. And then now with this bristleback, there's some funky shenanigans at play because we have seen some teams, I'm thinking Tundra specifically, play this bristleback mid. I think Na'Vi tried that as well. We've seen Yakult play Mars mid. We've seen certain players and teams play bristleback carry. What exactly is going on? Are they going to try and repeat that bristleback into Kes matchup that worked out so well for them in the previous game, you think?
I think what's happening right now is they banned the corpse, so that leads me to think that either the Mars is definitely mid or they might still, because Natsumi also plays bristleback. I don't know if there's a chance where it's bristleback plus Jakiro on safe lane and then we're still gonna see a Batrider core. I don't think the Largo should discourage Batrider as a core. I think you're still really good as a core. Maybe you can't pressure the lane as much, but you're still good at farming as a core hero and you get the aura.
I guess the question is whether that's what YB think they need. The previous game, it was pretty rough, right? Their support duo couldn't get much done, and Moon was struggling so hard on the Tiny. I wonder whether he's willing to give it another shot. It still kind of feels like you think about a mid-game timing with this mid-Tiny, you still need a little bit of extra oomph from a range support of something or something, right? So maybe you last pick something like a Hoodwink or a Wind Ranger, Pulse 4, maybe even the Skyref Mage. You run around with the Tiny, you make things happen. The Largo gets the farm off lane, he gets a nice lane partner. There you go, Kes Disruptor in safe. Maybe that'll work out. I don't really know whether I'm a big fan of the Tiny support. I don't know whether I'm a big fan of like the Tiny mid or Tiny support. I can't tell which one's better or worse.
It feels more natural if they pick another mid hero, like pick something like a Lash, something that can abuse the Largo. I feel like that's probably going to be the instinctive move right here for Yakult Brothers.
The Croak of Genius, right?
Yeah, for OG, they're going to show their hand. So who's going to be what? So
What the hell?
It is going to be Bat Rider support. Klings is a carry. So Jakiro and Bat going to be the support duo here. Just opting to avoid playing a core Bat into the Largo. I think this is still fine. I mean, Klings, Bristol, Mars, they are very, very fast cores. They come online quickly. They take your towers with liquid fire. So OG is going to be running a very fast drop as usual. And for Yakult Brothers, Largo core is a slow ass hero. You know, the hero needs to farm a lot. So they need a mid hero to withstand this pressure from OG. They need something that's fast paced. You know, there's no Ember, there's no Storm. All this
No core.
All these spirit heroes are probably the best at withstanding pressure. And I don't know if I like Tiny mid this game either. You know, so it's hard. It's hard here. The quad ban actually made it really hard for Yakult Brothers to kind of find a hero here. I think ideally they want a range. Maybe they're still gonna stick with something like a Lash, and you kind of play through the Lash. You build auras on your Lash. Lash will have a Greaves.
There you go. I like that.
Not a Lash, but as a damage hero, scaling hero that can be played through the Largo with the Croak of Genius. It has a pretty, I would say, a pretty decent lane in the initial phase against Kling's Jakiro. You do get 2 stacks when the Jakiro hits you of your armor. And the Largo's probably going to just secure you the lane, you know. So I think the Timber is going to have but I don't know if it will happen, but he should be able to farm pretty well with the Largo by his side. And on the other side lane, the Disruptor and Cass against Bristleback plus Bat Rider, this lane should also be, I feel like, quite decent for... It might be just a 50-50 lane, but Largo is going to be a difference maker. I think you only need to stay with the Timber for the first few levels, and then you can just roam after that. Especially to the Cass against Bristleback lane. You know, you want to kick Nico out of the lane, get some kills, allow Fly to snowball.
So I have a question for you, Winter. One thing I'm noticing about these Yakult Brothers drafts is that they are picking supports that are good for their overall game plan, right? You have Largo, who's going to help a lot with the dispels. You have a Disruptor that maybe is looking to try and set the tempo, pull in additional kills. But it always feels like the 2 supports don't really play the best with their mid. They've gone again for the Tiny, and I'm just thinking, you know, you got a Tiny, Largo, and a Disruptor fighting 3v3 versus Bat Rider, Jakiro, and Mars. Like, how the hell are you ever going to secure any rune? They have Spear, they have Flame Break, they have so many ways of just messing with you early on. And I feel like when you pick a Tiny, you don't get any runes, you're going to be a sad pile of rocks, man.
Now, that's the difference with priority in the 2 teams we are watching right now. I think for Yakult Brothers, it's pretty obvious that from both games, they kind of set up to play on the side lanes, right? Whereas for OG, they're really, really putting a lot of preference in winning the early rune fights, you know? Just controlling the map with the runes. I kind of like the rune fights idea a lot more because of the ability that it gives your mid laner to contest the important, you know, objectives like the shrine, you know? Whenever you get a rune on the mid laner, the 6-minute rune, it already feels like you're gonna have a huge chance of getting the shrine on the 7 minutes, you know. So I personally feel like playing on the mid lanes in the early game, contesting the runes, is definitely way more important than playing on the side lanes, you know. It might be a team thing, it might be a hero pool thing. I am not sure why Yakult Brother is having this type of priority, but I'm just hoping that this time we will be able to see much more of a game, right? Because the last time they just got ruffle stomped, you know, from the lanes.
Yeah, it wasn't even close, unfortunately. Maybe this Timber can turn the fate of Yakult Brothers around. That'll be a very interesting way that this series will go. This time round, OG again going for a bit of a later smoke. It's just going to be Nico caught out at the start. Should just be fine here. Quite a bit of damage being laid into him though. Oh dear, Nico. Just turn there and run. Is he actually dead here?
I mean, I think he wants to die. I feel like you don't really want to just limp away, you know, with 100 health or 80 health, you know. You just want to die here. He's gonna get a trade because he does a bunch of damage onto Camming. It's kind of okay, but still you're happy, you know. If you're on the Yakult Brothers side, you know, that kill definitely matters a lot. So who got the last hit? It was Moon, right? Yeah, Moon got the last hit. It's a big deal.
It's kind of a big deal, yeah. So
And
you talked about this Mars, and I guess Mars being played a lot by Yopaj in the mid, right? I think we first saw this hero come out a lot more when it was Heroic who were having Whisper in that mid lane, just kind of picking those off-lane heroes and sort of having that comfort. Why do you think OG prioritized this hero for Yopaj in the mid?
Because they have, like what you said, a carry off laner, Mike. So you have to give him more carry-ish heroes. You know, Mars is more of a team hero. You play for the team, you play for the rotations. Nico is just, I feel like he's just like another carrier. He's just a carry at heart. He can play the Mars, but it's just not, I think it's not his jam. He can play it if the team needs him to play it, but overall I think he's more comfortable on the farming or the greedy aura heroes.
Early lane pulling shenanigans. I think both teams expected that this would be the case. Scam starting with a boots on the Jakiro just to make sure he can get in and out and put some harass on.
That's actually a really nice touch this game. Because he needs to be able to move around to match the Largos pulling the wave. And at the same time, because he's going to dispel your shit anyway, right? Your nukes. So I think the boots actually has a lot of value in this game. So you can move around and be more mobile on the map if you feel like you don't want to sit in the lane. So I like it a lot.
And like getting that early never hurts, right? Because you're going to be able to make it to those power runes, maybe catch the Tiny off guard. If the Tiny walks into the wrong area and the river gets slowed up, the Largo's not around to dispel him, he could just very easily get run down. Speaking of being run down, you got a bunch of tongue lashes, but none to save you from the power of the Jakiro. Scam's gonna get it done.
That was a very, very nice kill there by Scam. He identified that the Largo, he needed like 3 mana or 4 mana before he could cast a Lig, you know, so he couldn't dispel the Go Breath there. That was a nice catch there by Scam.
Kind of the problem, right? The liquid fire is free. The catchy Lig is not. That's 80 mana a pop. You're running through a lot of mana just trying to make sure you're not tanking harass.
Yeah,
it's not
I
even
know.
like you're opening up Yang for farm.
I know where you could, you know, direct your complaint, you know. Why is liquid fire free? You know?
Nah, you know what? I feel like they should keep it that way. They've already nerfed Jakiro a little bit. I think having him be a lane bully makes
well, if you ask off-laners, they will say not enough, you know.
okay. Off-laners, well, yeah, I mean, they've historically been the ones suffering in most of these games anyway, so it shouldn't be anything new for them. I mean, right now, it's just Bobaka who's suffering, right? He's trying to waste Scam's time as much as possible, and he's doing a decent job. Speaking of off-laner suffering, Nico dropping pretty low, but still able to put out a decent amount of damage back onto the Disruptor. How's this lane going? Because we already saw the Bristleback versus Kez matchup. It looked pretty decent for the Bristleback. And then this time round, they switch things up. They bring out a Disruptor instead into the Bat Rider. Does that tip things any certain way?
I don't think so. I feel like the Disruptor is like kind of like, I don't think he's a very strong hero right now. He's okay. He's not really very strong. I feel like against Bat Rider is the stronger laner, you know. Like, I don't think you're gonna be able to take trades better against Bat Rider as a Disruptor. The Disruptor is just a very, I think you're very reliant on the core on the lane. You want to have like a gyro on your lane or anything that's strong, you know, abandon. You don't really function well on your own. You need help. You need to be enabled. I think with Kez, you can kind of be enabled in some lanes, but this is not an easy lane, you know. Bristleback plus Bat Rider, it's a very strong lane. You see in terms of the CS, Bristleback is having a pretty good time, you know. I mean, the Kez is also fine, like at 25, they're both similar. So, I mean, I guess he's still happy with the outcome of the laning phase here.
It's a lot of pressure being put onto the Disruptor and the Kez, but this is perhaps one of the most value stick lanes of all time. Using the Glyph to try for a dive, Nico, he's got to watch himself. Make sure he's facing the right way. Fly being Firefly down.
Tammy in trouble. He's gonna
should
die.
be the one going down here. One more Quill. Finds the mana, Nico gets it done. I mean, a lot of pressure, but Fly's still farming, right? He sacrifices support, it's fine.
Actually doesn't feel that bad. Because the carry is like, he got the whole 2 waves under the tower. So this type of death I think is reasonable for a support. And then now 5.5 minutes, you can actually TP. Okay, he's not TPing mid to fight for runes. He's gonna TP top first. They're gonna try to maybe get a kill on the Bristol. But very nicely recognized by Nico. He knows that the Disruptor might be coming back, so he TPs away before he gets killed. And now Disruptor is gonna move. Yeah, Disruptor is just going to move to mid too. Because he saw the Cass running at him, you know. Why would the Cass be running at the Bristol if he doesn't have
that's some
behind?
weird shit. And there's a wave going into the tower as well. I
Yeah,
think
he's
Nico
not
doing a
going
great
for
job.
the wave, you know. He's running at
Bro, it's
the
like
Bristol.
that's like 200 gold or some shit. And the Cass running away from that directly into you. Something's wrong. Manages to get away before the glimpse comes through. Speaking of a glimpse though, Tianming might try for a setup. Gonna be a rune in the bot lane. Maybe Yakult brothers can try and
Oh my god, how did he? Oh my god, okay.
What did I miss?
I thought he was gonna deny the rune. I thought the Largo wouldn't be able to pick it on time, but he actually got it, you know. But still,
you're talking about the Jakiro walking up and trying to auto attack it, is what you say.
Yeah. But anyway, it's still really good that they didn't get it on the tiny, you know, from OG's point of view. They were able to deny it one way or the other, so both mid laners not going to be able to use the power runes here. So I expect both shrines to go safely to each side, you know, one apiece this time.
You think about Yopaj getting that shield rune, you know he's going to make a beeline straight for the bot lane, push out Yang, and then we're going to see a rinse and repeat of game number 1. But at least things looking a bit more even. OG, we already mentioned that they have the stronger lanes, and they are getting off to a pretty good start because of that.
Hang on a minute.
Now,
that's
top lane, this could be a problem. Bit of an invasion coming through. Nico has to make sure his back is turned. Still got Lotus, still got teammates coming in, and Fly is got to watch out not to overcommit. Have to just give up the life of the Disruptor, trying to use the electromagnetic repulsion, but
that was a nice
OG
try.
get right back in. Good try there from Yakult brothers, and I think, honestly, Winter, another situation where Tianming is dying, but I don't think it's a bad death. Fly dying here would be pretty rough though. Blood Grenade slowing him down. He tries to Echo Slash parry. Still being slowed down. The Sticky, they got mana, but they got Largo TPing in, ready for that Dispel. Fly will be fine.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah, I think
is under
overall that was a
attack.
good move by Yakult brothers, losing the Disruptor there. That was a okay death again. They forced out some rotations, they forced out a TP, and now they brought in Boboka, so they might be able to kill Nico here. He is going to die. No Lotus, no big bond charges, nothing, you know. So this time they're gonna be able to kill him off. So excellent rotations here by Yakult brothers, moving the enemy around. An 8-minute rune. Mars is gonna drop his arena. He's gonna secure the arcane. Moon is going to die there. Natsumi just came over, you know, because he knows that they have to really fight for the runes. And he's coming over to help them secure the kill. You know? So this is, again, you know, one of the reasons why OG is really, really successful. They're not really afraid of using their carry to enable their other teammates, especially the mid
Radiant's
laners.
bottom tower is under attack.
I was wondering what sort of the idea was here with this Klink's last pick, right? Compared to any other carry that OG had available. But Natsumi loves connecting to the fight through the invis. You can just catch a lot of YB by surprise, outnumber them. Obviously, very early on, Tim's prepping the stacks here for Nico. This is such a common sight when Nico has his hands on that bristleback. Power farm up.
Natsumi is, I feel like he's one of the best enabling carries. You know, sometimes he may look silly, you know, some of the moves that he's making is dying in a very bad manner, but I think overall his game sense, his direction in the game is always to enable his team, you know, and I feel like this is one of the biggest reasons why OG is so successful, you know. He might get flamed a lot, you know, for dying, but I think this is the guy that actually enables everything on this team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in game 1 it was Scam. In game and in this game, maybe Natsumi can make even a twin gate move to try and punish the Kez in the top lane. Lord knows the Disruptor's just gonna get run over. For now, just putting their sights on the...
Oh, no points in chain. He didn't have a point in chain.
Where the hell is his point in chain, bro? He just gets right-clicked. That looks so sad. Oh my goodness, and now...
That's a big blunder right there. I think normally against range heroes, you would have like chains, you know, you only max. I feel like you only mostly see Timbers max going there if they're against a melee matchup.
I mean, it's good value versus the Bristle and the Mars, but the problem is you're not even making it to the point in the game where you're fighting the Bristle and the Mars yet. Bobaka gets dropped. And this Klinks hasn't even got the Desto. He's been part of 3 kills. Big macro power to steal away the stacks. I mean, things are going OG's way far earlier than YB are expecting. They just haven't really been able to bring the numbers or formulate any sort of play on the map.
Yeah, once again, you know, the early game of OG, the support's pressuring a lot, combining with the mid laners. And the key thing is just the runes, you know, they are getting the runes. But this time, Moon is going to pick up the Invis rune. He's making a rotation to Nico. Nico looks like he is probably going to die here. Unless he gets back up. No backup, so he's going to die.
Tossed up, killed off. Kind of similar scenes from game number 1, right? Where YB, it feels like the only avenue that they can attack is through this off lane. Punishing Nico for sticking around to try and farm. They bring 4 members and they spot out the stack. Maybe something they can try and steal away, but problem is Yopaj is around the area with an arena and there's a lasso available as well. I'm not sure whether you can just run up in here.
This is the thing, because they brought 4 heroes top, it doesn't even feel like it's like a very good kill, you know. You're not really gaining a lot out of it because you have to bring so many heroes. So they are definitely fine with it, you know, for OG. Right now, making sure that once the Bristleback returns to the lane, they're able to clear the stacks. So they have to secure some of the gold here, you know, for the Bristleback. After those deaths, you know, he's not really having a very good start. It's okay, it's not terrible by any means, but he needs some time to recover right now.
I saw Nico thinking about his item builds a little. Getting themselves an illusion rune on the Tiny. That's huge, and if they can steal this stack as well, that's even better.
Yeah, both carries just being so active, you know. Fly as well, joining this fight. Natsumi coming in as well. They get a toss back. So Scam is going to die.
Scam's in trouble. Scam will get cut down. Natsumi though, he's now joined the fight. This is a really good position for the Klings and the Archers to sandwich them in. But a big Raptor stance. Fly tries to outdo the Klings and should manage to do so. Nico still surviving on the sliver, and Yang doesn't have any more resources to work with. Bobuka's been caught out in a weird way. Yopaj thinking about the spear. Just need a bit more damage. Need the rebuke. Can't quite find it. He's healing up, but the quill sprays will get him. Finally, a grappling hold, but the ancient roots fly in place. Can't get the last hit onto that pesky Bristleback, and now Natsumi's hunting for more. Genmei can't do anything into the Klings. A nice return wraparound. It's really just the 2 carries trying to outdo each other in these fights. Flame break slightly off the mark, and that should allow Fly to escape. Yeah, no final spear. So, I mean, it's Kez versus Klings right now. They're both showing up, both dealing tons of damage.
Over.
Maybe not. Natsumi thinking about committing, but the TP should be coming back in, and they know this could be scary. Moon there with another setup. Natsumi waiting for his opportunity, but I think he understands there's nothing else to be found.
That was such a long ass fight, you know, from the Ancients, stealing the Ancients, defending the Ancients. And I think towards the end, the Cats made a really good play. They got a lasso.
Oh, we're not even done, Tims. Just when you said the Cats was making a good play, he gets caught out. Big avalanche toss from Moon, though. Looking to try and turn things around. They really have to get rid of Natsumi. The last 3 toss, he's not even going to take out. Natsumi, I think he survives on a sliver. My goodness. The strength curse toggle, that changed everything for him. Scam will go down for that. What a bloodbath. I mean, past 2 minutes of non-stop fighting, I think OG get the better of that exchange.
Slightly better because Natsumi got a bunch of kills. He survived. He's going to be really strong in the next fight. And they get a glimpse back onto Yopaj, but they don't have the kinetic field.
It doesn't matter though.
Still kills.
Nice connection there. Yeah, Moon able to blink on forward. I feel like he's been able to turn the tides for YB since getting this item. And look at that. They're back into the triangle, but the stacks are gone.
Radiant's middle tower.
It's all being cleared out by OG. And meanwhile, Teams. Oh boy, this is huge. He smokes alone and he steals the shrine.
Oh, damn. Okay. All that chaos, they forgot about their EXP shrine, and the supports not really suffering. You know, they've hit their level 6s. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's not as impactful as the 7, but the 14 still hurts for sure.
We're gonna see a replay here. They don't have the field, but they still get the kill here. And when that was happening, Teams just sneakily used the smoke and he went and steal away the shrine. So excellent choice there. You know, he knows that he can't really save the Mars anymore, so he just tries to do the next best thing he can get for his team, right? The shrine.
Yeah. And now they'll see Tim's farming up the bot lane. They see the bat rider. God damn, how is he level 9? Oh. Oh, he took our wisdom. He took our wisdom.
And that's how, you know.
Oh, sorry about that, folks. Well, at least we're getting a bit more of a competitive game number 2, right? YB, they aren't lying down and getting taken down without a fight. Still very much blasting away, but nice ice path, tail and lasso, everything to fry up Fly. It's 2 games in a row that this Kaz is just being full-on countered by the magic burst. It's not looking the best for him, even though he is keeping up in farm.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He has to make sure that he doesn't give any more kills like this, you know. Like whenever you're playing on a side lane and you don't have vision, gotta be more careful with that. You know, have to stay far away and just use your nukes to clear out the wave, you know.
Hold it.
Pick the creeps.
Speaking of a side lane, looks like Nico's been scanned out, or rather, he scanned out the opposition. Nice avalanche. Moon needs to look for a toss back. Has the toss in place though, and under the tier 2, yeah, it's way too deep. Can't make that move.
What the hell's going on?
What are they doing? Nice glimpse away. Kims is gonna get sent back, but Yang able to get speared. And Natsumi will just clean up too. Not sure what that was about. YB, they tried to make a very sneaky strike to hunt down Nico, but OG read that move like a book.
I mean, OG also had a tier 1 tower to teleport into, so I don't know about trying to go for a kill in between the tier 1 tower and the tier 2 tower at top, you know. That was a very, very risky maneuver. Not very good odds of success, you know, for Yakult brothers.
Yeah. I mean, even if they caught that bristleback,
they were gonna die. Even if
they were gonna die, right? Like, I don't.
No chance they get out of there alive. No chance.
I mean, if anything, they might be actually grateful that they didn't catch the bristleback, because that would have resulted in way more casualties. Speaking of casualties, Yopach not done. Lasso gonna pull that Tiny back into the fray, back into Natsumi's damage. Man, this Klinks is doing everything for the squad. We talked about him being the one to enable this OG team to play the way that they do, and we're seeing it in action right here. Off the mark of the spear, Yopach misses the frog. A quick hop away, Yakult brothers, they'll be safe.
Glimpse.
But again, another loss of the Tiny. Looking at Nico in the top lane though. Might be able to find a glimpse, just need the vision, but that time and the tree line's gonna cause him to be able to get out. Look at Natsumi, he's just hunting non-stop. Bobaka spots him around the tree line, spots him on the tower. This looks like a fried frog. Bit off the mark with the Burning Barrage, but Ice Path will still find him. Dude, this Klinks is 9-0-3, 18 charges on the Desolator at the 18-minute mark. He's stacking this bad boy up.
This is precisely how you should play carry nowadays. The carry role is such a different role. You have to help your team, you have to be around, you have to make plays. You're not just farming brain deadly, you know, you're always farming near your team, you're always trying to help your team at the same time you're farming. I think this is very, very good example of how you should be playing carry nowadays, you know. You need to help your team, and Natsumi is doing a great job with helping his team. And he's also getting so many kills that he's actually richer than compared to if he was just AFK and farm.
Hang on, big smoke out. They might see Natsumi, but they jump over to Yopach instead. He's too quick for them. Manages to get out. Big arena, catches 3, but where's the follow-up damage? Natsumi now coming in, laying onto Yang. The Timbersaw doesn't stand a chance, while Yopach still able to survive. Not at all what Yakult brothers were looking for. They were the ones looking for a surprise move, but they get pulled their pants down instead. Here's a jump forward. Tiny looking for the tossback, but Yopach is still fine.
I mean, Klinks is just destroying them.
Do anything.
Klinks is just totally destroying everything Yakult brothers is trying to do. And there's all of a sudden a pause, you know, Disruptor is like, guys, I told you not to go, you know, and he got mad there. And then he dies, he pauses the game, and now he resumes the game. Potential tilt pause right there, you know, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of get it, right? You pick something like a Disruptor, you want to keep the tempo going, you want to glimpse people back in, but all these moves just not working out at all for YB.
They just lost the Timber on the right, on the Ancients. Why would they just make another play in the mid lane when they know that the enemy is nearby, the Klinks is nearby? Like, just why, you know?
Man, it just kind of feels like they thought they might be able to snipe Yopach, and I can kind of get it, right? They're so far behind, the tempo's so far out of their favor. They feel like we just need to get something done. But look at this Aegis. That's gonna net them the Tormentor for sure. To be honest with you, even if OG didn't get the Aegis, I think they will get the Tormentor anyway, because that's just how far ahead they are right now.
This is looking real rough right now for Yakult brothers. They are gonna have to turtle a while. They're gonna have to try to wait for their next timings, which is probably going to be their BKB timings, especially on the Kes. Don't know if the Tiny is going to get one. Probably not. This is going to get really difficult. They don't have any auras on the Timber. He's going for the Aghanim's after his Kaya Sanj. So I don't think they're going to be able to fight anytime soon on the Yakult brothers side.
I'm not gonna lie to you, the way that OG are playing, these Filipinos look like homing missiles. They just find their opponents, gun them down, and there's nothing that YB can do about it. Everywhere OG heroes go, they don't even need a smoke. They just run in the lanes, blinking forward, finding these pickoffs non-stop. YB feels like there's no way on the map that's safe for them. You talk about them needing to hit their next timings. Where the hell can they farm?
Probably only the edges of the map right now and get caught.
This is not an edge. This is
yeah, this is the middle of the map.
Yeah.
And Moon is
now TP
caught as
in.
well. Kandega, yeah, he is close.
You know, the funniest part about that is the fact that the masked long TP actually prevents him from being ever stunned, so he can walk up and actually get that set up. But yeah, Natsumi finding another. The thing about OG, when you're losing against them, you know, sometimes people think, okay, we're losing against Falcons, Tundra, they're going to choke out the map, we're not going to see any action, they're not going to take any fight. OG will bury your bodies over and they don't give a shit. They're not going to stand around, wait for you to farm up, hit your timings. They are ready to cut your whole neck off. OG looking amazing in this opening series and definitely a confidence booster, right, after what happened to them at Blast. You know, they were set up in the semi-finals. They looked like they were going to surpass their expectations and they were really on the heater, finishing first in the groups. And then for them to sort of end up in that situation where they make it all the way to Malta, play basically a best of 3, really. They just lost 3 games in a row. And this would be a great way to sort of kick things off on the first day that they're playing here. You can see the check odds not in favor of Yakult brothers at all. This feels like the final Hail Mary fight. All their ultimates available need to land a perfect static storm. But it's Moon with the initiation. They're going to try and bait out with the Frog on the front lines. Look for a wraparound play. The Mars and the Bat are not with the team right now, so they might have a chance to catch OG off guard. A sentry spots on Natsumi. You got yourself a dust, Natsumi. He should know that there are heroes around ready to pounce on him. But he's ready to pounce on them. Nice cut down Nico with the BKB. He's dropping really low. Guardian Greaves comes out. The BKB there from Fly able to cut through the Bristleback. But the rest of the team, they've shown up. OG ready to punish. Spear onto two. Natsumi to deliver. And nice little lasso for the Tiny. GG is called. And YB, 26 minutes was the first game. 23 minutes in the second. OG just stomped all over the Chinese squad.
What a series by OG, you know. It seems like they just know we had a delay today. They're helping us get through everything on schedule, you know. Playing the game perfectly. They didn't have a perfect start initially with the rune fights this time around compared to the first game, but they were able to just squeeze out small little advantages by rotating, especially the Klings moving around. And I feel like they were able to get a lot of important runes for the Mars because of the rotations from the Klings. And then when the Mars got the runes, he was able to have a lot of impact on the map, you know, just moving around. Even though Nico was the one that kind of suffered out of the 3 cores, I think initially he was kind of poor, kind of bullied in the lane. But because they were doing so many good things around the map, the Klings was like forcing a lot of rotations, he was creating a lot of pressure. They allowed the Bristleback to kind of slowly come back into the game by creating a lot of action on the other side of the map, you know. So I think OG, they really function well as a team. Even if one of the cores are struggling, they kind of help each other out all the time, you know. This is why I think OG is really, really successful right now. They play as a team very, very well.
Yeah, and the funniest part about this scoreboard is that it's stuck in like a distant memory in the past, right? There was a point in this game where it looked like Yakult brothers, they were making some good moves. I do want to commend, even though YB did lose in this fashion, I think Fly, especially in that game number 2, he made major adjustments, right? In game 1, he was still trying to go for that Battle Fury, even though they were struggling. But I think game 2, he understood, okay, I need to be there with my team, I need to have some impact. So he rushes that Vlads, goes for the Deso instead, less greedy, but it just ends up being about execution. Every time OG are finding an opportunity, YB, they're like less one member, or maybe Yang doesn't have like the Timber chain leveled up. I don't know.
Yeah, it's all the small little things. The Timber chain, that one death was really bad. That was the first death. Timber was so fat from the lane, but that just one death, you know, enabled Natsumi to kind of get something extra over the Timber, and then he kind of snowballed from that. And they made the smoke towards the the Bristleback. That was a very strange smoke. They tried to kill the Bristleback under the tier 1 and tier 2. Like, those are the small little things. It may look like such a small detail, but it actually just contributed to their demise in this game. Like, all the small little things that they lost out on, they just kind of got outmaneuvered slowly but surely by OG. Like, I feel like even the draft this game, I wouldn't say like the draft is very bad, or anything from Yakult brothers. It's just they just got outplayed, on the map. The way they move, the way they rotate, a lot of the small little things that you really need to comb through the replay to find out what is our opponents doing much better than us, And those are the things that would differentiate a tier 1 team and a tier 2 team.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is something that you actually pointed out, and we see it in action in both of these games in the series. I wonder whether this is going to be a factor that hinders Yakult brothers, because it's clear that priorities in the draft, they want to play for these side lanes, right? They're trying to kind of stay away. Maybe they hope that Moon gets 1 or 2 runes and rotates over, but it hasn't really been working out for them. Even when they get Yang that positive matchup, even when they get Fly this positive matchup, it ends up being the opponent mid laner just gets so much action happening that they lose the Wisdom Shrine. They lose these fights. They can't get Tormentor. They can barely make a play on the map. I'm wondering if you actually want to, have this result where your side laners are stronger, then do they need to be on heroes that are able to make more plays? I think this highlight right here is the one moment of this game where I felt like, okay, Yakult brothers, they're not going to go quietly. They're going to put up a fight. But then after this really nice invasion, it feels like they got lost in the sauce a little bit, kept the fight going a bit too long, lost more and more heroes, and then suddenly OG are on top and there's nothing else you can do about that.
Yeah, that was the moment where I felt like they had some sort of play going on. They stole some of the stacks, but then after that, they kind of like overplayed their hand. They needed to maybe go back to farm a little bit on their side of the map and try to wait for the next set of cooldowns and item timings. But this is the thing, right? Because when you're playing at this level, when your opponent is playing way faster than you, and then the moment you get to play fast on your side, you kind of try to outpace them, and sometimes you just get a little bit too excited and you make mistakes. These are the things that would happen at this level, and it takes a lot of discipline to understand, all right, this is enough. We've already gotten what we came for and we have to back off. It's something that's very simple, very easy to explain, but it's very difficult to do in a game when you're at the heat of battle and you're getting kills and you need to really pull yourself back and to go back to your side of the map to farm.
Sorry, sometimes in a game, when you're behind, you just kind of feel like, I need to get something, right? It's so hard to feel like I'm behind and I'm just going to wait for my timings. Sometimes it's difficult to feel that patience. But yeah, I think overall, OG showing exactly why they're one of the favorites and one of the fan favorites. They are just so exciting to watch. It's non-stop action. You're never going to be sitting there and just, twiddling your thumbs waiting for them to win in 45 minutes. They're going to bring the heat to you. And right now, we will have an interview very shortly. We're just getting the player prepared and we get to ask them some juicy questions. I for sure want to know how they're feeling, because coming into this series, I think it'd be fair to say they're the favorites. They just came back from Malta. Maybe they sort of went back to No Tail's house. I don't know where they're at the moment. It'll be interesting to find out. Before we do get to speak to OG though, I do want to ask Winter one final thing about YB. You said it's important for them to comb through the replays and identify, but DreamLeague, it's fast paced, right? You get multiple. What do you need to sort of look out for? What's the one key takeaway in one sentence for YB here?
I think just the early game, they need to really focus on the early game, how they start the game, how they play the lanes, how they make the first couple of rotations, and just start with that. You cannot worry about too many other issues in the mid and late game. You have to be able to play the first 20 minutes first.
Okay, a full focus on the first 20 minutes, but we have a man who's a master of that right now. Tim's joining us for an interview. Mr. Tims, how are you doing?
Hello, we're doing good.
You don't sound very happy after that absolute smashing of a series. Well, I of course I have to ask, YB, they are quite an interesting and unique team, right? This is not a team that you guys probably have a lot of data on. What kind of preparation did you do to face off against them today specifically?
So because they don't have like recent games for so long, then our coach should just focus on ourselves. Then yeah, we just do our own thing.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you guys did your own thing really, really well. Winter, you got any questions for Mr. Timms here?
Yeah, so Timms, you guys have been doing really well recently. What do you feel like is the main reason you guys are having such a good run? You know, you guys have improved a lot and one of the best teams on C right now. What do you think is the secret sauce that enables your team to do so well?
I would say 5 of us are actually on the same page. Then all the players don't have like high ego. Everyone are like so hungry to like win and learn every game.
I see. Good to know. And what about like from the coaching aspect? You know, what do you feel like your coach has been able to help the team with so far that benefits the team so much?
The coach is actually helping us a lot in the map like movement, like where to do, like what to do in the game, like do this, the pressure thing, and I would say the drafting also is actually really good.
Nice. Amazing to hear that Mr. 343 is cooking as usual. It's a bit of a shorter interview. I'm sure we have a lot of more questions to ask you if we had the time, but we'll let you go and chill out and enjoy that very quick win. Thank you so much for joining us, Timms.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
There you have it, Winter. You said a large reason why OG is so known now is that early map movement, especially before the game starts. That's something that teams need to be prepared for. And it's nice to know that it's not just 343 who's cooking, right? The whole team, no ego. They're all on the same page with regards to these moves. It's what allows them to take such a strong early advantage. And with that, they're going to secure their first big win here and many more to come, I'm sure, of the way that they're playing, if they can keep up this performance. Probably another top 6 in their sights. But we have a schedule to follow. We had a delay at the start of the day. And again, sorry about that, folks. But we're going to keep things trucking along. Coming up next, another Southeast Asia team is going to try and prove themselves against GamerLegion. It's Execration versus GL. And that will be a very fun one to watch. No shortage of action, but we'll be back for that after a short break. So don't go anywhere.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
DreamLeague Season 28 is brought to you by DHL and Checks.
You're watching more Dream League Season 28 here with Permsneeze and Winter on the Storm stream. And earlier today we saw, not much earlier because of how fast the games went, OG just bullying. Oh, it was not nice. Yakult brothers 2-0, quick 20-minute wins. Both sides, Winter, it's the first day of the Lunar New Year. It kind of felt like OG, that big bully older brother that steal the red packet from their sad younger brother's YB. It was not very nice. It was cruel, to be honest, but that's how it is sometimes. You gotta beat others down so you can rise up. It hurts, but that's how competition goes. Now, Winter, we didn't get the chance to talk about the bigger picture, right? Because we're looking at all these Dream Leagues, all these sort of ESL ones. What does it all mean? Well, in case you're new here and you don't know what's up, all of these events give teams tons of points. As you can see here, this is the point breakdown. Within Dream League Season 28 alone, there are 23,000. That's right, 23,000 points to be split. And all of this matters because you need to accumulate enough points to be the top 16 teams to make it to Esports World Cup. So of course, Dream League Season 27 is already over. OG finished at 5th, as you can see here. And if they can secure themselves another top 6 spot, they're going to be in a really good position to lock in their spot in Riyadh. I guess overall, just looking at how the EPT leaderboard looks right now, do you have any sort of initial impressions or maybe teams that you expect to break in here? Because there are some teams that are now in Dream League Season 28 that are not on this leaderboard, and similarly, teams like Pipsqueak, Power Rangers, they were in the previous Dream League, but they didn't make it here.
Now we're definitely looking at teams that did really well in the initial phases. I think some teams after the shuffle, they took some time to pick up the pace, like Liquid, for example. I think Liquid, I expect them to rise up further in this rankings list.
Standings, yeah.
Yeah, the standings. And I think teams like Yandex, I think Spirit, those are the teams that did really well initially. I think even OG, so they're slowly climbing up, But whoever does, run into a hiccup in the middle, it could still prove to be problematic, because the other teams behind might catch up, So you have to maintain sort of like a consistency throughout the season to be able to get your slot, I think that's the part where I really like about this system, where it awards you with the consistency,
Yeah, 100%. And I think I'm most worried about some of those teams on that list that did well previously, right? Spirit, recently, they've been struggling a lot. And if they want a lion's share of this prize pool, they're going to have to try and keep up their performance. I know they haven't really been doing too hot. Same for one of our teams in our upcoming series, right? GamerLegion, we saw them at the 16th place. That nets them $10,000 and only 48 EPT points. Not a lot to speak of. I think for GamerLegion, especially, they want to be climbing up those rankings. Ideally, top 8 would be a great finish for them. But first, second, and third, 250k for the prize money and 4,800 EPT points. That's going to put you a long way ahead in the running for Riyadh. So yeah, I mean, all of those teams, the money's nice. Don't get me wrong. You're gonna be really happy with that. But it's the EPT points, right? Especially for these established organizations like Liquid with a presence at EWC from year to year. You really want to lock those in. But of course, with that said, we got to move on to our upcoming series, our best of 2 between Execration and GamerLegion. Now, Execration and GamerLegion, these are the 2 teams that I think people would be assuming are at the bottom of the barrel, right? There's so much talk about GamerLegion. They make it through these close qualifiers, and then even though they make it to these LAN events, they don't necessarily perform the best. But I will say that they surprised me in a very positive way, especially at Blast Slam 6, which is the most recent tournament they were in. Because as much as it was a bit hit or miss, right? Best of ones, there's an element of randomness there. They're a bit more of a wild card, right? In Blast Slam, they were able to defeat some pretty solid opponents like, Yandex, Mouse, Falcons. These are no easy opponents to take down. So defeating them in the best of 1, maybe it's the element of surprise, maybe it's hero picks that their opponents weren't prepared for, but this is definitely a dark horse team that has the potential to come out on top. But on the flip side, we got Execration, a team that you're very familiar with, Winter.
Yeah, on the flip side, Execration also kind of similar to GamerLegion, where they are not very stable. You know, they lack consistency. Some games you can see them playing really well, they could beat anyone, but at the same time, you know, even during the close qualifiers, they could also sometimes lose to anybody, you know. So consistency is something that I don't think Execration has. It's one of their biggest weaknesses out of everything. I think they have a pretty good ceiling. They're definitely a strong team, but they just really can't find the way to play well in a long format. You know, I think long formats where you have to play back-to-back games, you need to problem solve in between. I think those are the things that kind of reveal the weaknesses of a team like Execration. They're not really good at adapting and fixing problems on the fly.
We did see them get a head start over a lot of the other Southeast Asian teams, right? They looked like the premier SEA team, but then suddenly Reconics came back, Nemesis got a few sort of roster changes, and suddenly things are being thrown into disarray. Of course, the Kukui stack got signed by Playtime as well, and then suddenly a lot of these slots are being snatched away at. There's a lot more hungry contenders in Southeast Asia, and it just feels like as of recent Execration, they can't quite keep up. They looked pretty good in that meta where it was all about the auras. And even though now it still kind of is about the auras, things have changed, right? With the introduction of Lago, people are playing faster, they're playing for these timings, there are certain ideas that you can have to just dominate from the lanes and you might not even make it to those auras. So like you said, let's see how much Execration have been able to do, because for them, they were able to attend EWC last year, and I'm sure it will be a great achievement for that roster to make it there again in 2026, but a long way to go ahead of them, right? They weren't really able to establish themselves in any other events so far. Like all the other qualifiers, whether it's for Wallachia, Birmingham, they ended up losing out to these other Southeast Asia orgs. So if there's any chance for them to really just kind of solidify their ideas and get good practice internationally, I think it's going to be this event. But what about GamerLegion though? Because we had our fair share of games casting them throughout some other tournaments as well. To me, their drafts feel very different from every other team. It kind of feels like they do their own thing, and they have their own hero pools, and they haven't really deviated from that, regardless of whether it's successful or not.
Yeah, they definitely have an identity that only some teams, a handful of teams, run certain heroes. But at the same time, you know, you have to, I think, look at their strengths as well. I think one of their biggest strengths is their mid laner, you know, RCY. I think he is by far one of their best players, if not the best players. I think in a lot of the games that they're winning, they're enabling him, they're playing through him. So I think the key aspect of this team is finding the right mid hero for RCY and then finding the right supports on Bignum and Speed, you know, to enable him. I think those are the things that I would put a lot of weight in if I'm Execration, if you're trying to figure out how to break apart GamerLegion. And I think the mid wars are going to be the deciding factor in a lot of these early game skirmishes and would allow you to take control of the game, right? We've seen teams, at least in our previous series with OG, you win the rune fights, you get the runes, and guess what? You win the shrine fights as well, and then you take control of the Roshan and Tormentor. So the runes are very, very important.
Talk about GamerLegion being a bit of a mid-centric team. I guess same can be said about Execration. We always like to joke that if King Bob is not having a good game, Execration are toast. Do you still agree with that?
I think he has kind of change a little or improve a little bit, but yeah, I mean, overall he's a player that doesn't like to be sacrificed, you know. I think in some of the games where Execration they kind of struggle is because it's based on the pick sequence where sometimes you just have to reveal the off laner first or the mid laner first or the carry. It's not exactly by choice here. If you forcefully say that I am going to do this draft sequence, this pick sequence, no matter what, you're gonna get outdrafted, you know, because people are, not every team, they're gonna do the same thing, and you have to adjust and adapt towards what your opponents are doing. I think that's the issue with like Bob, right? So you see Execration oftentimes on the second pick, what they would do is they would 9-pick Bob's hero, because he doesn't really have, I think, a lot of S tier heroes. So if you don't get some of the heroes up early, you won't be able to get it. I think he's really known for Storm, he's really known for Queen of Pain, but right now, because Execration feel like RCY Storm is such a huge problem that they're first phase banning the Storm, you know. So this is already itself something that might limit Bob's hero pool. So, and with that, they're going to leave the Viper in the pool, and this is going to cause a lot of problems, right? Because when I think of Bob, I feel like most of his heroes don't really match up well against the Viper. They're going to go for the Puck right away, but Puck against Viper is not, it's not like a matchup that I would say that, oh, this is going to be good for Bob, you know. This is not exactly that type of match. I think it's okay, but the Viper is not going to be too upset about this specific matchup.
Yeah, I do want to bring up a certain point though, because we did get to see GamerLegion in games where they went the RCY Viper. And those were the games that GamerLegion actually struggled a lot in, because Viper isn't really your typical playmaking mid. You think about a Storm versus a Viper, you get a rune on the Storm, you're moving on the map, you're getting kills, you can snowball, you can easily take over a game. It doesn't really feel like you can keep up that same tempo as a Viper. And maybe that's the gamble that Execration are making, right? They're saying, okay, Bob, we give you your puck, you know your matchup in the mid lane, you might not crush the lane, you might not win the lane, but we trust that you'll still be able to out-rotate. And maybe in that way, Execration are going to try and throw the Viper off balance. Because the one thing about Viper is, before Booster travels, he ain't gonna move very quick.
You don't need to move on this hero though. I feel like Viper, you kind of just make it hard for the other person to move because you're constantly shuffling the wave in with Nether Toxin. I don't really think that you're going to see like a poison attack Viper this game. It's probably just going to be like Nether Toxin and the skin, and you just shove the wave, you clear stacks and whatnot. So you are actually also making it very hard for the enemy to move, even though you're not exactly looking to move too much, you know. So I think this is going to be a challenge for Bob to find a way to shove out the lane at the same time and find moves on the map. Viper might not be the best at moving, but he's very good at reacting. If you overcommit, you're under a tower, you're pressuring the enemy heroes, and then the Viper TPs down, he's going to get kills, you know. So they definitely have to be very, very careful of that from the Viper. And Execration here, they go for the Wind Ranger. It's a hero that has been very, very popular in the current meta. As a support, as a core, he's very good into Viper, I would say, as a core, because of Wind Run. The Viper can't really kill you, it can't really hit you, and you can focus fire, kill off the Viper. So I'd say that there is definitely a lot of value in terms of putting the Wind Ranger on a core here. So immediately GamerLegion identifies that, they pick up their Centaur right away. This is also one of the better heroes at dealing with Wind Ranger, because you would never want to focus fire a Centaur because of Retaliate. And Centaur is also pretty good at protecting his teammates against Wind Ranger. You're running in with Wind Run, focus fire, guess what? Stampede or your Aghanim Stater, your card, you know, you're going to save the target. So this is, I think, a very, very good response from GamerLegion. And this pick as well, this is also a really, really good pick against the puck. You mentioned that Viper doesn't really catch puck, so you need some sort of catch or silence from your supports. So Moeta is one of the better ones with the calling, right? You can catch the puck out of position and kill her off.
Yeah, not just that, but a really good sort of lane matchup with the Centaur, right? You're able to fear them back into the Stomp, into the Double Edge, into the Calling. A lot of messiness that can take place now. And that makes it a bit awkward, because you pick this Wind Ranger, you think, okay, now the Viper can't go off lane, right? You've cut off that flex option. But then GamerLegion now have a perfect off lane setup to punish your Wind Ranger if she goes pause 4. So now, pause 1. So now do you have to put the Wind Ranger 4 and then you draft a new safe laner, you think?
Probably. I think that's probably what I would try to do here. They're doing what you're saying. They're moving the Wind Ranger, or at least maybe they already just wanted to keep things open. So Wind Ranger is going to go pause 4 here, cast on the carry. So they're probably going to need another pause 5. I don't know if you want to put Wind Ranger on the 5. I think there's only one team that I've seen do it. OG is the only one who does like Wind Ranger on pause 5.
Wind Ranger everywhere. That's OG for you.
Yeah, we're probably gonna see a probably more conventional hero, but I guess CML doesn't play the conventional heroes. He likes Skyrup position 5, Witch Doctor position 5. He's not a very conventional player.
Not at all. Definitely one of the more unique pause 5s. But speaking of unique pause 5s, we also have Speed on the GamerLegion side, right? Loves his Warlock, loves his Phoenix. Wonder whether we're going to see that come out. Here's the Witch Doctor. The smiles come out. You gotta know when you're playing against CML, the Voodoo might just catch you off guard. It's a really strong lane now. And what was a pretty potent combination with the Centaur Moeta now suddenly feels scary, right? If you try to commit into the Kez, one Cask, one Maledict, and you're cooked.
You definitely got to be very careful with this lane. A lot of kill potential, Witch Doctor and Kez right now. So GamerLegion, let's see what they're going to do, you know. I feel like maybe they can pick a melee pause 4. I think maybe they should pick a melee pause 4 so they can pull the wave. I think the Moeta could be a good carry here against Kez. Let's see if they...
It's Wind Ranger, right? Like, they can't actually hit her.
Yeah, I think they could actually possibly just pick up their both supports in the last 2 picks here.
But then, can you imagine if you have a call that's like Moeta, Viper, Centaur? That feels like so low playmaking potential. Viper 1, maybe, you think?
I guess you might be right on that. I mean, right now it seems like they're just gonna put Viper mid, Viper carry, Void Spirit mid, and then pick another, I would say, position 5 hero last. Unless they're somehow going to run Viper on pos 5. I know I've seen it before. Not that I like it,
Please,
but
no,
I definitely
please.
do. I definitely do not recommend it, even though I've seen it before.
Well, I'm sure you've seen many things before that you wouldn't recommend, Winter. Just because you've seen it doesn't mean it's good. Okay, let's talk a little bit more about what we see on our screens, right? Because GamerLegion, this is not the first time that they've first picked Viper just to pivot it to 1. We've seen Yamson be the one to pick it up. What's the idea here, though? Because is it just to give way for better core matchups, or is there actually any merit to running this pos 1 Viper?
You give way to better core matchups. I think you want the Void Spirit against Puck. That's also pretty valuable itself. Viper as a carry is I think it's kind of good. It's like a sort of very good carry hero. You farm a lot. You get very good timings with your Aghanim's. I don't think you'll be building auras on carry Viper. So normally you probably see like Aghanim's. What else is good? Like just get tanky items. Maybe Skadi at some point. Those are the items that are really good on Viper. Mental stats items, stats items are really, really good on Viper this game. So we'll see what route he takes this game. And I'm going to expect to see a melee position 5 here with Viper, most likely.
Okay. Are there any specific ones that come to mind for speed?
Clock's okay. I mean, I guess he will just play something like he's more familiar with. I know he likes the range heroes more. His Warlock is banned. Jakiro is banned.
You got Phoenix still? Maybe?
There's still Phoenix. But I guess Phoenix could be okay. Like if they're worried about catching the puck, maybe they can go for something like a Disruptor. So they have a setup.
Disruptor's banned though. That's the issue.
Oh, Disruptor's also banned. So
yeah, there's a lot of support bans. Like it really is very support centric. We thought it would be a battle of the mids, but
the Clock would be actually something that I would definitely consider. Clock, Tuskar, those are the melee heroes that you want to pick with Viper. Or even something like a Marcy. I know that we're probably not going to see those because Speed is usually, I would say that he's a ranged hero player. He plays all the backline spell casting heroes. So I think something like Phoenix, like you already mentioned, will probably be more suitable for his playstyle, or something like a Dazzle. I think Dazzle has potential here.
Dazzle last ban though.
Oh, Dazzle's also banned. Oh, damn.
They banning everything. They're like, Speed, you ain't getting shit. He's going to be techie.
Oh my god, what is this?
Bro, what the hell? Look at Execration. They're like, what the hell is that?
I'm telling you, Muay Thai is carry. Techies is pos 4 with Centaur. Muay Thai is carry, Viper is pos 5. I'm telling you.
Bro, shut that. Look, it's probably a Techies 5, Viper 1. Come on now, let's. Don't. Look at Palos. He's like, what the hell am I watching? Even Southeast Asia pubs don't got drafts like this, man. What the hell is going on? I mean, Execration, I think you're looking for a last pick Tino hero. Looks like GamerLegion were worried about the summons, so taking out the Beastmaster and the Enigma. So what else do you have left?
What's the lane? The issue is he doesn't know what's the lane. It's not clear what's the lane. So he has to pick something that is probably okay against most of the scenarios here. I mean, there's Mars.
Nope, it's banned, brother. You're just not looking at the bans this game. Everything's banned, bro.
Okay, Stardust Cass. That's a very strong combination. Corrosive Haze and all the physical damage from Cass. But he's going to be up against a Viper though. Viper. Oh, this is tough, this matchup. And you have the slow resistance, but I still feel like you're gonna have a lot of issues in the game. I like the synergy they have with the haze into the Cass. But at the same time, I worry for the lane, of this Slada. He's going to have a strong lane. Slada Wind Ranger. That's a strong lane. But against Techies and Viper, I don't know. I feel like this lane is not easy for the Slada Wind Ranger.
I am trying to still figure out what this Techies pick is, because I understand that a lot of the supports already have been banned out, but when you see a Techies pick come in, is there anything specifically that it gives to GamerLegion that's good for them versus okay.
I think Speed is the wave clearer. Like whenever I watch their games, Speed, he's always pushing out the dead lane. He's always pushing the dangerous farm. I think they just wanted a hero that could replicate that. other than the Warlock that he usually plays. So Takis definitely does that really well. He gives you a lot of damage. He gives you a lot of, I feel like, map pressure as well. Like, people don't expect mines when they are taking team fights. You know, you're not thinking about it and you surprise your enemy. You know, I think this hero is just sometimes very obnoxious to deal with, especially for something like a cast. You could just grappling hook in and then, oh, guess what? Surprise, you know, just run into a bunch of mines and then you just die, you know.
Sure, yeah, and Kez not known for being tanky, known for his high damage output, but if he's caught out, silent start, could be a very quick kill. I think what immediately stood out to me is actually the taser. I wonder if Speed is going to get that shard and put the taser on one of his allied heroes,
Yes,
with kind of disarming Palos, disarming Shanks, Tino as well. That could really go a long way in my opinion.
It's very good against the Slada. I think maybe even 1 point in the lane might not be too bad against Slada.
Yeah, right.
I mean, we don't get to see
Just
this hero a lot, but I think it could work. Maybe you get 1 point for the lane.
Okay. We got some funky stuff here in game number 1 between GamerLegion and Execration. Is there any team that you feel like came out on top in terms of the draft? It's a hard one to call. I don't even...
difficult. But if I have to choose one, like if you're just straightforward asking me, do I prefer the left draft or the right draft? I will tell you that I probably prefer the GamerLegion draft. I'm sorry, Execration, you know, I'm not much of a witch doctor fan, you know.
Yeah, I get that. And you don't think it has any merit even though it's like a CML signature, you know, because
it's a strong laner, you know, don't get me wrong. The hero is good in the lane, but outside of the lane, he's just very unreliable. Your team fight contributions, sometimes you just don't do anything, you know, in the team fight because your hero is just unreliable. Some random stun cancels your death ward and then that's it, you know, you don't really do anything outside of that. Your spells have very, very near close cast range, you know, you have to get near to the team fights to use your spells. So I think a lot of the times you just don't really see a lot of impact from the Witch Doctor in the team fights, other than just standing beside your core and healing them, you know, with your Voodoo Restoration. And usually that's the best thing you would be able to do in a team fight, you know. So it's going to be tough. And at the same time, I already mentioned I worry for the Slada. Slada against Viper is also kind of a tough matchup in the later portions of the game. You get kited around a lot, and then there's also a stampede to reposition away from you. So there's a lot of things here that I feel like makes it very uncomfortable for the Slada to play in the team fights. Whereas for the GamerLegion side, I think it's pretty straightforward that they're going to be sieging with the Viper. Viper's going to be hitting the towers. You have an Aura bot. Centaur is going to buy the Auras. Void Spirit is going to be jumping in and out to set up for kills. And then there's going to be a calling and a lot of mines around the Viper. I think the setup, the formation that they're going to have when they're sieging is much more simpler than Execration. Execration, they have to kind of, we have to split the map, we have to force them to split up, push the side lanes, catch them around the map, because they can never, ever, I feel, fight a head-on team fight without BKB. Even with BKBs, right? Say you get BKBs on your Cast and Slada, do you think they're going to be able to just run straight in against the GamerLegion lineup? I don't know, you know. I feel like it's going to take so long for the Execration lineup to really be able to fight. Unless they win all their lanes with the Witch Doctor and Wind Ranger support duo, you know, they are very, very strong laners. So that I think that is one of the ways to speed up their lineup.
Is that what Execration have drafted for, in your opinion? Is it just all in on the lanes? Because you talked about how Bob doesn't really like to be the one to be sacrificed, right? And he basically got a 9-pick pup that now is countered by the Moeta, countered by the Void Spirit, countered somewhat by the techies. Like, Fate. Oh,
whoa. What was... Why would people do it? We've seen this a few times already.
You can't be doing that. What was that about?
So they just predicted that they will be smoking to the sides and nobody will be covering the mid area, because all the teams here, you tend to always watch the replays of what your opponents did in the previous series, right, when they start the game. So maybe they're actually predicting them to do something on the sides. That's why it looks so weird, right? Because it felt like he knew that they were not going to be there for sure. So he just ran up, you know, to check.
Yeah.
And then they were there, you know, all 5 heroes were just standing there, you know.
I mean,
so it must be some prep work that they did that backfired, you know. Oh, they didn't do this every time, so it's safe for us to try to check for the vision in the mid lane, you know, and then they just pay the price there.
The battle begins.
Bit of a 3-man split up here, Execration. Put some damage into Big Nam. They gotta watch out for Yamson with the poison attack though. CML's not getting out of that. At least he has the Gree to rely on in terms of the goal. Another trade coming out. Yamson getting the kill. Tino trading out. I guess that's fine. I don't know. I think Execration okay with that.
It's okay. I don't think it changes much for the starter. He's going to have a very tough laning phase against the Viper. So he has the quick bracer because of the kills. But ideally, you need to get your Guardian Sprint and your boost. You know, those are the two key things you have to get ASAP, you know, on the starter. As the mid lane, Puck against Void Spirit, this is going to be, I think, slightly in favor for the Void Spirit instead of CS. And Void Spirit is going to be good against Puck later because you have the silence from the Aghanim's. This is primarily the reason why you pick Void Spirit into Puck.
And the one thing I will say about Witch Doctor that's kind of hype is
of course, Mike.
Look, okay, relax. Look, Witch Doctor, I think as much as Muerta is a good trader with the auto attacks and whatnot, you got Maledict on you, you ain't trading shit. So we already see Big Nam, you know, going for that early sell for the reset. I appreciate that a lot because I think that's kind of your only option. If CML gets that Maledict on you, you just have to run. So, I mean, still does a good job making sure that the lane is in a good place for Fate.
Oh, they actually missed the pull. Only one creep. That's actually pretty substantial in this lane.
Oh,
you want to get at least two creeps over. But meanwhile, Bob takes a bunch of damage. Like I said, you know, this lane is going to be favored for the Void Spirit. I don't think by much though. It's like a slight favor. But right now, RCY is doing a fantastic job, you know, in this lane, taking a lot more good trades, you know, so far in the first couple of waves. This is going to benefit him in the long run.
Yeah. Not to mention, we didn't really talk about this, but 3 bounty runes secured for GamerLegion compared to Execration. So the bottle timing is going to be in the Void Spirit's favor.
Actually similar though. Both of their bottles are coming at roughly the same amount of time.
I guess the first blood, right, from the puck. I mean, he didn't get the kill, but he still got a decent amount of change. Quick question for you, Winter, not related at all to the
nope. Mike,
to the late matchup.
Only slow questions. I'm sorry, Mike.
Okay. I'll ask this as slowly as possible. Do you think it's considered treason if RCY, the foreign Filipino, defeats Execration here? Would you consider that a crime?
Yeah, I would disown him as a C player ever.
Oh my god. Well, okay, to be fair, I don't think he's ever claimed to be a C player, right? He's NA in his heart.
You can never go back on your roots. Never.
Oh, that depends on what his roots are, right? It's one of those classic things where, you know, you're in the USA and you're sort of ethnically Filipino, but then you were born and raised in like California or some shit. I don't know.
Speed.
What's happening?
He's chasing that Wind Ranger.
Holy! Last hit, Shanks. The bomb. It's gonna get him. Power shot. Might just find a trade. Tino's gonna try and run him down now. Wait, okay, what the hell am I looking at? Do you see this Techie's inventory? Why the hell does he have 8 tangles?
He loves his vegetables.
Wait, this is hilarious. I don't know what to expect from this Techies, and I think I continue to be surprised, but doing a great job trading out, somehow out trading the Wind Ranger, which is crazy.
I mean, this is the hero that has the longest attack range, right? At level 1?
Yeah.
Nobody is gonna out-trade the Techies, brother. You have long attack range. You have 5 base armor, bro.
He went for the squeeze scope as well. He gets 1 attack range and attack projectile speed for each attack speed that he has. So maybe power treads Techies coming to a pub near you.
Hold your horses, Mike. Let's not go there so quickly. Let's just wait and enjoy the ride. Let's see what he does. Normally you have the blast off facet, right? I think that's
the secret sauce for the additional damage.
Yeah, normally that's what people do. So this is actually the first time I've seen someone choose another facet other than that. So the point of this facet means that you're going to scale much better than the other facet.
Yeah, I
so
guess.
maybe you're right. Yeah, power trades Techies.
No, I mean, it's a universal hero. That's all I'm saying. And I think the interesting thing is that Speed and Yamson, they're very clearly playing to try and auto attack and trade Kino out, right? You think about maybe if he goes for the blast off asset, he jumps in, he blows up a ton of his own HP, there's a chance he gets kill shot or turned around on. Could be pretty ugly, but because of this, he's actually doing a great job bodyguarding Yamsun, allowing the Viper to basically free farm.
But I feel like if you're playing like this, you're probably not as likely to get kills in the lane.
Sure, but does it matter, you think?
Not sure. Maybe this build in the long run, because you're just protecting the Viper, just playing for CS, it could be good in the long run as well. Because when you're playing aggressive, you're trying to blast off, and instead of kills, you might put the Viper in a dangerous position, and you know the Viper might die, you know, when you're going for kills.
Nice use of the glyph there from Bob to narrowly escape the potential tower pressure. Looks like Big Num is toast down here in the bot lane. That's the Witch Doctor effect, baby!
Malediction! Level 2 Maledict! Everybody dies.
So true. And Winter, you know, every time you play against Witch Doctor, there's a bit of a conundrum that happens at around the minute 3 mark. Most other heroes have some... You know, sometimes you think, okay, Viper's a lane dominator. He has a pretty good early game. He falls off in the mid game, and then he scales to the late game. You think about maybe a hero like Puck, kind of similar story. A Witch Doctor is a funny hero because his power spike is level 3 and 4, and that's it. Speaking of power spike, he's going to bring that pressure up to the top lane. Big Maledict on Yamsun. All you need is a power shot to finish the job. Witch Doctor says he's about to pop. I'm not entirely sure if I trust him. CML, he didn't lie. Sticky Bomb might just finish him off though. Had the Lotus in the pocket, will survive. And Execration doing a good job bringing their Witch Doctor to cause more chaos. Meanwhile, mid lane, looks like Bob gets hunted down. Big Num able to make a nice rotation and get a fresh D-ward. That's huge.
That's treason right there, you know. How can you kill your fellow countryman, RCY? How? That is a huge deal there. That was a very good kill for GamerLegion. They're happy to trade. I feel like they're happy to trade Yamsun for that, you know. It's okay, you know. The Puck kill was way more important.
Sure. I mean, while the Witch Doctor is gone, means the Centaur, I guess, gets a bit of free time in the bot lane. He's been sort of forced back a little bit by CML's presence. Haven't really been able to punish him just yet, though. Coconut not gonna bounce. Nice storm. Gets back out to safety. Ooh, CML, you gotta watch yourself, buddy.
Gotta run.
That was like 10 HP. He almost just died there on CML. My goodness.
Buy a brunch. Brunch saves lives. But according to Tundra, buy a Fairy Fire. Fairy Fire is the new jazz, you know, it's the new thing.
Oh, yeah. I can see it. I tried it. It feels pretty nice.
Because of the cost. I think it's because of the cost. They're one of the few teams that actually really like filling up inventory slots with Fairy Fires.
Dire are scanning.
Makes sense when you think about how they play, right? They're all about efficiency and min-maxing and everything.
Yeah, it used to be the brunch because brunch got more expensive, so Fairy Fire is the next most efficient thing. All the small little things, you know.
You gotta always be inspecting the market conditions in the Dota 2 item shop selection.
I gotta always check for the most efficient item in the game, you know.
Yeah, you don't want to get scammed. You know, the shopkeeper is raising these prices, you know, trying to get the better of you. It's a tough market right now. You know, you do what it takes to survive, but speaking of surviving, CML, one level in the Voodoo Restoration, a very typically underrated spell, but it can do a lot of work, especially in these early game skirmishes.
Really good level 1. Like, I think for 1 point, this spell is very valuable.
Absolutely. I think the biggest problem with it is just having the mana cost, the mana reserves to sustain it.
Yeah, mana pool. You don't have the mana pool usually on this hero. You kind of need your neutral item to give you some help with that. If you're rich, sure, you know, you can definitely afford a lot more mana items. I think Solar Crest is one of the items that you really like on Witch Doctor because it gives you the energy booster. So you have the mana capacity to use your spells. And it's definitely a hero that is very starved of mana.
Yeah, especially if you want to keep that Voodoo Restoration going, but especially early game, I'm looking at the net worth.
In pubs, people just go Maledict and stun, you know, they just want to go kill. Who cares about the mana pool when you can just kill the enemy?
That's precisely why he's seen as a shitty hero. Everyone's just going for the kills. You play for like your early power spike. Here's a haste rune, RCY, looking to hunt down Shanks. Off the mark with the Aether Step, but still, as the backup of his 2 supports, finds himself a nice kill and a courier to boot. First earn charge secured for RCY, feeling very good about himself.
Not the most valuable kill, but like you said, you know, actually he doesn't have the earn charge. What the hell? I thought he had an earn.
I think he might have used it.
Oh wait, I'm blind. It's not his urn. It's the. I swear someone had an urn. Oh, it's Shanks' urn. It's Shanks. I'm blind. Dude, I saw the urn. I'm like, oh, you get the urn turn.
Why would a Wind Ranger get an urn? You know, the Wind Ranger players, you think they get an urn? No, you know, they don't care. But this game,
they're not Shanks.
This game, the Vessel has a lot of value against like all these Viper, like tanky heroes. Even Void Spirit, Centaur, they're very good against those heroes. So I can see the value there. This game for the Wind Ranger.
You don't really have convenient ways of dispelling as well, right?
Apart from Lotus Orb, yeah, no.
Level 6 for Witch Doctor. Maybe looking for some action with a coil into a Death Ward. I'll be able to find out on the RCY.
Here we go. Here we go. Witch Doctor.
Witch Doctor's doing nothing right now. Witch Doctor's getting absolutely slapped around. Oh my goodness.
God. I thought we were going to see some huge bouncing Death Ward killing everybody.
Yeah, that was... that was very short.
We got excited for nothing.
Dude, you kind of baited me, I'm not gonna lie. That was rough. And now, GamerLegion use this catapult timing. 10 minutes on the clock. That's the time to put on some pressure. But nice clearing of the creep wave. Shanks manages to drag most of those back there. And GamerLegion actually brings 5 members to that rune fight. That opens up some of the side lanes for Execration to farm a bit more peacefully in. Gearbox speed. I mean, that little taser is so annoying. He got the Death Ward out into Yamston. I'm not sure whether it's enough damage. Missed the power shot. You'll lose Tino. RCY now here with an AD rune. Second jump in, trying for the body blocks again. Bit of brutality on his fellow countrymen there. Any Remnant, any Pulse.
2 seconds.
He's trying to run in for a bomb. They don't have it. Now they need to watch themselves. Shackle. Holding that poor little Void Spirit in place, but... problem is they don't really have the damage for him. They need Palos to run on over, but RCY's found a path out of the river. One more Remnant out. Oh, sorry, one more little step out. And meanwhile, Bob assassinating the backline. Nice find there. And RCY's still not of the woods just yet. All you need is one more power shot. Shanks, can you find the angle? Oh, nice dissimulate dodge, but RCY still being chased down. Bullet out to try and put Execration back. And finally, Execration will run him down. So overall, GamerLegion kind of trying to make an aggressive play there. Yes, they get a kill on Tino, sure, but then they end up losing so many members for it. I don't know whether it's worth.
Yeah, they kind of chased too much, you know. If they stopped chasing right away after the kill, that would have been okay, but just thought that maybe they could have killed off Shanks there, you know. He was kind of baiting them. He pressed this, either it was a stick or Lotus pretty late, so after they realized they couldn't kill him, they were already chasing too much and they couldn't get out.
I also started with a really nice setup onto the Viper, right? I think that's one of the secret values of the Witch Doctor this game. Viper Corrosive Skin can protect him against a lot of other things, but I don't think Death Ward cares about that. It's not going to get slowed, it's pure damage in, it'll rack up the Maledict. And because you're a Viper carry, you're not really buying a lot of those typical tanky items. You're going more for the auto attack. Nice detection. I'm not going to have it, yeah. Palos actually looking to turn around, my goodness. Feeling ballsy with the Lotus in his pocket. Good attempt there from GamerLegion, but no sentry or dust or anything means that Palos just is able to easily Raven's Veil away.
In the meantime, they're just trying to move bot on the GamerLegion side, trying to open the tower, the tier 1 tower. Oh no, Fate misses the stun. That's not good. Not good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I guess they need to bring more heroes here to secure the tower, but the tower is still pretty healthy, you know, so Execration is happy to hold on to the tower for now on. But Yamstom is looking for fish meat. No stun, no fish meat.
Yeah, I mean, again, the taser is cute and all, but you know, with that slow resistance on the initial sort of Guardian sprint thanks to the faster, a lot of Stampede come out. Looks like Fate just using that defensively to save himself. Execration have done a pretty good job at being able to just take down Fate's creep over and over. It's wasting a lot of his mana trying to get a new one.
No.
Looks like 40-minute rune should go the way of GamerLegion unless it spawns bot. And of course it does. Bob, nice little regen for him. Okay. things have slowed down a little bit, right? It looked like GamerLegion were taking control, some early moves from RCY, but after that entire extended top fight where they ended up losing Yamsun, losing RCY and everything, it feels like GamerLegion, they're saying, okay, you know what, let's play it a bit more chill. We have no reason to rush. Do you think that's the case? Do you think Execration are the ones who need to find action, or... Because right now they're behind on gold, right? GamerLegion are out farming them at the moment. So I'm not really sure which team is the one who needs to make these moves.
I mean, they're actually okay. They're 1k ahead of GamerLegion right now. I feel like GamerLegion has a faster lineup because they can bow up together with the auras from the Centaur, the Viper, like the Void Spirit. I think in the next couple of minutes they should be ready to stick together and just take all these towers, you know, especially the mid tier 1 tower. But Execration, because of how well they started the game, I think with Palace on Cassie, is pretty fat, you know. He has a Desolator completed. So he's going to be looking to get some charges to it and maybe even open the Rosh, right? Because they have Kes plus Strada. If they can get Rosh before 20 minutes, we always talk about this, you know, on Radiant side, it's going to secure you the top enter.
I think one of the things about Witch Doctor as well is he doesn't really feel like it, but he low-key enables the Rosh thanks to Voodoo Restoration as well, right? Like some carries that otherwise might not be able to. Yeah, I'm really trying to really trying to make it.
Oh, Witch Doctor is a good hero. He's useful for
How
Rosh.
many times do we get to see Witch Doctor? Please, just let me have this.
Bro, you're trying so hard that's so obvious, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I just think it's cool. I personally like when players pick their signature heroes regardless of whether it's good in the meta or not. And that's what CML always does. So, pretty cool. You're gonna see Bob with the orb in the bot lane. Might get caught out. Looks like a sandwich maneuver. You try and get the catch though. Start out with the Yules. Into the silence, into the bombs. Bye-bye, Bob.
Goodbye. Overstayed his welcome. Kinda didn't really respect the fact that there's kill potential. I think the moment there's a use on the Void Spirit, I mean, he already saw it. I feel like he already knows about it, you know. Like, I'm not sure why he actually tried to stay, and he wanted to clear one more wave, you know, to buy time for his team, but just pays the price for it, you know. After the use, there's just no escape, you know. There's the silence from the calling. There's no way he could have gotten out.
I was thinking whether RCY would either go for the Spirit Vessel this game or whether he would rush the Eggs and he goes for the Yules instead, which, now that I think about it, makes a lot of sense for the setup, right? Because other than him, they don't really have a way of initiating from range before the puck reacts. So this adds up really nicely and helps them find these kills. Also, I don't know whether I can blame Bob because they honestly approached him from such a weird angle. Here's the Rosh attempt that you talked about though, starting it off even without the Slada. And would you look at that? That's some Witch Doctor value right there.
Of course, Mike.
That's crazy. That's crazy. He's keeping them healed up, man. I don't know what you want me to say.
Of course. Witch Doctor is the best position 5 hero right now.
And that's not what I said. I'm just saying there's a use case. Okay? There's a use case. If your name is CML and you need some sustain for the Rosh, a very early Aegis grab despite losing Bob. So Execration able to trade out pressure on the map. Spot of feet. Pull him in. Nice disarm. Buying him a lot of time. Speed might just be fine. You're able to turn around and blast off. That's going to seal the deal for Tino. He's not getting out of this one. Now Palos might just lose the Aegis. He's going to get run down. One last little double edge. Tries for the parry. Meanwhile, CML gets hunted down. Yamska not under any threat whatsoever. Bob's trying to come in and help his carry out, but Execration, they got a bit too hungry for a meal that they weren't ready to eat just yet. Shank's coming in, Shackle shot and the power shot will finish off the Viper. 2 members left for each team. Can Bob clean up? He's gonna try. Dodge that stomp. Nicely done. The Pinoy Puck strikes again, but RCY? He's got the back out of speed. Bob, you can't overplay your hand right here. Gotta be careful.
This is kind of like the downside of not getting a pipe on the Centaur this game. They're getting overwhelmed by the spell damage from the Witch Doctor, the Green Ranger, the Puck. I mean, I can understand it, you know. It feels like Stardust casts their own physical damage, so he wants to get a Lotus. But here you see, like, how did Speed survive so long to get his spells? Like, how? That's illegal. Like, how did he actually turns around, you know? Like, and then it allows his team to capitalize on that. He gets a couple of spells off, they kill off the Slada, they take out CML, and then they were able to also kill off the Castian. They were trying to silence the Centaur with the Puck there, but he has a Lotus, so he removes the silence and then gets the stun onto the Cass there.
I guess that's the
Make
difference
sure that
maker,
he
right?
has no way. Yeah, they made sure he has no way to get out after that.
Both sides kind of not really respecting each other. Back to live here. Execration were able to get a pick off on Big Num, who was trying to push out that mid lane. Gets found near the tower thanks to a ward. It's actually Execration on the front foot right now. 2k gold lead. It's been a pretty back and forth game, but we're starting to see maybe some of the problems, right? GamerLegion, the lack of the pipe hurts them. But then you imagine when the Centaur does actually finish that pipe that he's not going for, actually. He's going for a blink. So they're still not going to have that pipe. That's a major weakness in terms of the magic damage resistance. But actually, I don't know. Is it right to skip the pipe? Maybe they think they need the blink initiation and they'll win the fight that way.
Hard to say though. Like, I think there's definitely value, but at the same time, I could understand why they're getting the Lotus dagger, you know, so that because majority of the Execration damage is indeed physical, you know, from Slada and the cast. But let's see, you know, like if they can actually win a fight off the dagger plus Lotus, maybe it'll be worth it. 20 minutes is approaching, so a Tormentor fight is going to happen one way or the other. Execration, they have already killed the Roche, so there is no trade-off. If you don't fight the Tormentor, you're not getting anything, you know, for GamerLegion side, so they have to bring all their heroes top here. Dagger is on the way for Fate, so they need to make this count.
Tino's got his dagger as well. Really feels like who can get the initiation first. A smoke out from both sides. All 10 members will be...
fight. Game deciding fight, Mike. This is a big one.
RCY on the front line. If he gets jumped, he's in trouble. Big crush on the 2 into the silence. RCY able to use for now in the Stampede to try and preserve him. Death won't stop. Alo's still in trouble. In the thick of things, will try to get bailed out with a crush, but they just couldn't finish the kills off. All they find is RCY. Another snipe out onto the techies as well, but Yamson, he's still surviving on the back line. Traded 2 for 1 at the moment. Maybe Bob can play his way out of this and get Execration to an advantage. Finds the kill onto Big Num, and now they've got a shackle onto Yamson into the crush, and in comes the cast. They can't do shit. GamerLegion kind of get out-initiated there. It's all thanks to Tino and his Blink Crush to start things off.
And that ward towards the end, they're just giving them the vision of Yamson's position. Yeah, but like you said, it all started with the Slada stunning 2 heroes. Even though RCY kind of did a good job delaying with the use when he was coiled, he kind of bought a lot of time for his team, but it was just not enough, you know. Execration just had too good of an initiation with the 2-man crush, and we're gonna see it here. Both teams smoke in. Shanks, Tino blinks in, gets a 2-man stun, and after that the fight was kind of very, very favorable for Execration. They could really just jump in, finish off the heroes. I mean, Cass was the one that died as an exchange, but because the other heroes were low enough that they were able to pick them off one by one. So good fight there for Execration overall. Bob just slowly but surely cleaned everyone up towards the end.
Yeah, we're seeing the problem with controlling this puck, right? As much as we talk about him being countered, once the calling is down, once the Void Spirit dies, the Centaur and the Viper are never going to catch Bob. He will always be able to cut through them, and I guess even though Palos does go down in that situation, he does a great job kind of putting himself in the way, being a problem that they need to address. And I mean, again, Execration finding their footing here. 6k gold lead is pretty nice at this stage in the game. At GamerLegion, they haven't really been able to assemble that formation that you've talked about just yet.
Blinking. Oh no, they messed it up. They stacked their stuns. Is that going to matter? Tino? Okay, it doesn't matter. Like GamerLegion
survives there.
Yeah, GamerLegion.
Yamson will be a much bigger kill. Hang on. Looking for the Viper, gets a shackle, but way too deep. Even with the Gale Force, maybe you try. Stampede, stomp out. Fade with the counter initiation. CML forced to put a dying Death Ward down. All he gets is a little pine cone. He just farms a creep. Okay. Yeah, a bit too deep there from Execration, but yeah, sorry, you were saying?
I don't remember what I was saying, but that was a deep engagement there from Execration. They tried to go for the Viper, but it did not work out for them. But at least they only lose the Witch Doctor, so he was the only one that actually pays the price. Everyone got out. So I could say that space is created for Cass. If you're an Execration fan, he already has BKB on the Cass here, so pretty strong, you know. BKB, Desolator, casual Yasha, and the casual Falcon Blade. This Cass is looking to rumble. He is looking to fight with the Slada.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Damage is going to be explosive, right? Like, you talk about this Deso along with the
Yeah, and the
corrosive
shard.
haze.
The shard on the starter also, you're gonna blow heroes off, once you blink and get a good initiation on the starter.
Oh, this could be awkward. A big smoke move out. They're trying to wrap around on the puck again, but they don't know Execration are waiting in the wings. Could get pretty messy. They have a nice lane ward, but they don't see anyone on Execration just yet. The scan connects though. GamerLegion seem to have read this move and they're going for the long wraparound. Maybe waiting for someone to retreat. It's such a
This is very awkward.
setup.
Very, very awkward.
Yeah, what the hell was that? Okay,
It's
Tino.
daytime, you can't really surprise them. I mean, it's kind of risky though. They're coming in from this angle. Execration has a high ground ward. This does not look good. Bob is gonna break the smoke. Silence. They catch
in
him.
trouble. Push him back.
He's
Someone
dead.
help Bob. He's just gone. John's up to the high ground. He had a ward, but it was too close to the upper side of the triangle. Didn't expect GamerLegion to be prowling near that area, and Bob will go down. That's a big street for Yamson to grab.
I mean, Bob's at least gonna get BKB. So he's gonna be able to get out of that situation the next time it happens again. He got caught in like the silence like 3 times by the calling. And it just dies there,
That's just unfortunate. And there's a nice ball spotting out the
no,
entirety of
the other
Execration.
one.
DML's in trouble, and Palos, I think he just has to bail. Yep. Witch Doctor's gonna go down. I guess the one upside is that even though Witch Doctor is dying, he's not losing any gold, right? He's got 3
Okay,
going.
okay.
I'm just
You never stop trying, bro. You never stop trying, bro.
I'm actually a salesman from the Witch Doctor promotion program.
Anything to pitch. The Witch Doctor has a position 5 hero.
Well, Tino gonna get run down. Slow resistance ain't helping him in that regard. Nice catch again. The warding has been pretty solid from GamerLegion this game for them to find a lot of these moves.
You gotta win the game to prove your point. If Witch Doctor doesn't win the game, then whatever.
We're 25 minutes in and it's still 3k gold. It's still anyone's game. Even though GamerLegion got a nice few pickoffs, there is that BKB timing that you talked about for Execration. Although it is also coming up for GamerLegion, right? The Centaur has his BKB flying out to him very soon. RC-wise finished up this Aghanim's and the Vipers just finished up the Manta. So overall, I think we talked about GamerLegion needing to assemble this formation. I think they have the items that they need to start running down these lanes and maybe finishing off the rest of these tier 1s.
Yeah, Roche is going to be on the cards right now. He's going to be on top. I think this would be preferred for Radiant. Execration has the tier 1 tower top, tier 1 tower mid, so they have a better position on this side. But if GamerLegion can kind of surprise them and find a pick off here, that could turn things around.
Paddle's farming.
Wait, what?
Paddle's gonna get jumped. Paddle's just gonna die.
That is such a strange place to like... Why are they having 2 heroes sit there and then the other 3... The Puck is pushing out the mid wave. Wind Ranger is like hiding behind. Slala's Ancient is farming Ancients, That was a very, very strange sequence of events. Because
You know why? You know why that happens? It's because of this goddamn ward outside the secret shop. Execration have not been able to really clear out some of this vision that caught them off guard.
No, Mike. I mean, still, because Execration, they had no vision on the enemy team. So they were supposed to be a little bit more careful with where they're approaching. They have to be more on their side of the map, I think stepping up on the top side into the jungle there, that was a really risky move. Like, in order for you to do that, you need your support to be on the right side to break the smoke, not on the left, Because the Witch Doctor was kind of standing on the left.
Yeah.
If they were coming to kill your cast, it doesn't matter if your Witch Doctor is on the left, Like, one stun from the Witch Doctor ain't gonna save your carry.
Kez was right in this regard. Witch Doctor was left. Very sad.
Can't stop
the
with
Roche
the
pit,
memes
no?
today, yeah?
Wait, why did you... No, I'm just talking about them directionally. That's what you're referring to. Execration still in the Roche, though. They saw the Stampede used earlier for that catch onto Palos, and they recognize that the pit is theirs for the taking. So even though GamerLegion are finding these pickoffs, even though Execration are sort of stumbling a little bit and getting caught out on the map, it still hasn't really stopped Execration from hitting their timings, getting these objectives for themselves, and kind of still playing to their game plan, right? The Puck has BKB, now the gem, so he's going to start clearing out these vision points a lot more convincingly.
Triple BKB. They are pretty darn strong right now. But at the same time, I also feel like GamerLegion's timing at the moment is also going to be pretty strong. Viper's going to finish BKB. Centaur has BKB. White Spirit is also going to finish BKB in say another 2-3 minutes. So they're kind of gonna cancel each other out. You have to dodge for a bit on the GamerLegion side. You don't want to fight into the Aegis, so I think this is perfect for them to finish their last 2 BKBs, you know, and then maybe take a fight after that.
I'm probably gonna lose a couple of tier 2 towers while you're busy dodging.
Bob, that is not your high ground, Bob.
That was insane. That was actually crazy. Oh, Coil! Oh, they caught the horse! They caught the Witch Doctor magic! The Witch Doctor instantly gets cancelled. Nothing happens as a result.
They killed the Viper.
Oh my god. Bob baited them in after that high ground. The RTZ from Fade. You can take a man out of North America, but you can't take the North America out of a man, Winter. Oh, that was rough.
How long have you been waiting to say that, Mike?
I did. I'm not gonna lie. I just came out. That was off the dome. But man, what a strange sequence of events. We were talking about GamerLegion dodging. They were trying to defend their vision versus Bob. It's this whole weird affair.
Dude, why would they try to do that? The Cats have Aegis anyway. Like, even if they get the catch onto Puck, it still feels like they're gonna die, you know? They're gonna lose heroes there, you know? That was such a dangerous position.
Maybe they thought they could get away with it quickly enough to get the jab.
How could they have gotten away? They're gonna be stuck on the high ground. They're gonna have Aegis Cats running, and like you can see from this replay here in the moment.
Yeah.
Wait,
well,
what?
No, we already watched the replay, brother.
Okay.
Keep up, my goodness. Also, in the mess, the Yamson died. His courier also died. So man just doesn't have his BKB for another 1 minute. Execration just get a Rax for free, and they don't even lose the Aegis. Okay, a gift from GamerLegion, I guess.
Okay. We accept them back into the SDA, brothering. RC,
RC, why?
We forgot about your treachery.
Filipino privileges card is reinstated. Congratulations. You now can take multiple pieces of lechon at the family gathering.
Food is what ties us together, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody was telling me that this Witch Doctor hero needs to win the game because that's crazy, dude.
Relax, brother. Somebody was also telling you, oh, the game's not over. It's 25 minutes in the game, you know.
That's true. I mean, I think GamerLegion, it's looked a little bit messy for them in the past few minutes. I feel like I keep going back to the same thing over and over. At some point, when they come together as a 5-man unit, it feels like they should be stronger, but we're also seeing maybe some of the weaknesses of their lineup, right? As soon as Execration saw that Viper, he does not have enough armor to survive the burst, man. Kaz and Tino just rip him to shreds. So that's always gonna be something that he has to be so careful about, even with the backup of the techies, with his armor and Guardian Greaves and Solar Crest.
I'm happy that you brought that up. That leads me to doubt the BKB choice here. Because it's dying to pure damage from Witch Doctor, and then the frag things from Kaz and Stara. So what does the BKB actually help him with? It's mostly the Coil, the Silence, and the
Maledict, of course. A very high value spell.
Yeah, of course, you know.
Yeah.
So the BKB is not exactly like an item that would make sure that he doesn't die anymore in the team fight.
They spot RCY. Bossing that BKB out. Still got the bash to be able to just dissimulate his way out of there.
Still, that does not feel good. They're gonna have to give up this tower. No BKB on your mid laner means probably no fight. But then again, you know, they fought against the Cats with Aegis just now, so I don't know if this is going to deter them, you know. Our mid not having his BKB up, maybe they're still gonna go in. Guys, we're still strong. We can still go, you know. Don't be afraid. Well, maybe you should.
Aegis is expiring here for Palos in 20 seconds time.
Parry. Oh, this is my favorite spell of the hero, Parry.
Still Hurricane Pike. Meanwhile, Bob just poking away on the sideline.
Yep. Parry, dodge everything. Best spell in Dota right now.
Very cool, very cool. The P in Palos stands for parry. A big Aegis power play here. They managed to gather themselves 3.5k net worth, and you might be saying, Mike, you're out of your goddamn mind. 3.5k is nothing. You gotta consider that this game has been pretty even throughout, right? 5k is like the biggest gold lead that we've had. It's been pretty back and forth. Both teams kind of taking turns gifting each other little offerings here on Chinese New Year. Now Palos.
Who's gonna get the bigger piece of the bagua? You know.
They just picked down that little banner of
BKB.
ease. Meanwhile, initiation on the back line. Fade forced to pop his BKB. Blast off completely off the mark with the Voodoo Switcheroo, though that's value right there. Palos right in the middle of the tier 3 tower. Now getting focused down as to watch himself. Ravensvale won't save it. Tino couldn't come through. Oh, way too late on the response there from Execration, and they bite off a bit more than they can chew. RCY still on the chase, but do you really want to fight into the park? Do you have the control? Bob's now going to turn around, try and burst down onto Big Num. They find the kill on the Muerta, and Bob's still dancing around.
He still has BKB.
That BKB. He's waiting for his opportunity, but we'll just let the GamerLegion calls go.
Wait, how did the cast just disappear? Like he got
Didn't press his BKB? Didn't press his BKB.
Stunned by Santo, and that was it. You know, one stun and bye-bye.
Yeah. I think it's another fight where he actually, because I'm looking at his dev summary now, and we'll probably have a replay of that. If you watch, at some point he pops his Satanic to try and lifesteal up.
What happened here?
He gets broken, he just stands here, Remnant, stun, silence, nothing else. So I think it was one of those situations where he probably could have popped BKB. Maybe he expected Tino to come in with a blink. Seemed like something cancelled Tino's blink. So the Spada couldn't come in.
Imagine if you have a pause 5 that could have saved the carry there, yeah, instead of a Witch Doctor. Imagine. Just imagine. I got to play on the other side, right? I can't just go on the same side. Oh, Witch Doctor is such a good hero.
That's true. Okay.
I'm gonna get everybody to pick Witch Doctor tomorrow.
Dude, okay, look. That first game we had was like really severe outclass, right? OG were very clearly the better team compared to YB, at least in that series. And then this game, I feel like we're just watching... I don't really know what's actually going. I feel like Execration, they had an advantage for themselves multiple times throughout this game, but then they keep disrespecting the GamerLegion lineup. Like they'll run up and then just get blown up. And I think what I'm coming to the conclusion of is both these teams have insane burst potential, and I think maybe there's not enough respect from either side in terms of how fast these heroes can die, because Execration, they're clearly feeling very strong, right? They keep running in and just GamerLegion are able to pick up these basically very free kills.
Yeah, they don't have saves, you know, that's the thing. Like you have a force staff on the Execration side, but that's pretty much it. Your force staff and glimmers and the supports, those are the saves. You don't have like a disruption or an escape act, you know, for that matter. Like, and no reliable save on either side. So the moment somebody gets jumped, somebody's gonna die. You know, like the burst damage is very, very high on both sides. Yeah. I mean, Centaur needs to get the Aghanims as soon as possible. You know? And he needs it to mainly save the Viper. You know, so the Viper can just go up on the card and just do damage.
Bob jumping onto the high ground. Coil's gonna stop that Stampede from really doing much. Big Num's dead. Nice Witch Doctor cask there.
Yeah, best ever spell, you know, best ever not.
That was crazy. It got bounced back, and it actually, you know what was funny? The Lotus Orb cask actually did more work than the actual cask itself.
Yeah, if there wasn't a Witch Doctor, none of that would have been possible. So pick Witch Doctor, guys.
No, absolutely. Like this guy. TML's putting in the work. A 7k gold lead, again, I feel like the gold lead doesn't really matter. It's just about whether Execration can like cleanly execute. It seems like this high ground attempt is going to be pretty difficult without an Aegis though. They really Shiva's mogged that illusion hard. Did you see that?
Yeah, they don't have a very good sieging lineup, like for Execration. I think their heroes are good at killing heroes, but not exactly good at killing buildings, you know. So they're gonna have to slowly play, look for pickoffs. And Roshan is gonna roar, so they're gonna release the warning for GamerLegion.
Oh, the bait, dude.
That was...
Bait jumps in with the Stampede, Execration with the mind games, backing out of the Roach Pit, and now you don't have that Stampede to work with. Back in, bullets
still dangerous. Still dangerous.
Dangerous, but for who? GamerLegion need to make a commitment, but Roche, he's still pretty healthy, and RCY just has to bounce out. Meanwhile, Bob, he's coiled up 3. Yamster needs to get into the pick. Can RCY steal it? No one's got Aegis. It's Palos who grabs it. And now RCY, Death Ward, bouncing onto multiple heroes. CML, it's barely doing damage though. GamerLegion, they need to try and come out of this fight on top. If not, they're not going to stand a chance. Palos closing the distance onto Yamster, the Ravensvale, onto the Viper, and they slice down the Poison Drake. RCY, the only survivor on the sidelines, able to BKB on Fade and get out as well. But GamerLegion kind of panicking a little bit in that moment, not really knowing the state of the Roche. They run in and commit hard, and They're not losing that fight big time.
Yeah, that was a very good read by Execration. They didn't run up the ramp. They stayed on the low ground. They waited. They know that GamerLegion is the one that is feeling stressed out. You know, they have to come in to scout. They have to come in to find more information, and they don't have Stampede, right? I think that is primarily the reason why Execration felt really, really comfortable doing the rush there, and they took advantage of that. So very, very nicely done by Execration. GamerLegion, they're stuck on their last legs right now. They're gonna lose another lane of Rex. At this point, 30 seconds before Yamstorm is going to respawn. And this is not
nice
looking good for them.
Fade's in trouble.
That is that's a rough pause. That's a rough pause right there. I mean, if the Centaur just dies here on the Execration side, you would think that the Viper is not going to have buyback. Because if he has buyback, he's going to use it here. So this is going to give them information that probably the Viper does not have buyback, so they might feel more confident going for the next set of Rex here.
Yeah, I mean, Stun's about to run out on the Centaur, so he should be able to, I want to say, Lotus Orb himself and Stampede away. I feel like he should be fine. But either way, this has developed into a very messy situation, and we were watching the replay of that previous fight, and honestly, this Puck's playing out of his mind, right? For a 9-pick Puck that we were talking about, like potentially being countered by the Void Spirit, potentially being countered by the Muerta, he literally coiled 3 people and made sure that Yamson couldn't get past him. GamerLegion was just in there alone with RCY. That was about it. You imagine how differently it would look if the rest of the team was able to follow up with a nice calling in the pit, into a blast off, into a couple of techies' minds. Would have been chaos for Execration, but yeah. Yeah, this is now looking a bit tricky for GamerLegion here to hang on to. I wonder what happened to Bob's mouse. Did it just drop? Like, did it run out of battery or something? Because we can still see him on our camera. He's probably just kind of replacing it right now. Bob's back?
Never use a wireless mouse, my friend. Never.
Yeah, I don't.
Never.
I don't know why people do. Maybe they just don't like the wire on it. You know, like it gets in the way, perhaps.
Yeah, but
how can you get the
risky.
360 no scope?
Batteries are risky, my friend. You never know. Someday you might forget to charge it, and then yeah.
No, it's okay because you can always just press pause on the game. Halos,
sure.
Getting feared away. Centaur will survive. Like you said, no buyback on the Viper, but they don't want to tempt fate. They're still holding on to that Aegis for another day.
Viper's going to respawn. He's going to have his BKB up, so this should signal the retreat for Execration. They're going to still have 3 minutes on the Aegis, so still time to prepare their next offense. They are going to... Are they waiting on any items right now? Not exactly, I think.
A soldier's fortune.
I think once they're ready with the heroes, with their spells, they should be looking to go again soon.
Wait, isn't it one of those things where there's no point for them to go to the high ground? Because right now they're just... If they try and go on high ground, that's where they've sort of faltered in the past, right? So yeah, I kind of think what they're doing now makes sense, where they just kind of hold this high ground and clear out the vision and wait for GamerLegion to come out, because there's not much GamerLegion can do otherwise.
I mean, at the same time, you also have the Aegis for another 2 minutes. You don't really want to just let it go by, you know. Maybe you can wait for the AC, but I do feel like they should be ready to mount an offense, you know. They don't want to just sit back, trade farm against Execration is happy if you're trading farm. They are in a position where they cannot really decide the fate of the game anymore, or the direction of it. All they can do is sit and react to what Execration is doing at the moment on the GamerLegion side.
It's a strange little perch for Shanks to be on. I guess he's cosplaying a ward right now.
Have you seen the new tech on Sniper Position 4?
Oh my god, you calling me out for promoting Witch Doctor 5? Have you seen the new tech on Sniper? Are you listening to yourself, Winter?
Click, take aim, you have a cone vision, so you're kind of like, bro, it was on Reddit. Somebody was posting some new tech, you know, you can be a scout on Position 4 Sniper, a very
okay, I mean,
scout.
I get it. It's kind of hype. You play that Sentry-esque type.
Yeah.
Type build, right? Like you
think I'm trying to troll you, you know, but
no,
I
no,
actually... I actually feel like there might be some potential in this, you know.
Yeah, you see, here's the thing, right? You say that, and then like one of these pro teams tries it, and then you flame them into oblivion. that's yeah, I don't really get this sniper. Like, why can't you just pick a normal pulse fire? SD's still in the pool. Okay. Here we go now, Execration, ready to rumble, up to the high ground. They faltered here before, they need to be careful. Palos still got their Aegis to work with, but not able to put out any damage. Palos just being full controlled up and sliced apart. First life gone, Bomb's gonna try and come in, put a call out onto Yamson. The Viper's doing quite a bit of damage, Death Ward to cover as well. Palos just has the Raptors dance walk down. That was a very unceremonious attempt there at the high ground, and GamerLegion didn't really have to use much for it. Maybe just the Viper BKB, whoo, speed. Gets eliminated in an instant, has a buyback available though. Here comes RCY. GamerLegion, they've got a bit too far with RCY and he gets crushed and killed. The backup just wasn't there. Buyback there on the techies, buyback available on the Void Spirit as well. Execration, poking and prodding, in they come. Another Hex out onto the Viper. They need help. Yamson's in trouble, able to Hurricane Pike away. Palos with the chase. RCY with the buyback. They got the touch onto the Witch Doctor, but this is a Witch Doctor. Even if he dies, I don't think he gives a shit. Palos now on the front line. This might be a dieback on RCY if he's not careful. Has to retreat back to the base. Meanwhile, speed. Again, that's a dieback on the techies. Not able to come in with the Yamson damage. He's starting to stack up those poison attacks, but the Voodoo switcheroo and Fade and Yamson just being controlled and herded back into the base. GamerLegion, they just were never able to assemble this 5-man unit to fight back against Execration. Bob's had a free game, and Bob will find another. CML pops in with the Maledict. And that should be all she wrote. GamerLegion, not much else they can do in this situation as the Rex get mopped up, their team gets mopped up. Looks like Execration, they've done it here. 32k gold lead, one final fight. GamerLegion gonna band together for it. 3v5 at best, maybe setting up for RCY to come in and get the pick off on Park, but again, another sheep stick, just controlling that Void Spirit. He has nothing he can do about that situation. Just hide in the fountain, call GG, and hope that game 2 goes a little bit more in your favor, because Execration, they'll be the ones to come out of that game number 1 on top.
What a game. The Witch Doctor prevails, Mike. Witch Doctor is back, man.
Let's go!
Ladies and gentlemen, Witch Doctor is in the meta right now. I mean, outside of the Witch Doctor, I think Execration, they were able to... I feel like this game, they controlled the Roche pretty well with the Slada and Cass. They were able to get multiple Roches, like really, really good fights, especially the one where they kind of baited GamerLegion in after Fate wasted his Stampede, one of the Roche fights. I think that was also a really crucial one. So I think they did a really good job in that aspect, controlling the Roche area this game. The laning phase also kind of went okay, pretty good for them. But overall, I think it was the execution in the Roshan fights that kind of won them the game this time around. GamerLegion, unfortunately, they need to go back and they have to rebuild the replays and understand how is Execration outfoxing them in the Roche fight. And some of the deaths that I think Yamson had as well, like he was pretty farmed, you know, but there were a couple of really bad deaths that he got caught. His team was either not ready in time or he was just out of position. They kind of lost them certain important fights as well, you know. So those are the things that I feel like GamerLegion, they have to really look back and figure out how do they solve the problem, right? What is wrong, and they have to quite quickly fix it and get into the next game.
I was honestly quite concerned about Execration because GamerLegion, of course, ever since hiring the new coach Mangusu, it feels like they've been slowly beating stronger and stronger opponents. And I thought, you know, Mangusu, not many people know this, but he did have a brief stint on Nemesis, so he probably had studied some Execration games. But it didn't really feel that way coming into this game, right? It felt like they still didn't really know that Bob's Puck would do it to him like that. Maybe they
also
thought...
The first bird, I remember the first bird, they strangely walked up the ramp at 0 minutes before the creep spawn. So it was also kind of maybe something that they knew about Execration. They think that Execration always does the smoke late, so they felt like they wanted to take certain risks initially. So that kind of also didn't really pan out for them, and they lost 3 bounty runes for that, you know.
Yeah, it ended up a little bit weird for sure. Execration, even though it was messy, it wasn't the cleanest. They still managed to come out on top. Game 1 of this best of 2 goes to them. Let's see whether they can make it a quick 2-0 after a short break.
back bloody time.
Look at me. Is it magic what you see? Tell me it's a love or just fantasy. Am I dreaming? Step to the left, yeah, move with the flow. Good times roll, yeah, we letting it show. Hands to the sky, yeah, feeling so free. Love in the air, yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cause I'm right where I wanna be. Yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cause I'm right where I wanna be. Yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Yes, yes, yes. Right where I wanna be. Yo, let's get it. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Cause I'm right where I wanna be. Yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cause I'm right where I wanna be. Yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Man, ooh, did you see that girl?
No, stop it, man. I saw it first.
My lord.
Nah, back off, man.
First time I saw you, I knew I had to have you. Don't mean no one night stand. Gotta find a way to be a man. It's something about the way you turned and looked at me. Your smile, it turned me on and set my mind at ease. I'm trying hard not to stare. Don't wanna look thirsty. Just trying to play it cool. Gotta show you that I'm worthy. You walked in on the air and seemed to leave this room. I just had to find a way to get next to you. I'm here to testify. Give me a chance, I'm satisfied. Captivate your heart and I'll blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up cause I'm one of a kind. Hot side, you're checking me out. Trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't know first, I'm gonna figure it out. Wolves howling at the moon, peacocking acting like a fool. I'm bothered as you sift through all the nonsense they throw at you. That type of thing don't interest me when it comes to you. I can't wait to show you that my love is true. Don't wanna miss my chance. Would you mind if I took your hand? Out on the floor, baby, let's dance. Extended cut, DJ, make it last. We're the only ones in here, we're so into this groove. intoxicated by the way our bodies move. Hey, chance I'm satisfied. Hey, and I blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up, cause I'm one of a kind. So you're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Come on, if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't at first, I'm gonna figure it out. Chance I'm satisfied. And I blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up, cause I'm one of a kind. So you're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't at first, I'm gonna figure it out.
Players gonna play, don't blame the player, blame the game. Don't hate on my Steve.
Execration with a lot to prove coming into this Dream League Season 28. This is the only event of the season that they've qualified for, but starting out nice against GamerLegion. Some hiccups along the way, but still very much able to secure that game number 1. On the flip side, GamerLegion, despite their presence at some of these other Tier 1 events, seemed to be a bit shaky. There were some moments that we weren't quite happy with. Winter, let's start there. What exactly do you feel like went wrong for GamerLegion that saw them lose game 1 to Execration in the end?
Some of the teamfight coordinations, the way they move around the map, like how they're shuffling out ways. I think the couple of deaths on the Viper when he was shuffling lanes, those was the crucial ones. And the teamfight execution, I think Fate, especially, he missed a couple of really key initiations. I mean, those were the primary causes of their downfall that game. I think they need to definitely clean up their act in those aspects in this game if they want to have a better chance against Execration. I think by no means the game was a one-sided affair. I think GamerLegion, they had their chances. They started the game well. They were pretty fat on the Centaur, all 3 cores, the Centaur, the Viper, and then the Void Spirit. I think Void Spirit opted for not a very conventional build, like with the Eels. You don't really see Eels so much. I'm not sure how much that has to do with the way the game went as well, but I kind of felt like he fell off really hard on the Void Spirit. Like after a couple of botched team fights, I just didn't really feel RCY in the game anymore, after that. And the moment he got his Aghanims, the puck already has BKB, so how is Void Spirit gonna counter a puck if you don't even have the Aghanims timing?
Yeah, we were wondering if RCY was going to rush it, going for that Yules first. And it makes sense because GamerLegion, that lineup didn't have the best catch. I kind of think that if you go for a Yules build, it kind of feels like those old school, okay, if you go Blink first, you need to make more happen, right? It felt like RCY was able to find 1 or 2 pickoffs, but not nearly enough to keep the GamerLegion engine going, to get them towards their Aghanims timing, to punish the puck and everything. Bob, on the flip side, ended up having such a stellar game from the mid, despite maybe a bit of a lapse earlier on. I feel like GamerLegion, especially switching this Viper to pause 1, I know it's worked out for them before in the past, and maybe they are doing that to make sure that RCY can have a good lane matchup no matter what. But I don't know, something doesn't really sit right with me about just sacking Yamsun like that, I feel like that's the way that GamerLegion play, and yes, Yamsun's a bit more of a unorthodox carry player. He plays some of the weirder heroes. He has a different style compared to your typical pause 1. But I just kind of feel like putting him on a Viper, especially in a game where there's such high physical damage, I don't know whether he was ever set up for success. Here's a trade though, Execration taking away the Jakiro, but that will open up GamerLegion for their Razor.
This is a pretty decent hero into Jakiro. I think in the lane, if you're going to put Razor in the off lane against Jakiro, as long as you have a melee hero, you can actually play the lane. I think the issue with solving this Jakiro hero is whether you can actually get past the lane. I think the hero is fine, or even like on the below average side when it comes to the mid-late game impact. So if you can find a solution for the early lane, then you're gonna solve this Jakiro hero. So I would like to see them open their second phase draft with a melee heroes to kind of keep the Razor on the off lane open at least. So let's see if they are going to actually do that. Execration, they're going to remove the Warlock first, one of Speed's favorite hero. It's also really good with Razor. Razor really likes the healing supports. So they remove both of them, the Largo and the Warlock. Because you're always constantly fighting on this hero. And you kind of just need your supports to keep you alive, So Largo and Warlock, they're both very, very good combinations with Razor.
What else are you looking for with Razor? Because you mentioned you need to try and find a recipe to crack this Jakiro, right? If you survive the lane, what pause 4 do you think they could pair up with this Razor that would make the Jakiro's life rough?
Any melee hero, I think, will be fine.
Like Tiny, maybe?
Tiny, yeah, Taz, Tiny. What else? Clock. I think Clock is actually pretty underrated right now. It's not picked a lot, but I think the hero has a lot of potential. You can set up kills. Clock is also pretty good against Jakiro. And they're gonna go for their double core opening. As I think as always, they like to do this on the second pick side. You 9 pick a core, and then you 13 pick another core as well. They ban out the Kes, one of the counters to Centaur, but there is still Ursa. I think Ursa is kind of nice against Centaur, but not so good into Razor. So this Razor Centaur pick kind of covers each other in the draft. And let's see what the Execration is going to pick here. I expect them to pick the carry since they already see their off lane. So another support and a carry here. What are they going to do here? The Ursa seems like a potential pick. Other than that, there might be a TA. There, what else does Palos probably want here? I mean, if you want Morphling, you have to pick it at 18. You can't pick it here. So maybe they're trying to use DK as like a cover, you know. So maybe they can get an 18 pick Morphling here because they do play DK mid and carry.
Makes DK good here because I'm looking at this. I know DK Jakiro is a strong safe lane if that's what they want to go for, but
it's a flex also. They were looking for a flex that can be moved between two lanes. You know, I think DK is one of them. It's very hard to find a flex that can be moved around lanes. Usually there's Viper, core flex, right? Viper, Razor. I think Dragon Knight is the third one. These are the three most common flex on cores. You know. So you don't have the Viper, the enemy has already picked Razor, so you're kind of only left with Dragon Knight. So I think it makes
Dragon Knight feels like an awkward matchup into Razor though. Can't you just sap away all his damage and
but you can actually out DPS the Razor when you get level 18. You have a lot of damage, so I feel like you don't really necessarily worry about this matchup as much, and you also build a Hurricane Pike right later in the game. So the Pike is a very essential item against Razor. And GamerLegion here, they're gonna go for the Dark Willow. Very good, I think, counter towards the Tusk. You have the root, so you make it difficult for him to use the Snowball to save. Also a very, very strong laner, which has high amount of magic DPS. I think against DK, if you want to crack this dragon with armor, you need to use magic damage. So Willow is, I think it's a very, very good hero to be able to deal with that. And now for the speed hero. What is speed going to play? I think he is going to play something like... I think Phoenix is also kind of good here, because Phoenix against DK is great. It's very good against Tusk in the lane. You can't right-click the Fire Spirits through the Fire Spirits. So I expect him to be playing Phoenix. It's very good with the Razor and the Centaur. Those are two very good frontline heroes where you can heal, and you're also very good at killing the DK, you know, with your Sunray. And on top of that, there's one more thing. Dark Willow protects the egg with Terrorize.
Your pretty nice combo. The only concern is the BKB timing from the DK, but if the DK is BKB and hitting your egg, then that might not be too good of a time for Execration. Out comes the Dazzle, high amount of healing. You talked about the healing supports being a factor for GamerLegion. Now, the one thing I will say is that Execration, they play their fair share of Dazzle as well. They know the ins and outs of this hero. They particularly like to run it on position 3 on Tino, and sometimes CML on 5, sorry. So if there's any team that might know how to deal with this matchup, it could be them. They're now missing kind of backline jump. You have a good front to back on Execration, right? You got the support Tusk initiating on the front line, along with the DK. You got Chikiro backing him up, but you don't really have that backline assassin. Maybe another puck to come out for Bob.
You go for the Ember. This is kind of also a backline assassin. It works really well with the supports, especially Jakiro. I think Jakiro loves Ember Spirit the most. Like they are like brothers, you know. They're like a very good couple. You chains and then you land the Jakiro spells as follow-up. Pair made in heaven.
Yeah.
So that means that the DK is going to be a carry here against the Centaur, and they're going to last pick an off laner. So they're going to need...
Winter, sorry, gotta stop you there. You've forgotten the Tino pipe.
Oh no, don't. What was the build? Pipe, use... What was the third?
Pipe, use Dragon Knight with a 4-star.
No, there was one more. There was one more. Oh yeah, 4-star. Damn. Was it also against a Razor? That's why he got a 4-star?
No. It was against an Ursa.
Damn. Oh yeah, it was Ursa. That's why he had a use. Please, no.
Kind of have a feeling that this Razor's going mid, actually. I think it's Razor mid, not Razor 1.
I mean, we'll see.
Isn't it decent into Ember? Like, you can't really... Okay. I feel like Ember can't really do anything versus Razor.
You can build the Greaves, for sure. Against Ember, you want a Greaves hero. So I can definitely see some potential in that. I mean, for Execration, this is the important thing. you're gonna look at Tino. Tino, do you want to? You're like whispering softly. You know, do you actually want the DK? No. Just give me a Zoo hero. Zoo hero is very good against Zoo, Dazzle and Below. So I think we might see like some kind of Zoo hero here. Not sure.
They opt to ban out the team fight and the catch, right? The Mars and the Beastmaster being taken out. That opens up the Beastmaster. That opens up the Enigma, if that's what Execration want to go for. That's what GamerLegion banned in the previous matchup. Blackpool could be quite nice.
Okay, they go with Dawn actually. So this is a classic Execration thing they like to do for Bob to enable him to go crazy. But why is it good here? I mean, they have the Tusk, so the Dawnbreaker plus Tusk is a terrifying lane. But outside of that, I think it's mainly just for the lane. Because against Razor, you can kind of use the slow to disengage from the stack lane. And you also have a lot of damage to actually just outfight the Razor in the lane, you know, with the Tusk.
Yeah.
So I think the idea here for Execration is just, once again, you know, as all the C teams like to do, pick good lanes and snowball from there, you know. They are just going to have a very simple plan in that manner. And for GamerLegion, can they actually survive the lanes, right? They themselves have pretty strong lanes, Dazzle, Razor, Dark Willow, Centaur. So those are two, I think, pretty solid side lanes. So they have to, I think, try to pick something to enable everything. I don't necessarily think that they have to pick a mid matchup that wins the lane. They just need something that fits with the draft here.
Choose your hero.
So Park kind of gives them some initiate. I think this is kind of important for them because they only have Centaur. Dark Willow is not exactly a initiator. So now they have Centaur, they have the Coil. They also have Coil with Terrorize. So that's a pretty terrifying combination. But on the bright side for Execration, you do have Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight is one of the better heroes against Park. Ember Spirit in the lane is also kind of good against Park, you know. I think the laning phase is actually just straight up better for Ember Spirit, you know. So I think for GamerLegion, they need to be careful not to get overrun by the lane again, you know, this time. They're up against very, very strong lanes. They have to make sure that they maybe they can try some shenanigans because their side lanes, the Centaur and the Razor, they're both very, very good calls to go 3 heroes. Like, I think they should maybe go 3 heroes on one lane at level 1 before the game starts, or maybe as soon as the lane starts, to go try and get a first bird to upset the balance of the lane. Maybe go with the Razor's lane because Centaur can play on his lane alone for a while and try to get a first bird to upset the momentum of the game there. So that could be something that GamerLegion could look to do this game.
Yeah, Execration, they managed to benefit from... I don't want to say it was a lapse in judgment. Maybe GamerLegion just kind of, like you said, over-prepped a bit, right? They watched some of the previous Execration replays, maybe expecting a later smoke. So Fate walks up to the high ground, gives away that first blood. That ends up starting a momentum shift very much in Execration's favor from the lanes. Kind of what they're going for again here in this game, number 2. RCY got to try and bring it back with his puck. But this is a very Execration draft, right? This is perhaps one of the most Execration drafts. We've seen them pilot this type of lineup to success. I especially love what you called out with Tino on the Dawnbreaker. It's really just to enable Bob so he can play front lines. I'm kind of worried about... Yeah, crazy is the important part. I'm worried that GamerLegion might run into some damage issues potentially because I'm looking at their team fight. And yeah, there's the pop spells, but Razor is the type of carry hero that takes a while to scale up in terms of his own damage. So I just wonder whether that's actually going to be enough, especially with the big Solar Guardian. At some point, maybe you're assuming that Tino's going to get, let's say, a pipe or maybe some auras as well. So I feel like that could get tricky. We'll see how it goes here. Game number 2, GamerLegion versus Execration. I'm gonna just say this might be Southeast Asia bias. You can call it what you want, but I'm favoring the Execration draft. Even though I would like to see GamerLegion tie this series up.
Okay, I think I kind of like the GamerLegion draft just a slightly better. I feel like having Razor, Centaur, Puck, they have a much more, I think, well-rounded core. They scale harder, and all they need to do is make sure they get into the late game. Because the late game, Razor can kind of sort of deal with the DK's damage, and then you add on a Puck in late game. They don't really have very good stuns outside the DK. So then you have the auras of the Centaur to back things up with. I feel like long-term advantages is going to be on the GamerLegion side. In early game, I don't think that their lanes are actually that weak that Execration can just run them over though. But I do still feel like Execration has a slightly better laning phase with the Tusk and Jakiro as their support duo compared to the Dazzle and Dark Wheeler. But overall, I think Execration is the one that has to play faster. They have to snowball their lead from the early game. They have to make rotations. They are the ones that have to make the moves. They don't really like to play the game if the game is like dragged on too long. Because Dawnbreaker, I think, falls off pretty quickly in the game if you don't get an advantageous start on this hero.
Oh, you don't think Dawnbreaker's gonna scale up into a big muscle mommy from the off lane?
Not anymore. I'm sorry.
Did he go for the Star Search facet compared to the Solar Charge?
What did you go? Oh yeah, he went Star Search, yeah? Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. You're trying to play for the tag team and play for the Dragon Knight attack speed. I can understand that.
Yeah. I think that makes sense. In practice, I always feel like this is kind of underwhelming in practice. I always feel like it doesn't exactly do as much or is as reliable. But before that happens, we're gonna see maybe a potential fight here. Execration trying to be sneaky. They're coming in behind with a smoke. Let's see if they can get a kill. Nope.
I was going to give up this position.
Just
Big
what I was
Nam.
waiting for.
I just walk into the lane against Shanks here. Shanks trying to bait them in.
Nobody
Big Nam.
picks up.
Big Nam! Oh, Big Nam, you've fallen for the bait, brother. And hide in the Shadow Realm. Big
fine.
plasma field. Hammer comes through. They don't have the range, and Shanks. Poison touched up. Uh-oh. They're gonna have to try and deny the task. They get the deny, but Tino's now in trouble. Gonna try and TP out. He's taken quite a bit of damage though. Nice play there from Big Nam. Gets caught out by the trap, but still holds on to the skill point and ends up surviving.
That was a very, very important skill there for Dark Widow to get the Shadow Realm. There was no chance she would survive if she had Bramble Maze there. So that was a very good decision by Big Nam in the end. Just unfortunate they couldn't really get the kill because they managed to get the deny on the Execration side. So good plays there by both teams. So now we are back to square one, 0-0 for the laning phase.
Yeah, Tino had to salve up for that though, just to get himself back into fighting range. And the shenanigans will commence. I think as much as we're watching the top lane now, I think a lot of the action will actually happen in the bot. It just really is a positional game, right? Whether the Tusk can get the angle onto maybe, let's say, the Dazzle or the Razor and scare them off. I do think you need to focus the Dazzle though, because if you're trying to go onto Yamsun, he's always going to be within that creep wave, and a big Shadow Wave heal could just blow you up before you expect it.
Playing melee heroes against Dazzle, this is something you have to be very, very careful. Not just the heal, there's just a poison touch as well. Sometimes you see Tusk players go for level 1 snowball, against Dazzle, just to dodge the poison. I think Boxy is the one that I remember, he likes to do that. Maybe not in this type of lane where you need to have tag team to get a kill with Dawnbreaker.
That's more for like when you're trying to pull waves or something, right?
Yeah, precisely. In this game, you're probably not going to see it that much, You're probably just going to see Shard try to block people in, tag team, like what we're seeing right now. Razor dodges away from the stun in the end. Yeah, he's going to survive because of that.
Click down a little bit. The slow is there. Makes his way around the tree line though. Wait, what? Shanks! Shanks started punching the Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker's fine, brother, dude. Top lane. First blood drawn onto CML. Finds himself caught out of position. He is not fine indeed. Now, you see, if he was playing Witch Doctor, he could have turned around, passed them. That's not out of this.
I thought we were going to have a break from Witch Doctor this game. Apparently not, yeah?
I mean, we do, but he's not in the game. That's the last I'll speak about him, I promise. Just had to do it. One time for the content.
Hope you keep your word, like 3 minutes, Lotus. Big Nam's going to claim the top Lotus here. So he's going to be happy.
CML full HP not wanting to contest that or what? Like what? Was he scared of dying again?
He just didn't want to take too much damage. Yeah, maybe potentially dying as well. Centaur is a pretty big threat, around that Lotus pool. If you've got too far up, you're gonna take a lot of damage. I mean, he also
I still
opted for
thought,
a very defensive build on the Centaurs. No points in double edge. Just wants to have Retaliate to farm.
I mean, makes sense, right? Maybe between him and Big Nam, they're just like, okay, I play the economy game because I'm not going to be able to pressure Palos anyway. So I just focus on my farm, try and match.
Yeah,
Looks
so
like Execration
the action is going to be here. The action is going to be here. The Dawn and the Tusk.
I don't know. They're like kind of giving up on playing the lane now. They're just full on pulling.
It's just a temporary thing, right? They're gonna... The moment they get level 3, I feel like they should try to look for a kill. I mean, right now they're kind of trying to just dodge for the level 3. But yeah, mid lane, this is also a pretty interesting lane. I'm kind of surprised to see RCY doing so well, yeah? This should be an Ember favorite lane. Slightly, you know.
Hold that thought. Stun comes out in the top lane. Palos trying to click down Fate. Those 2 levels in return, not going to save him here. Well, EML gonna turn around, put as much damage as possible into Big Nam. Probably just wants to die. And this is kind of an awkward position for Big Nam. But also, I want to point out, since you were mentioning the mid lane, there was a nice rotation from Speed to walk over there and deny the water rune. So RCY, not only is he already dominating the lane, he also gets both water runes, further putting Bob at a resource deficit, as you can see here.
Yeah, he has to go back to base. This is not looking good for Bob here. He's gonna miss at least a full wave here.
The King is asking for his escorts, but unfortunately the supports are a little bit too busy playing the side lanes. Another setup onto Fate. Only level 3 on this Centaur. They can put a lot of damage out with the tag team, and my goodness, what a gank there from Shanks.
Yeah, this is really, really bad for Fate. 2 deaths back to back. He has no TP, he has to walk all the way out. Yeah, this is bad news for Fate. A little bit too careless there, you know, because the Tusk just died. So you kind of have to play defensive until you see the hero. You know, you don't want to give away deaths by just people TPing after they died to a lane.
A little bit rough, but Fate, we've seen how he plays the Centaur anyway. He doesn't mind sort of being left alone in the island. I kind of expect Big Nam to start making rotations over to try and contest for this minute 6. There he is. RCY on the bot. Big Nam in the top. Oh, it's... Oh. Actually coming over to try and punish Bob. Doesn't pick up the shield room while he's there, so... Meanwhile, Execration setting up a play, but the Plasma Field spots out Shanks in the bottom side of
Unlucky.
that lane. So, yeah, kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, what can you do? But meanwhile, they have a shield rune on Puck, so RCY picks up the first power rune here. Definitely going to be more happy about this. He wants to use it on the shrine, but actually nope, he's going to use it now. Going for a solo kill. Not a solo kill because he has backup. Level 6 on
Nice dodge away. Thinking about pulling back to the Remnant. Has to be so careful. RCY's just waiting for him to jump straight back in. He's juking around the tower for now. We'll take a tower shot. We'll finally jump back to the Remnant. So playing to the very limit there. Bob can be able to escape. Meanwhile, Yamson running down Tino. Speed and Yamson. I thought Execration were trying a gank up here. They end up getting outdone, and now Speed's gonna take away the wisdom, which means Execration, they have to get this wisdom. If not, it's gonna be a bust. Big Nam makes his way into the shrine area. RCY and Fade are here. Execration. Oh no, they've lost control of this station. They can't bring Palos into the fight. They'll lose both supports as well as both wisdoms and their offlaner. This is not how Execration needed their game to start.
Disaster right there. Making the wrong read, yeah. Going for that shrine at top. Instead of trying to maybe secure the bottom one. But then again, that was also really good moves by Big Nam. He just knew that he could just run in and tank it with the Shadow Realm. Just made sure that he bought enough time for the TPs to come in on the Puck and the rest of his team. And that kind of sealed the deal, you know, for Execration. They didn't have enough heroes there, so they paid the price. Losing both of their shrines, and now 8-minute rune. First rune going for RCY, second rune seems like it might go to RCY again. Let's see.
Ember's getting caught out. Big damage coming now. RCY will get a haste, and yeah, that's it. Yeah, Execration, it's so weird because we were talking about this Tusk Jakiro in tandem with Bob, right, in the mid lane, and I don't think Shanks and CML have really come over to help their Ember Spirit just yet.
too much happening on the side lanes. Dying a lot, fighting a lot. Just unable to really focus on helping the Ember, you know. Yeah, I feel like at this point it's already at a point where the Ember is kind of... He's not really feeling too good. So he has to just be a lot more passive in his play. He has to sit in his lane, just wait for a reaction, wait for something to happen on the side lanes and then TP. I don't think he can actually move and try to initiate ganks on his own, or at least with the support right now. He has to play defensive.
Dude, what the hell? Look at Tino. He is getting giga bullied down here in the bot lane. I think when they picked this Dawnbreaker, the expectation was that the Tusk and the Dawn would be able to maybe smash GamerLegion on the safe lane, but it has not been that way at all. The Dawnbreaker barely has level 6. I still need some CS and creeps for it.
And here
It's
they
not
go
really
at top.
seeing the impact yet.
GamerLegion swinging behind with a smoke after they gate. It looks like they might catch one hero at least here. They want the carry though. But Palace is out.
Those will get spotted out by RCY. Foiled up. That's a much bigger kill. The Jakiro probably feels like he's already dead, but looking at the Dragonite, don't have the damage for him just yet, but Yamson, big rotation in. They don't expect the Razor to be here this early on. Beautiful shot from Shanks. Has just saved the day. Palos able to hide back under his tier 2, and now RCY might have gone in a bit too deep. Razor still, Plasma Field up, and the Solar Guardian doesn't do enough in terms of the healing. They're now looking towards Yamson. Bob's back in the fray. The mass TPs come out from Execration to punish GamerLegion, but GamerLegion got what they came for and more. RCY outplaying them. Hiding around the trees, needs just a bit more mana for that TP away. Finally, he's gonna get caught and killed, surely? One last off, that'll be it. Bob with a big double kill in his pocket. He needed that. But Execration, they lose such big numbers as a result. I think overall, still not bad, right? You kill Puck, you kill the Razor. The response was worth it, I guess.
Yeah, not too bad. But at the same time, you already used your Solar Guardian, so they have to be defensive for a minute or so. And GamerLegion, they are the ones that want to look for a play here. They're gonna have coil up in 6 seconds. So they are the ones that definitely want to look for a kill into a tower. RCY is going to TP mid. He's going to try to use the catapult wave here. I feel like Bignum should also gather, or they have to gather in one side to push one tower. And Puck should be the strongest hero on your side right now. You know, I feel like I want to see them play with RCY a lot more at the moment.
Dire's middle tower.
It seems like their priority is playing with this Yamson Razor though. He's fairly strong as well, making a very early rotation. I think this is what I wanted to see from GamerLegion. I feel like putting him on the Viper just limits him. You pick him this Razor, he's going in, getting things done, bullying the lane, and Tino just doesn't have a game to play.
This is a hero where you need to have an absolute good start to be useful in the game, you know. Right now, I think he's pretty much an ulti bot, you know. You come down with Solar Guardian, that's about it. You're not going to contribute too much in this game. Like, this is not a hero where you can afford to fall behind. I mean, you compare that to Fade on the Centaur, sure, you might be behind, but this is a hero that recovers quickly in the jungle. He doesn't mind, you know. And he can also find impact just by stampeding and helping his team survive. Runes again, 12-minute runes. Runes are the name of the game.
Stampede, ready to fight if needed. Illusion in the top lane. RCY guesses wrongly this time. But Bramble and Deny. Dude, GamerLegion have been so annoying. Even if the puck's not in position. Earlier on, it was the Invis that was denied from right under Bob's nose by the Dazzle. And now it's Big Num. Nice Bramble into the Deny of the Illusion. So Bob just really not getting a lot to work with here in this game. I mean, even the stacks prepared for the Dawnbreaker or him in the triangle stolen away. It just kind of feels like the GamerLegion supports are doing way more than the Execration supports at this stage in the game.
Yeah, Execration, they're going to try to hit back here. They're going to move with Palos, but Palos is coming over, trying to open the tower. I kind of like this move. I think they have to start to be involved with DK. Even though DK doesn't have dagger, but he needs to move, you know, because the game is not looking good for Execration here. Somebody has to make a sacrifice.
They kind of messed up. They were smoked, but then their smoke breaks because they got too close to the tier 1.
This is difficult.
Bob goes down, full commit in onto Yamson. The damage is there, tag team does enough. Gonna come through with Stampede in time. Fade's gonna come through, Stomp is there. Palos now in trouble, left behind, and you end up training 2 cores for 1. Not worth it at all for Execration. Sha TP out.
It's
Coil
not
was
over.
saved, then RCY will find another. I mean, I don't know who it's not over for. Execration, they're certainly dusted in this fight. Double kill there for the Puck as GamerLegion just keep on collecting.
Yeah, it was a very risky angle. Coming in from behind the tower. So it gives GamerLegion a lot of time to react to that gank. Yeah, I get it, you know, they're being desperate, the map's not looking too good for them, they're losing a lot of area to farm, but you're gonna see here. I'm wondering, why did they not stampede right away? Maybe they could have helped him live. I guess because he already decided to TP, so Fate wasn't able to use his stampede early, so without the stampede, there was no chance Yamsum would have lived, but at least they were able to get all those rebuttal kills, 3 kills in return for Yamsum's death, totally worth it for GamerLegion.
I mean, they start out that play not even having to use the Dream Coil to kill off the Ember, right? So Bob has yet to really come online in this game. Had a brilliant series on the Puck, just brilliant game on the Puck just now, but not really finding that same success. RCY maybe borrowing a page from Bob's book there, said, wow, that Puck looked really good, I can do that too.
Palos is very, very close to enemies. They're gonna see him on the ward.
Dire's bottom tower
And they
is under
start
attack.
with the coil on him. Palos, he knows something is up. He's playing very cautious here.
I mean, he has a ward that's spotting them out, so...
Oh, okay. Never mind.
He does. You're right, Winter. He does know something is up. That was. Bro looked on his mini-map and saw the enemy heroes we were.
You'll be surprised. Even when you have wards, sometimes people just don't see you.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes people are just like looking specifically at their hero on the screen, right? And
yeah, looking at the last hit goal, you know, you last hit the creep, the goal that's jumping up the number, they're looking at that. You know?
True.
Oh, gotta keep up with the GPM, you know?
Absolutely. Now, I will say it is impressive to me that Palos is doing a great job keeping up net worth-wise. DK pretty good at farming, of course, but still. The fact that the game has been pushed into this rather rough state, it's not like his team is making a lot of space for him. Just able to find that farm. He's just keeping up really nicely though, despite a bit of a rougher start on his end as well. He's been sort of the target of support for GamerLegion supports in the first few bits of the game, but then kind of been picked off once or twice trying to go for those aggressive moves or maybe sticking around a tier 1 tower too long. Still scaling up nicely overall. I think GamerLegion pretty happy with this situation being 4K gold lead up. And Winter, you were mentioning that Execration, they're the ones who sort of have to put the foot on the gas, right? They need to try and make things happen in this game. If not, they run the risk of being outscaled by the GamerLegion lineup.
The gas is gonna be stepped on by the DK when he gets dagger. Coil. That's another kill on J0. DK is gonna rotate over, but not much you can do anymore. So all he can do right now is finish the dagger and start participating in the game. They need Palos to participate as soon as possible.
Move is completely red. GamerLegion, scan this one out. Solar Guardian's gonna come through, but with the Dazzle backing them out, I don't think you can kill Yamsun. He's just standing his ground and draining them all a bit. Execration trying to make that move. RCY and the gang, they know exactly what you're up to.
Yeah, this Dazzle pick is actually such a genius pick against what Execration has. The Task, the Dawn. You just don't really have what it takes to burst the heroes right now with the Dazzle being behind you. You have to find the Dazzle, but you don't really have the best gap close, right, to find him in the fights. Excellent read here by Bignum and Speed. They're behind, they're ready for the move. They drop a Bramble, they heal, they grave. And there was no way that the Razor would die there. There's literally no way.
This is the ideal Razor gameplay, right? You want to be standing in front, tanking all the damage, and then you gotta heal support, you gotta save support, teamfight support. They throw spells on you. It just gives your team so much leverage to cast from a distance and play safe. Maybe it would look different if Execration have that Blink Dagger on the DK like you mentioned, but they're trying to make these moves before Palos is ready, and because of that, the Ember's having to run in, use his Remnant, use his body to start the fight. That's putting him in a really rough spot. We talked about the Ember being the backline jump to maybe find the supports on GamerLegion. That just hasn't really been the case so far. And Execration, they are firmly on the back foot. You can see, I mean, this DK timing, he's still hitting decent timings on his items, but his team is just falling way too far behind. I mean, look at the support network. Look at the Ember and Dawnbreaker network.
They find a path.
Good commitment.
Back up.
RCY, can he play his way out of this? Has an Essence Ring to work with and back up on the horizon. Doesn't look like he's gonna drop. Shanks will fall instead.
They have not enough damage. They don't have enough damage to kill anyone right now.
Trying back onto RCY. Terrorize is there. Nicely done. Still protecting their puck excellently. Now, GamerLegion, they're showing real expertise in playing with these picks of the Dazzle and the Dark Willow. Makes sense. It's some of the support's signature heroes, but Execration struggling a lot with really keeping the puck locked down and doing enough damage within that time period to threaten him.
This is looking really, really bad for Execration. It doesn't feel like they are going to be able to contest the Tormentor or the Roche. And there's no way. DK needs to finish BKB, Ember Spirit. I don't know what you do as the Ember here, you know. I feel like he is pretty helpless with how the game is being played out at the moment. You have this Vessel, but you don't really have enough firepower on your other heroes. Your DK needs to farm. Dawnbreaker doesn't provide much at the moment. So all you can do as the Ember is just push out lanes and farm.
Rambo's not going to connect. Saves him this time round. Meanwhile, backline initiation, they found the important target in speed. Dazzle gets caught and RCY will be found as well. Bob was just a bait. He talked about the Blink Dagger on Palos. It comes online and they make things happen. Execration, they needed that desperately. And now they're going to try and crack open the mid-tier 1 as well. But GamerLegion don't want to give this up without a fight. Stampede's still available. They are in a very aggressive position. Big stun and Yamson's in, draining the damage away. Dragon Knight, he's going to get saved by the snowball for now, but he doesn't have any more damage to work with. Maybe he does. It's going to be enough. The tag team and the Dawnbreaker right there, and GamerLegion, this time they've overestimated. They will fall. It turns what was a 2-man pickoff into a 4-man pickoff and a tier 1 tower.
Blunder.
Wow.
They did not read the situation correctly though. They felt like they were strong enough on the other 3 heroes. Normally, it's a little advice thing to do, you know. When your enemy has 5 heroes and you TP in only 3 heroes and you just take the fight. It looked good initially, 3-man stun into a Razor drain, a full drain. But then again, you know, you are 3 heroes against 5 heroes. So that is gonna be the biggest obstacle here, you know. You may get a big stun on your centaur, but it's just the numbers game. You don't have enough heroes, you're not winning the fight. And that was
not just a numbers game, right? But also, I didn't notice this until I saw the replay. But Tino, very crucially in that fight, he just finished up his pipe. That was actually what stopped them from dying to the Bedlam damage, to the Razor damage. All they really had was magic in that setting. I mean, even the Razor, he went for a Maelstrom first, right? Which is a standard build-up, but because of that, you have more mixed damage than physical. And we saw him really struggle to bring down these heroes. I mean, the odds look like it's Execration that are the ones on the back foot. Makes sense with the lead, but after that series of moves where they even get the Tormentor to boot, I think they're actually in a good spot. Free Jakiro shot, that's going to amp up his own net worth. And now they found themselves another kill, Centaur. 3 cores collapsing onto this horse, and Fate will drop again, his 4th death of the game. At GamerLegion, they're losing control of this game real quick.
And they also got a Lotus, you know, on the Centaur. If you're getting a Lotus and you don't have an Auras and you're not exactly winning a team fight, this does not feel good at all, you know. The Lotus doesn't really help you in a team fight. I think it's good if you're already in a position where you can snowball, then you get the Lotus to survive in the team fights. But right now, I don't even feel like they are stronger in the team fights anymore after those 2 deaths, you know, on the Centaur. And GamerLegion kind of has to, I think they need to slow down. They have to kind of pick up some of their items before they can take a fight again. But the problem is, Roshan is going to be on the menu for Execration. They have good heroes that are killing off Roshan, tag team, Dragon Knight. So this is something that I'm not sure if GamerLegion can give up, you know. I feel like they have to fight if it ever happens before the item timings. They can't just give it for free.
Yeah. You talk about GamerLegion needing to slow things down, Execration, you'd imagine they want to start speeding things up. BKB finished on Palos. He can definitely threaten them here. Tino going for a very unique item build, rushing the Hex immediately after his pipe. I think he understands that the issue is with the lockdown, right? You need to try and hold on to this puck, especially since RCY is looking at that Lincoln Sphere. You're just not gonna have enough control for him. But if you can get rid of him, get rid of the backline support, your fight is real easy.
Yep,
But
pretty
till then,
interesting pick. It's not an item you see a lot on Dawnbreaker. I mean, it kind of also helps you farm. It gives you a huge mana pool. Dawnbreaker loves having a lot of mana.
even a Soul Ring is not enough to sustain the constant spam of Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker, right? So
it's not enough. This is a very expensive hero in terms of the mana.
Now we see the call-to-call comparison. I think that this direction where GamerLegion are giving Yamson a bit of a sort of more hybrid carry compared to the Viper. I like this look a lot more. But the problem is right now, GamerLegion, they've sort of gotten a bit too big for their britches. They had a big advantage, a series of unfortunate events, a couple of deaths not going their way and now losing out on the objectives. I think they gotta thank their lucky stars that Execration didn't just commit into the pit. I feel like with the physical damage that they have between the Tusk, Dawnbreaker and the Dragon Knight, they could very easily get it done, but still respecting the GamerLegion team fight that could come out. Execration, they've been punched around this bot lane area looking for a target for what feels like the past 1.5 minutes, but GamerLegion not showing on anyone, circling out the danger that's looming on the horizon. Execration, I guess going back to farming on the map, there's an AD rune on the puck and they don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, probably best for Execration to kind of sit tight, just avoid a little bit, wait out this AD rune, and they're not really in any, rush. I feel like their heroes are still fine with scaling later, even though I favor the GamerLegion side, but they're not at their expiration date yet. On the Execration side, I think with their heroes they could still have a chance in the game. You have the stun from the Dawnbreaker, which goes through debuff immunity. That could be very useful in the late game fights against the Razor. And the potential.
Don't have any BKB piercing stun, right, until Puck 25, so you could realistically in a team fight Solar Guardian X, Solar Guardian refresh.
Yeah, the Tusk punch as well, so you can definitely control the Razor in the team fights even when the Razor has the BKB.
Bob's just out of vision. They don't see the Ember Spirit. That would be the much bigger kill. Gotta wrap around now. Korea's gonna give away the location of Shanks. Still dodging away because of the nighttime. They don't have the vision. Execration tiptoeing right around GamerLegion, and now they'll see an orb. Should know that there's a presence in the area.
The backup is here. The backup
Register
is
the
here.
threat. Here's Execration. The backup is in fact here, but they're a bit far away from the Tusk at the moment. Only Yamson showing himself. GamerLegion gearing up for a fight. There's nothing really to fight for in this location though. The Tormentor's already been taken. There's not like a tier 1 towers in the area. You can just, bail out, evacuate. There's no reason to be sort of bashing your head in here.
That's a very, very awkward position for both teams to meet. And I also find it weird that Execration vacated the area because the Roshan is on the top side. The moment you show on the bot side, enemy's just gonna go for Rosh. So this is a very, very weird movement by Execration. They were at top and then they decided to ditch. It's not like they're weak, I feel like they're pretty strong with the BKB on DK. And why are
Maybe they
not
just
trying to
didn't
fight?
feel comfortable holding that area, but now realizing that the Roche might be threatened, they're going to try for a wraparound. Bit of a pincer maneuver here. The rest of Execration aren't ready. GamerLegion not feeling comfortable, fully committing on the pit.
Bob.
They'll gut out to the high ground.
Bob!
Big smoke break. Bob getting hexed up, but where's the follow-up? He's rooted, but he has a Yules holding on to it. Here's the backup. Palos is ready, and Yamson's got the drain out. Someone get Palos out of here. Shanks in with the punch, might have had to give up his life, has a buyback available as Palos desperately trying to escape. Holding on to that BKB to the very last moment. Now he'll pop it, and there's the buyback from Shanks. Execration, this is where they want to fight, and it's not looking good for GamerLegion. Solar Guardian healing everyone back up, and Palos, he's found the Dazzle on the backline. There's a Grave and a Big Fear pushing Execration back, but Bob, he's still doing so much work. The Snowball's gonna save Palos, he'll be fine. As RCY is not able to clean up, they wipe out everyone other than the park. And Palos survives through it all. What a clean execution there from Execration. They just kind of bait the side of GamerLegion into that choke point, and that's where the Jakiro and the Ember go to town.
Yeah, also the fact that because the Centaur doesn't have an aura item even for Lotus, so they don't really have an aura item here from the Dawn bringing in the pipe here. I mean, we'll see it again. GamerLegion, they're trying to run in, they're chasing the DK. The DK pops his BKB relatively late, bait GamerLegion. They're stuck in a very choked position. Dawnbreaker comes down. And yeah, I mean, the Jakiro just lands a bunch of spells in this area, making it very difficult for them to fight. There's going to be a very nice ice path here. And yeah, basically, I would say, for GamerLegion, after that, they didn't have BKB anymore on Razor, and he couldn't really stand and fight anymore.
Yeah, I think biggest impact player for me in that fight, definitely Bob, right? Because even though it didn't look like he did a lot of damage, he did a few key things there. First thing, he sort of went in after the Dragon Knight and kind of separated the fight. So Fate was retreating towards the triangle, the Dazzle is retreating towards the top lane. Don't think they're going to catch RCY here. Should be able to just
that was close. That was close, actually.
I think he's fine. Yeah, but the key thing I wanted to point out is right before the Dazzle could come back in to save the Centaur, he actually just yules the Dazzle before a Northel projection even comes out. So he denies the save, the Dazzle comes back down, he puts the Spirit Vessel immediately on the Dazzle, so he's just not in any position to influence the fight, which is why all that damage from Execration just stuck onto them. No auras from Fate, like you mentioned, and it just started to look real rough. He's now looking at finishing up that Crimson Guard. A second round into the pit, GamerLegion want to give it another try. Execration, they have all their items and cooldowns back up, but again, not in the position to really contest this. I don't think you can afford to just give this one up for free. You need to get in here, looking towards RCY. Hawk's gonna be able to just blink out. Yeah, he's just toying around with them. Into the Roche pit they go. Bob, stunned up is Yamson. Yamson snatches the Aegis though. Gets that second life, and meanwhile RCY on the back line just playing around with them. It's now not looking like a really good fight for Execration, but if they can turn around and reposition, it can still be fine. They don't want to challenge this first life on Yamson. They managed to kill RCY on the side though. How have they caught the part? I don't even know what broke its Lincolns, but he just gets caught with a stun, and now RCY is so much for a good fight. Halos, he's gonna tip the young boy on the mid lane because he knows he just got his number completely. I'm gonna need to see a replay of that because I don't know how RCY got caught.
He must have got spun by the DK. I think this is probably the only.
Yeah, but he has the Lincolns though.
Okay, I mean, here the fight starts. They get the last hit on the Roshan on the Jakiro Mecha Fire.
Yeah.
And then GamerLegion decides to run up. And the Puck dies on the top, like he's on the top here.
Yeah, he's at top. Yeah, but like, what even broke his Lincolns to start? Like, who broke his Lincolns? Because he was on cooldown. I mean, RCY maybe just
use is the only thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. A really awkward situation there for RCY. I'm gonna look into the dev summary because I'm not entirely sure what actually ends up catching him there. But regardless, RCY going down means your entire fight tempo is lost, and even though it looked pretty bad for Execration, like Tino getting caught out in the front lines, he just Solar Guardians away for free and there's like zero disable to stop him. So he just gets to reposition, heal his teammates, get back into a good spot. It looked for a moment like Execration, they'd just given away a free Aegis for no reason. But they managed to claw it back, and now it's them with the 10k gold lead. Another Tormentor going their way. And it's all working out Execration right now.
Poor Tino. Poor Shanks. Shanks doesn't get. Tino gets the shot.
Oh, but the Dawnbreaker shot is so high value, It's kind of busted.
I mean, that's not the point, right?
I would give it up. I would give it up. Me personally, I'd be like, Tino, have the shot, bro. That's just the kind of support player I am.
You should be able to choose who gets the shot. You should. I guess that would ruin.
How would you pick? Would you make a prayer to the Tormentor? Like, would you input your suggestion like a vote system?
Yeah, you have to vote. Imagine in the middle of a team fight, the Tormentor dies.
You spend the first like 15-20 minutes like sucking up to your teammates, and then after that you just flame the shit out of them. And that'll be pretty funny. Defensive Stampede just to get out of dodge there. GamerLegion very much on the back foot now as Execration wrestle back control of the game. Even though they're the ones at a kill disadvantage, it doesn't really matter, right? You're at the point where Palos, he's doing so much damn damage. I just kind of feel like this DK is not really addressed. In theory, maybe Yamstone gets on top of him, drains away all the damage. Like late game situation, you might see the Razor come out on top, but we're so far away from that. And what looked like it might have been a 1-1 series, and now GamerLegion, they're kind of left dry on options. I'm not really sure how they can break into this ball unless they catch Execration with their pants down again, but even then, the items are starting to come online, right? Execration, they're just onto the high ground, killing out Big Num for free. Okay, free.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're definitely crumbling on the GamerLegion side. They're not really sure what they have to do. And they're just not ready for the moves that are coming from Execration. They're always getting caught, they're getting jumped. And this also has something to do with the lack of a dagger right on the centaur. You don't really have anything to initiate other than your puck.
I kind of feel like 2 games in a row, the itemization from Fate might have... I don't think it's his fault, but like it has really big implications, right?
You can definitely debate about whether he had the right choice in that game.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like it's not that it's his fault that they're losing the game, but it's just that him having a Lotus in the earlier engagement didn't really help him out in that regard. You kind of have to go for the Helm Dom just because you need to scale and farm. But then it slows down the Crimson. Right now, the Crimson comes up when you're already losing a Rect. So it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, just you don't really find any rhythm with the Centaur's build with your team winning team fights. You know? That's my biggest concern with the Centaur this game.
Radiant are scanning.
Like every Aura team item you get should net you 1 team fight win. On paper, you know, at least you have to win 1. But when you got the Lotus, like you said, they didn't really use it well. They still lost the team fight. And then the middle fight was the one where they had a lead and then they lost 2 heroes in the mid area, the Dazzle and the Puck, and then they decided to defend the tier 1 with 3 heroes. I think that was the biggest swing in that game. You know, they had like a 6-7k lead at that point. And everything gone away. And now the game is just all Execration. They're the ones finding the picks, they're the ones looking for kills. And
Speed tries to come through with the save, but now he'll just be collateral. It can't really blame the Dazzle for trying to go for that, but it's just another body in the coffers. Money collector for Palos. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. I don't want to sort of call the game so early before it's even over, but I just don't really see a way for GamerLegion to take these fights. Palos, he's looking unstoppable right now. And you gotta keep in mind, you still have a Dawnbreaker in this game ready to come crashing down with a pipe. She's finishing up a refresher real soon in 80 gold. So you got 2 Solar Guardians, 2 Hexes.
I kind of like the Force Staff too.
Yeah.
It's a nice choice against the Razor.
And it's clear that Execration, they know a thing or two about what they need to do versus the Razor. I feel like a couple of the engagements so far, they've shown the right sort of hit space. As soon as they get the link out onto the DK, Shanks is just in there. He doesn't care if his body like has to be discarded as a result. He's just in there, punch, shot, block Yamson off. And Razor, he's one of those heroes where he kind of relies on his BKB timing running in and just sapping damage. And if he hasn't won the fight by then, he doesn't really win out those longer fights, especially when the DK goes undrained. So now you're just in this sort of really awkward spot where, yeah, you got all 5 heroes, but not really sure what you can do anymore on GamerLegion.
If he's trying to charge in to drain the DK, there's the punch and the Solar Guardian, you know. Like, the BKB doesn't even allow you to reliably just drain the DK, you know. That's why it's so difficult for them in the team fights right now. I think mainly they need to initiate with the Centaur. Fate needs to find a move in and then use Stampede to allow the Razor to rush in and get a drain. It's very, very crucial for them to get a drain onto DK. No one else can be drained except DK in order for GamerLegion to win the team fight.
Getting that connection has proven to be pretty difficult though. Execration, they've shown they'll throw whatever it takes to make sure the DK gets out unscathed.
And they need to somehow find a way to bait out the BKBs or at least land the Coil with Terrorize combo. I think if they can actually do that, Coil into Terrorize, they should be able to clean up the team fight. But it's not easy to execute it at the moment. Like, all the fights have been initiated by Execration. Execration kept finding the moves, you know, because they have a lot more options, you know. They have double dagger on Tusk DK, Ember can run in. You have the Solar Guardian to back you up, so it's easier for Execration to initiate at the moment.
Yeah, that was kind of random. Macropire used casually just to clear out the creep wave in a dangerous location. Execration choosing to hold this high ground cliff area. It's a big wraparound for GamerLegion. Maybe they're going for the Dawnbreaker that they know is farming as safely as possible. But they don't have an idea of where she is just yet. Illusion Rune gonna get picked up. And comes out. RCY smoke gonna break. For the Ember, but
It's not a good target.
you
That
can't
is-
do that. You just
They need to kill the supports, the Tars, the Jakiro.
Radiant's middle tower
Get the
is
easy
under
ones
attack.
first.
Execration, they're doing a great job positioning around this vision. That's not really giving GamerLegion any options to force up to this high ground. They were kind of hoping that by wrapping around, maybe the Tusk or the Jakiro will be positioned pretty defensively, but great recognition there from both Shanks and CML. Just hug their ward to the very ends of the earth. They had clear vision that there was no one outside those tier 3s, so they just sort of walked towards that area where it's safer. Reclaim this triangle area.
Both teams are still looking for an angle, a position to put a high ground ward and wait for the enemy to go in. Pelos, he jumps
It's
in.
gonna break. Paddles jumping in, like you said, but not able to get the link off. They found RCY able to jaunt out. RCY in some trouble. There's the connection. Palos in trouble. Yamson gets the link off. Someone get this Dragon Knight out of here. Terrorize doesn't connect, and Yamson's held at bay. Palos should be able to turn around and start doing the damage. Outgrave comes out at the last moment. Yamson still surviving, but the problem is no one's killing Execration. The second Solar Guardian comes in with the buyback, and Yamson can't stand against that. Have their eyes on speed, and this will be a dead dazzle. They tried everything, GamerLegion, to get that static link connection that you asked for. Managed to do so, but you're at the point where Execration just way too much net worth to contend with. Here are the buybacks. Trying to hold on, but without your Razor, can you really do the damage? RCY, he'll try his best. Start to jump in, put on some pressure, but Execration not phased at the moment. Maybe they should worry a little bit more. Paddles, the ball stop away, toggle back up, and he's back into the fray. Looking at this Centaur, forcing the damage out. No Dragon Form, no problem. Paddles just gonna run them down, and CML, he's not even gonna go down to that last bit of damage. The Glimmer Cape will keep him safe while Bob is dealing with the backline of GamerLegion. They found RCY, that's a dead pop. And with his falling, and GamerLegion, game has felt over for maybe the past 10 minutes, and GG will be called. Execration pulling this one back from an early deficit, showing their resilience and doing very well to start off their DreamLeague right.
Yeah, GamerLegion, just really unfortunate for them. They're gonna feel it losing this game after throwing such a big lead in the early game. You know, they had like 6-7k lead. They kind of just needed to be a little bit more disciplined. They gave away way too many kills when they're ahead. They split up for some reason. They didn't really get aura items on the Centaur. Took a couple of bad fights. I felt with the start that they had in the early mid game, they should be able to combine that with the auras from the Centaur and just take every single objective, you know. That's what I had in mind. You have the Puck that's kind of like owning, and then you combine that with the Centaur, with the Razor, you just take every fight. Because Execration, they're not really ready to fight until Palos gets his dagger. Dagger plus BKB. That's gonna take a while, you know. So Execration needed more time, and somehow GamerLegion just decides to give them the time they need, you know, by just handing out those red packets early.
Yeah, not really sure what the plan was there for GamerLegion. A few too many mistakes. And I feel like some moments where it felt like they were the ones in control, like they were hesitant around the Roche. They could have taken the Roche before Execration made it, but then they decided to smoke out of the pit and put themselves in a weird position. There were some moments as well where Execration were forcing a lot of these moves, and it felt like GamerLegion were in a good position to maybe catch it and punish, but they, in some cases, got cold feet, in some cases, indecisive, just not really getting the most out of their lineup, I want to say. The thing is, the early fights looked good, right? When you can dangle Yamson in the front like this and get those supports to full spell casting capacity, it looks great for GamerLegion.
You look at this point, they were 7k ahead, 18 minutes in. And even here, you know, like RCY doesn't die, they get, I think they get a kill here. They kill the Tusk. Everything was looking really, really good for GamerLegion. They just needed to, I think, be a little bit more disciplined, not feed away the kills. They were playing a little bit too cocky. I think after this fight, RCY dies in the mid section of the map because there's a ward in the lane or something, and then everything just kind of snowballed. And yeah, we get to this stage where Execration they're just too strong, you know. They're just going up on the high ground. It doesn't matter what you do, you can't really fend Execration off, you know, as the GamerLegion side.
And it's not entirely noticeable just because of how much Execration are owning right now, but that's where the Star Search comes into play, right? Just able to give this Dragon Knight such high attack speed, allowing him to beat into his opposition. Overall, Execration, I'm sure they're very happy with the way that this Dream League has started out. Like we said, they didn't really manage to qualify for any other events this season. So for them, between just proving themselves and just kind of getting international practice, and also very importantly trying to make a return trip to Riyadh in the summer, you want to get all those juicy EPT points and try and maybe gun for the next few events, maybe Dream League season 29. Who knows, maybe they make it out of the group stage 1 and get it to top 6 and then they just get an automatic qualification. That'll be hype. But still early days, still the first series for them, still a long way to go. But for us, at least for myself and Winter, we're done. We're going to be passing the reins over to the lovely Gareth and Lacoste as they'll be taking you through the next series. That's going to be Liquid versus Yakult Bros. Now, Winter, we already saw Yakult Bros, the way they started their day, left a little bit to be desired, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, hopefully they'll be able to pick up the pace. I think this is a team, they still have a lot to show. They might be rusty on some of their players, but hopefully with more games at this level, they're able to fix the problems, they're able to move forward, and they're able to improve and show us their true potential as a team.
Yeah. And then on the flip side, we have a team that everyone is fully aware of their potential, especially after they just won Blast Slam 6. It's none other than Liquid, who were already able to take a series off Yandex. And Yandex, definitely looking like one of the most strong, stable teams that exist right now. I kind of feel like unless Yakult Brothers are able to surprise Liquid, it's going to be a one-sided affair. But of course, we'll leave it to Gareth and Lacoste to bring you through that. For myself and Winter, thank you so much for joining us. And we have more Dota for you coming right up.
It's been 6 long days since I saw you, baby. I've been counting the hours, minutes, seconds, until you're back in my arms again. Monday night staying with my baby. Tuesday night I feel a bit lazy. Wednesday night I'm hanging with the crew. Thursday night I go to the movies. Friday night it's time to get groovy. Saturday night the DJ spins the tunes. Saturday night feels right. Saturday night feels right.
masterpiece.
Watch me dancing.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Feel the flow. Dance and move in time.
Radiant's top tower.
Just watch me go. Watch me dancing. Feel the flow. Dance and feel alright. Don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? Oh no. When music moves you, music moves you. Oh no. Don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? Oh no. When music moves you, music moves you. Oh no. Watch me now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? Watch me now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
You see that girl? No, stop it, man. I saw her first. Back off, man.
First time I saw you, I knew I had to have you. Don't mean no one night stand. Gotta find a way to be a man.
Radiant's
It's
middle
something
tower
about
is under
the
attack.
way you turned and looked at me. Your smile, it turned me on and set my mind at ease. Trying hard not to stare, don't wanna look thirsty. Just trying to play it cool. Gotta show you that I'm worthy. You walked in on the air and seemed to leave this room. I just had to find a way to get next to you. I'm here to testify, chance I'm satisfied. Captivate your heart and I'll blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up cause I'm one of a kind. So you're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't at first, I'm gonna figure it out. Wolves howling at the moon, peacock and acting like a fool. I'm about that as you sit through all the nonsense they throw at you. That type of thing don't interest me when it comes to you. I can't wait to show you that my love is true. Don't wanna miss my chance. Would you mind if I took your hand out on the floor, baby? Let's dance. Extended cut, DJ, make it last. We're the only ones in here. We're so into this groove, intoxicated by the way our bodies move. Hey, chance I'm satisfied. Hey, and I'll blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up 'cause I'm one of a kind. So you're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Come on, if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't know first, I'm gonna figure it out. Testify, chance I'm satisfied. Captivating heart and I'll blow your mind. Don't wanna pass me up 'cause I'm one of a kind. So you're checking me out, trying to figure out what I'm all about. Wondering if my love will make you scream and shout. If I don't know first, I'm gonna figure it out.
Let's give it one more chance.
Dream League Season 28 is brought to you by DHL and Chex.
Hello, hello! It's Dream League time, season 28. We're just looking back through the Wikipedia. It's 13 years of Dream League. Got more banging Dota action for you well over a decade of history and experience. And Lacoste, you've got more than a decade of history and experience of Dota in you as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I do have 20 plus years in Dota 1, Dota 2, but we're here for some good Dota, not for some good old memes. I feel like we've been seeing some good games so far at the Dream League, but we've been also seeing some not the closest ones as well.
Yeah, there's always a big mix, right? When you get this inter-regional play, you get some teams who are like good in their region, but they're not, exceptional once you get onto the big stage. And, coming in halfway through it's like the second day of group stage now, right? We had the first day on the mainstream. Now we've got the multi-streams going on. Tons of games to head through. We start to see the depth of play a little bit more as well. And we can take a peek across a couple of the groups there as well, seeing Aurora up at the top, coming through that Division 2 to top the group stage already, while Extreme Gaming also looking pretty good with their first series.
Yep, China, Extreme Gaming, they kind of always do well during the Dream Leagues, but we'll have to see if they can continue this. Is China back? China has been back since a couple of tournaments, but not really. When it really matters, they kind of choke. But I want to see them do good. I want to see them do good, and I want to see Yakult do good as well today, because they're going to be playing against Liquid.
Yeah, we do. It's a tough opponent. Team Liquid just off the back of that Blast Slam 6 victory. And yeah, thinking back to Blast Chengdu as well, we were kind of hoping that it would be China's time to shine, the resurgence of China as well. But they are up against Team Liquid, this incredible roster who, again, they are just off the back of a massive victory at a LAN event. And we can take a little bit of a deeper dive into Liquid as well.
Team Liquid is one of the most well-known teams in Dota 2, with a history almost as long as the game itself. They need no introduction, but I will introduce them anyway. Throughout 2025, Team Liquid went back and forth from incredibly good to, well, still pretty good. However, in November of last year, Team Liquid made what was probably the largest change to the team in quite a few years. They swapped out Saberlight and Insania for Ace and Tofu, formerly of Gaming Gladiators, joining the roster of Mickey, Nisha, and Boxy. It's hard to say how good this new version of Team Liquid actually is, as they've had results ranging from 10th place at Blast Slam 4 to 3rd place at PGL Wallachia 6.
Can they save him? No! No, they cannot! Team Liquid! They can't believe it! They can't believe it!
And perhaps more importantly for this event, they seem to have kept the Team Liquid at Dream League curse, only managing to place top 16 in Dream League Season 27. How? Why? I don't know. But Liquid struggling in Dream League has become a fact of life at this point. With that in mind, good luck, Team Liquid. You'll probably need it.
It's so crazy, but so real as well, right? Good luck. You're probably going to need it to a team that is, dominant, has won TIs off the back of a big victory at Blast. But there is this very real Dream League curse.
Yeah, I think it's a mental thing at this point. It just has to be. There's like literally nothing wrong with this team. It's just like, oh man, it's Dream League again. Like we have a lot of Dream Leagues, and it seems like they just can't break that curse. So it's not gonna be as easy in theory, but also they're playing against Yakult Brothers. This team, I would say, one of the teams that's gonna be struggling the most in the Dream League Season 28. This is a team that I don't think anybody expected to happen. This team also got second place in ESL Challenger China, but considering that Extreme Gaming did already qualify through EPT points for Dream League Season 28 and ESL 1 Birmingham, that also means that the second or the runner-up should be going instead, and this is where Yakult Brothers are going to shine. They did manage to get one game away from Extreme Gaming. They took one game from them, but other than that, I'm not sure I believe in this team, Gary.
It's been a rough ride. Like looking back at their recent results, it's not looked good, especially on the international stage. They have had some victories against some, I want to say, lesser regional teams in ESL1 China, stuff like that. But it's bringing Yang and Moon kind of out of retirement. So far, they've not found their groove or their rhythm, have they?
No, not really. I mean, these two guys have not been on a team for like 2.5, almost 3 years. And now they're back in a team. I think you can maybe get one of those players. Not sure how much they managed to grind. And you have Moon. I think you told me before we went live that he did not have the greatest time in the series that they played earlier today, where he was like 1-10 on Tiny. That's the series that they played against OG. Basically, they lost in 25 and 23 minutes. Quite an easy task for OG, it seems. Also, not sure what to expect from them coming into the draft. I also don't think Moon is going to have a good time playing against Nisha, who is back to being, I'm just going to throw it out there, the best player in the world. He is back at it after seeing his performances during the Blast Slam.
Right, Quinn?
Yeah, somebody is going to need to step up on this team. And if there's going to be somebody that's going to be stepping up on side of Yakult Brothers, I think that's going to be Tian Ming. I've been praising this guy for a very long time. I think he deserves a team where he can actually shine. A lot of the times throughout his career, he was in these like tier 2 teams. Never got the real opportunity, I would say, to be able to play for a longer time in a really good team.
Yeah, and he plays some of my favorite heroes. I'm a little bit biased towards Chanming. His Warlock, his Clockwork, his little heroes like that. Always fun to watch. We'll see how they fare, though, heading into this 2-game series up against Liquid. There's always this kind of air. There's this edge of cheekiness from the Yakult pros. And I know most of it comes from Baboka.
but dude, I was watching Baboka. It was like, I don't know, a couple of tournaments ago. And he's playing Batrider. His off laner is like
just jungling, isn't he?
He's completely on his own, and Boboka's jungling on a Batrider.
Yeah.
And then you see him pick up a Blink Dagger. He goes in, like doesn't do anything, but the vibes are there. Like the one thing I appreciate about this team.
Because I was casting that game as well, I think.
It might have been Blast, yeah. It's just like these are the vibes. These are the vibes that I'm talking about. They just need to shapen up the gameplay.
Well, they banned Batrider, so the vibes are gone, Lacoste. The Team Liquid, they're on to the game plan. They know what's going on. Already removed it. So what do we got here? Treant, Viper, Bat, Razor, Largo, Puck, and Beastmaster. No massive surprises in the ban pool. And Jakiro, having been the strongest POS 5 in a long time, is going to get first picked up. With a lot of grins in a Liquid camp, I'm wondering what they've been cooking.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to be changing things up. Doesn't seem so. This has been like their opener earlier today when they were playing against Yandex, which they managed to close it out in slightly longer than 30 minutes. When they were playing during the Blast Slam, a couple of times they did open up with Shadow Fiend. This hero is just so strong. This is a hero that Nisha hasn't played during Blast Slam. It was exclusively played by Mickey. And I don't think they lost. Yes, they played it twice. Didn't lose a single game on Shadow Fiend. This is the power of the hero who can like snowball pretty heavily. You have the presence. Your laning stage is extremely good, and then you get to kill people around the map. I remember one of those games where there was, I can't remember who it was, but he was like running around and having like minus 20 armor on heroes, just going in and two-shotting people. It's insane what this hero can do if you give him space.
Do you think he is a bit broken, a bit overtuned? Because I know Quinn was on the panel not long ago saying that this has got to be, one of the strongest kind of safe lane to mid flex heroes in a while.
Yeah, I mean, I play off lane, so I get to experience safe lane Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
Every single time I'm straight up not having a good time. And especially because it's a pub, like you get to play against maybe Shadow Fiend plus Treant Protector, and you're like, what do I even do? Like, it's literally impossible to play this lane. Doesn't matter what you're playing from the off lane. And speaking of some of the stronger heroes, Underlord. This hero is S tier offlaner for a good reason. Reduces damage, strong laner, and then he likes to buy auras. Like, what are we talking about? Crimson or Pipe or Guardian Greaves, whatever is necessary. Or if you have someone else, well, for example, we saw good amounts of mid laners buying Guardian Greaves. Like you're playing some, Vipers, you're playing some Leshraks here and there, anything, Razors as well. So you have 2 auras, 15, 20 minutes into the game, maybe 2.5, and then you're ready to go. And if the enemy team starts to lose the advantage, that's why we're seeing some of the earlier games to start to kick in, these like 20+ minute games.
I mean, maybe this is why Yang and Moon have come back. They've seen the fatter meta re-emerge with the
Dragonite with mech, yeah.
Dragonite mech, Storm with mech, Lesh with mech. Hell, why not come back and do it? But that's a really important point you bring up, right? These 15 to 20 minute fights around Roche, around Tormentor. We just see it. We see it on the screens, even in the past series with Execration versus GamerLegion. What the Centaur had like a Lotus and the enemy offlaner had a pipe, and you see this massive difference in taking a team fight when the 5v5 head-on-head clashes. That pipe diff really can kick in big time. And now you're looking at an Earth Spirit with Magnetize. You are really incentivized to pick up a pipe here against Earth Spirit, Lesh, Jakiro. This is Pipe City.
Yeah, pretty much. I also want to see if maybe they're going to be going for a Mage Slayer buyer potentially from the mid lane. Some Ember Spirit comes to my mind, even though he likes the build into Spirit Vessel as his main item. I also wouldn't mind seeing that. I think that combination, especially against all-in magic damage that Yakult Bros is bringing. I like the idea. They know that they can't just let Team Liquid do stuff, so it's going to be 2 very strong supports in the Cold Bros, playing around Leshrak, making sure that he's having a good time playing around him, and then securing the runes, try to get stuff happen, be very active early on. So I want to see what kind of safe laner and off laner they're going to be picking up, whether that's going to be something that is self-sustainable, something that can as well bring some aura to the fight. Yang is probably like reading stuff because he has been missing in action for quite some time. Like, oh man, I didn't know the Crimson, that's the new item. Or, dispellable, undispellable. There's been a lot of changes and everything. Not sure how you feel about this. When I first read it, that Crimson is undispellable, and then you have Pipe, which is undispellable. I'm like, I don't know about this one, Chief. And then you buff Guardian Greaves, you make it much less expensive, which also means that you can just go for the auras again.
Just spam auras. I guess it does simplify the game a little bit when you're kind of guaranteed one player is buying this aura, the other's buying this one. I don't know, but it becomes so hard to balance around, if you add a neutral item that has a dispel, or one hero has a dispel on this spell, or this is a cheap item that has a dispel now, it can just completely ruin Pipe, right? I think it's kind of a tightrope act to keep these items viable, but not completely broken.
Yeah, I feel like auras right now are slightly too strong. I would prefer if we had, the numbers toned down a little bit. For example, Pipe, you still have the small aura around you, even if you don't have Pipe. But also when you're going to be popping that Pipe. It lasts for 8 seconds. So it's still, for example, on Underworld, this hero's just not going to die from 100 to 0, especially if there's going to be a save behind him. You have, even a Requiem, consider that as a save. You have Shadow Demon, Marcy potentially. So a lot of things that is just buying you time, which allows you to pop your Pipe, pop your Crimson as well. Even more magic damage. This is a good illusion maker out of Shadowfiend. If you make illusion out of Shadowfiend, it can definitely win you the fight. And speaking of creating some illusions, there's going to be Shadow Demon as well. I feel like this Marcy, even though this is something that Boxy does play, I want to see how they're going to be laning. I feel like Shadowfiend plus Marcy is a much stronger lane, and then you have Shadow Demon plus Underlord, which allows Shadow Demon to go to the triangle, stack a little bit, and then you have Underlord who can easily clear those stacks.
And you're saying this because Nisha has rarely played the SF mid, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we're kind of assuming that Shadowfiend's going to go into the hands of Mika in that safe lane. Still going to cover our bases as the Yakult Bros, get rid of the Kez.
Yeah, but after seeing Leshrak being picked up, maybe they're thinking Shadowfield's a good hero against Lesh because he has pretty strong range. It doesn't allow Leshrak pretty big range, and it also is a strong laner, which doesn't allow Leshrak to do what he wants, run down someone with Edict. Shadowfiend, he raises you once, raises you twice. You kind of need to stop.
It looks like Nisha is contemplating
Yeah, he's very, very, very focused, as we can see.
What do I want?
After just winning a tournament, what do I want to pick against Yakult brothers? This is a good ban. I like this ban. Actually, both bans coming out from Liquid, even 3 bans, because they're all of these heroes. In terms of like what they want to do and how they want to be playing the fights, they don't mind playing the longer fights. All of these 3 heroes, like Razor, he's going to be stealing your damage. Ursa, very good, one of the best ones in the game against Underlord, the stacking damage. Weaver as well, they have nothing. Like I see a lot of teams also removing Weaver whenever they have Shadow Demon because you just don't care. Like this is anti-carry type of an ability. Purge, which doesn't allow you to move, great against BKB. Weaver's just like, whatever. Like, I don't care.
Especially, yeah, such a draft, like no click disables, right? Like you don't have a stun or a hex. You're super reliant on, he's going to walk into Pit of Malice. Yeah, I don't think the Weaver's going to do that. I guess also removing some of these options that pair really nicely into a Darkseer, kind of vacuum into combos from the Lash and the Jakiro. Vacuum Ice Path with this burst damage out of an Ursa or a Sven, exactly.
They know. They're removing some of the combos that they don't want to be playing against, and it's going to be Lina, another lane dominant. This is like very cookie cutter coming out from Yakult brothers. Lina Leshrac, it's been a while since I saw this 2 heroes being on the same team. Like we saw some resurgence of Lina coming back. I think even during the blast in Chengdu, I think it was
Watson
who played it. Yeah, they played it with Naga Siren, which is a strong lane. Even though he died a couple of times, he was still staying on top of the network because this hero farms extremely quickly. But it's a lot of magic damage. Like also the way Lina itemizes is Maelstrom. So it's also going to be magic damage coming out from that. Plus all of her toolkit is magic damage, which is going to be negated by Underlord's Pipe.
It's a pretty cool draft though, right? You know, matchup to matchup wise, Lina's pretty good being that turret to just launch damage into a Shadow Fiend. You know, she's in that same archetype of stand and deliver, but can do it maybe from a little further range. You've got bodyguards with the Darkseer and the Earth Spirit to play forward for you, with these glass cannon heroes like Lash and Lina. Solid lanes, lots of magic damage, aura buyers. I'm just looking at this Earth Spirit though, and what, he's going to be with the Darkseer in lane as your 4?
Yeah, it does seem so. It's a strong lane. It also allows you to go for maybe some of the Twin Gate rotations, TP rotations as well. Nisha will be playing Slardar. This hero can do good against... So it's going to be Lina, actually, in the end, played from the mid lane after seeing what they last picked. So slightly giving a better lane option to Lina, I would say. Where she can put in slightly more right-click damage onto Slardar. But Slardar should still do okay. Like, he's not going to be winning the lane, but he's going to be doing fine. And it's also a lot of minus armor. It's a lot of minus armor, Gary.
Oh, it's tons. Yeah, especially when you've got this POS4 Boxy Marcy who kind of scales into that burst damage dealer as well. You're able to pair, like, this Slardar basically connects all the heroes together, right? You didn't have a great initiation tool or a point-click stun. Nisha's there to play with Boxy, to play with Ace, to play with Mickey. He's the one who can set up fights or maybe react to what Yakult Bros are doing. Because I kind of see the Yakult Bros as this, let's go. Baboka leading the charge, rolling in, charging forward, playing towards this early Tormentor timing, trying to get the auras and fight early on. Whereas, maybe Liquid, I don't want to use the word greedy, but they need a bit more ramp-up time to get to where their heroes want to be.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this is not, like, Shadow Fiend, he can pop off. Maybe if he has a mid laner that can do stuff. Your off lane is, like, very static. It is Underlord, so he's not going to be moving around. Maybe when he gets level 6, he can try to move around and get stuff done. But other than that, it's really not like the most explosive lineup that we used to see from Team Liquid. What I like about the last pick, as you mentioned, is the stun that it gives to them, the minus armor as well, and it also gives them objective Tormentor and Roshan. Even though they were not like lacking it, it's still very, very good because basically it allows you to bring in an extra hero and just kill the Tormentor, kill Roshan. So we're going to be seeing how this plays out. I feel like I wouldn't see these type of draft coming out from any other teams. I feel like they need to experiment slightly more to be able to match up against a team that is Team Liquid. And also a very interesting itemization, Gary. Fly on Leshrac. I mean, Urn has been such a good item, being like buffed so many times. It's one of my favorite, if not the favorite Dota item of all times. Glad to see that it's back. Like we've seen, I don't know, a couple of years back, you always had 33 buying the Urn from the off lane just to have that extra bit of region. Back in the days as well, before that, you could kind of buy all the components of the Urn and then maybe get a kill immediately into the Urn. And let's see Boxy first point of contact.
Battle over the sentries. He's going to rebound away. No chance there to catch a kill, but it does look like Yakult Bros are trying to spread out across both bounty runes while Liquid and gather up for the top one. Venetia to snipe it. Doesn't get surrounded, but does lose a lot of HP on his way out, down to under 200 health. Gonna have to tango back up and waddle through the river.
Let's see, Tofu probably gives him another tango just in case, and yeah, he does.
All things considered, 2 for 2. Just a little clash in that top jungle. Yeah, Urn. Right, so I guess if your mid lane is not going to buy it, I was maybe expecting the Earth Spirit to go for it. So there's just Fly saying, hey, this is a cool item. I want to be part of the Urn party.
Yeah, I mean, you can still get the charges, which is nice. You can get like, I thought of one, like once I read the changes, I was like, well, maybe there's an idea that everybody is going to be buying an Urn because it's such a good item. It gives you pretty much everything, extra bit of mana regen, a little bit of protection, a little bit of extra armor, stats. Yeah, but not really happening. But interesting idea. Like it gives you, like, for example, the armor that I'm talking about. So you're still going to be getting that extra bit of value. 2 armor against Shadow Fiend, against Slardar, maybe some right clicks from Marcy. It's going to be good save, good overall cheap item. Like we've seen it on Spectre before from Carry Roll because she has global presence and such. But people are trying to experiment, try to find what the ideal build is on certain heroes, which I still really like.
I mean, every little helps. It's like, you know, old Ring of Aquila, right? All these small components incrementally build up into a nice little item. Takes up a slot. I mean, hell, thinking back, you were talking about other uses for it. There's 3-3 with that Enigma. We also had Whisper playing his Puck and Leshrac in the off lane, right? Going for these like Urn Greaves kind of builds. But it feels like it's all come full circle. Oh, Mickey. Dead up at top to a vacuum out of Yang. Double Iron Shaw was there, but Foxy is going to dispose him back on the tower and at least get the trade.
Oh, what is that called, Gary? One thing when we mention Yang, even though we were not mentioning him for almost like 3 years, Dead Man's Strat. And here it is again. Goes in, gets a kill, gets a little bit of extra heal because of his innate ability, but still dies in the end. Boxy should be pretty happy about that one.
Not heard that in ages.
Yeah, he was gone from the scene.
Goodness. Now Yang dies, win team fight. That's the way it goes. Tofu's getting slapped by Baboka. Spirit able to play forward here to protect the Leshrac, which I guess in its own right is something we can consider here is that little lane swap with Jakiro going top to play with his dogs here, having the melee ranged setup to try and keep things fair and balanced. It does mean Baboka on his Earth Spirit. It feels a little bit clunky still playing melee heroes in a safe lane as a +5.
It definitely does. But if you have a hero like Leshrac, yeah, who can kind of come in, maybe if you're playing 5 like Earth Spirit, if the lane is in a good position, and naturally the lane in the top lane should be slightly pushed in, unless they're going to be using Iron Shells a lot, which they kind of want to. Shadow Fiend naturally pushes the lane by having his aura presence. It's a lot of minus armor. It's -3, so the wave dies quickly. So we'll see how it's going to be played out, whether there's going to be an opportunity for Earth Spirit to gate because the lane is pushed in. Mickey doesn't feel too comfortable in this lane so far. Sitting at half HP, has a good amount of magic wand charges.
We're going to dispose on the tower into the razors. Jakiro gets burst down quickly. Mickey is going to step back from the Iron Shells. Should be okay to withstand the rest of this in the lane.
Oh, mid lane rotation. Nice play from Tofu, trying to set things up.
Straight onto Moon. Baboka's roll misses completely, threads the needles, so Nisha can keep giving it to the Lina. And Tofu picks up the kill with Baboka now exposed and 10 seconds on the roll. He's going to get the clicks given to him by Tofu, but I doubt there's an actual kill on the horizon.
Yeah, the reason why Shadow Demon is such a strong hero is his innate ability, Menace. The stat, like once you start to get a couple of hits in and they're like, oh, I'm taking way too much damage. And with the build that he's going for on Tofu, which is a bit of an older build, I would say. A lot of the times you would see people just getting Disseminate instead. He is putting 2 points in Shadow Poison, so the damage is starting to add up.
It's like when Shadow Demon goes into Roshan, it's like 30 stacks of this thing. I was like, oh my god, he's taking 70% more damage. That's pretty nuts. I was honestly just about to bring up the point that, you know, looking at the last hits, the state of the lane, you know, Moon is still ahead of this Nisha Slardar. So it feels like a concerted effort, right, by Yakult Bros to put Moon in a winning position. Because we were talking about how he's had, you know, the rough series today against OG, having a pretty hard time on Tiny. And I remember last Dream League, Ace was going to get rolled and stunned. Flesh and Spirit giving him the damage, but there's a bubble save. Not quite enough to keep Ace out of harm's way. Anyway, Moon, yeah, his last series, he had that game on Tiny where he was like 1-10, 1-11. He played Nature's Prophet and Puck in the last Dream League. And he also, you know, had pretty poor performances in bad matchups in that tournament as well. So it's nice to see them try and give him a little bit more comfort, get him, you know, warmed up, especially against such a tough opponent.
Yeah, it's also not easy. I'm not sure how much they were playing, but they've been missing from a professional scene in a long time. I'm not going to say it's the same as me coming back to the professional scene right now, because I would definitely struggle. I would get the treatment from every other player, but you can definitely feel the difference. Like, there's a reason why these players who play every day, who practice scrim against the top tier teams, you can feel the difference. But so far, Moon been doing pretty good on top of the CS chart, on top of the network chart as well, 44-10. Also playing in a favorable matchup, which definitely does help, but this is the kind of a boost that I think you need to have to be able to get yourself back into the game. We're talking about the twin gate rotation. Baboka in the top lane, trying to find the opportunity. Doesn't find anything, going back to bottom lane.
Boxy's TP down here onto this bottom tier 1, and Tofu is going to set up on Fly. Baboka's come through the gate to try and help out. Jakiro's keeping down as well, so Fly, but a gap, but the rebound back in, and the dispose, not enough to bring the Leshrac down. Ace instead the one who has to run back, and Boxy's been left completely stranded while Baboka goes fishing. Won't be able to latch onto anybody just yet.
As well. They might get
you're
two
right.
of them.
There's a swarm arriving. Look, the Lina's coming as well. Moon's hungry for this one. Tofu trying to take it. Bubbles up, but Jakiro's there. He's going to come and steal it. Tofu now going to get rolled upon by Baboka. 4 heroes surrounding the Shadow Demon, and down you go. So double Wisdom Shrine for Yakult Bros.
Oh, not too bad. On Baboka, this looks like a BM pause, but it's probably not.
Good job, boys. Pause. Everyone's flat, you know, pat on the back.
All right, keep it up.
Crack open a new drink. You know, light a cigarette. Whatever you fancy.
Oh, I know what Baboka fancies, but Baboka should be pretty happy with how things are going so far. He's been involved in 3 out of 4 kills. Good kick or pull that he did in that previous fight. A little bit of a ping pong action on the Disco Pony. Pick me up as well, but he managed to survive, and now he does have multiple urn charges on Leshrac, and we're going to see it again.
He survived because of the urn, right?
Yeah, back to full HP. There it is, the extra bit of a damage. Not too bad. I see that Fly is going for treads on Leshrac, which is not the item that you usually buy on Carry Lesh, but if you want to meme it up, Chronoptic Nourishment, Leshrac's attack, it does restore mana to you. So the more attack speed you have, the more mana you will get back. Not sure if that's what you want to be getting on Leshrac, but we'll see how it's going to play. Because what Leshrac wants to do is he wants to have mana sustain from either having Boots of Travel, so he can go to base and TP somewhere else, or if he has Guardian Greaves / potentially have Guardian Greaves. I don't remember seeing Guardian Greaves from Carry Lashrak, but mid Lashraks definitely do buy it.
Yeah, for sure. Now it's just fascinating when pro players decide to buy Phase or Treads or Arcanes. I can never quite put my finger on it. It kind of just feels like monkey see, monkey do. They've seen someone else do it in a pub game.
Oh, no, the carry players, they have a fetish on playing with power treads. If they could buy power treads every single game, they definitely would. It's the best. It's just the stats, the ability to toggle it, to get the extra bit of attack speed, extra armor, you know, get the extra mana. It's just the best item. Like Phase Boots, sure, it's fine, but maybe some players would. Maybe some players prefer the, you know, the Midas Boots of Travel Octarine type of a build. Lower the cooldown. We already lowered the cooldown on Hand of Midas, Gary. I'm telling you, it's the new tech.
Marlene is going to come back.
Yeah, a lot of people that are listening. I'm like, man, what is this idiot saying? I was just memeing. It's not a real build, but maybe for now it isn't. We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Eventually he'll come back.
Boboka, it's a roll.
Nisha, straight back into that Laguna Blade, flown up under tower. And again, this kind of comes off the tail end of a move by Liquid. They went into enemy triangle, they got a deep ward down, they were trying to get into this area and see what was going on. But instead, it's Yakult Bros to react, get a good read on the map, and get the D ward as well.
Yep, as you said, like you being the analyst from time to time, but only when you know things are 100% correct. You did say Liquid, they do have a bit of a slower lineup, and it definitely shows. There's no real playmaker. It needs to be boxy. Maybe they could try to set things up. Tofu understanding pretty much perfectly that he could try to set things up with the TP, which he did. They killed Lina, but look at this. Good amount of magic damage. Tian Ming with Yang as well. Boboka, of course, helping, pretending that he's helping, getting that XP for himself. Level 6.5 already.
Yeah, it would have been a nice spot for Liquid to come and invade, maybe steal stacks, but it's all cut short by that little fight, the kill on Slardar. And yeah, Nisha, that start to his lane wasn't great. We've already talked, you know, that early skirmish in the top jungle, and we've talked about how it's hard against Lina. And him and Boxy have a lot on their plate here to get stuff done, so we're kind of in the waiting period for Nisha and his blink. That's why we saw so many stacks being made up by Liquid on this right-hand side of the map.
Boboka's in again.
This means the aggression continues. Right onto Tofu. Mika's come across with a disruption into Requiem. Darkseer's down to half health. The Raze is stacking up. Yang turns to vacuum wall, but they know he's dead. Mika, along with Boxy there, able to hold their ground and trade Shadow Demon for Darkseer.
Liquid's fine with this kind of a trade. Getting good amount of XP on Shadow Fiend. Giving him the kill. Because Darkseer's the most farm. He was the most farm hero prior to this engagement.
A little bit of sharp reality for Yakult Bros, because it felt like the map was theirs to be taken. And Nisha kind of stepped back into jungle. Mika did the same thing. Top lane looked completely exposed, and then Liquid bring 3 heroes there. It was a big...
I like what Nisha's doing. He's dragging the creep wave into the camp, just mid-maxing the farm. Making sure, because this is not a hero that farms the fastest, especially if you don't have too good of a start, so you need some kind of mana regen as well. I see that he's trying to go for a soul ring, but I think he just wants to pick up the blink dagger first. And now Fly with the rotation through the gates. Let's see what they can find.
Did you say min-maxing or mid-maxing?
He's mid-maxing. It's Slardar. Yeah, he's like, it's not min-maxing. There's like slightly less that he can do with it.
Or he's middle lane maxing.
Yeah, he's mid-maxing. There we go.
He's so skilled. Well, top lane still.
I was not thinking about that, but you upgraded it. Thank you, Gary. That's why I love you.
Absolutely.
Back to the game.
What are we? 12 minutes in. Top lane, Dire tier 1 already gone, so super easy access for Radiant to get to Tormentor. Yang has pushed this lane pretty far up, though. Vacuum into the ulti from Earth Spirit, trying to fight back into this massive Mickey Shadow Fiend. Just hits him down. Mask Command has clicked, given the right clicks.
Oof, it was a 3k gold lead for Yakult.
Gone.
Before this fight, and now you're going to have 2 heroes dead for 15 seconds, which is going to allow Liquid to manage to get back into this game. Like, it's kind of Yakult Bros handling it to them, making sure that they are getting the kills, because Liquid would not be going for these type of plays. Once they pick up the Blink Dagger on Slardar, they might smoke up, trying to land a kill. I think Fly Could be a good kill considering how far like up north he was playing, because they already killed the tower with 4 points in Edict.
Yeah, it's like I almost want to give props to Yakult Bros for trying to keep the aggression up and keep this map pressure going, but having Shadow Fiend as this anchor point in the top lane to play into, proving a difficult task to break past. But I guess you're not playing with Slardar right now until Blink. We've discussed that. You're not playing into Underlord. He wants to play into you with his Fiendskate. So it's really only the top lane defending Shadow Fiend in name that Liquid can do. So something that Yakult Bros have to keep in the mind.
In theory, it looks like a good play. Let's try to smoke up, kill Shadow Fiend, but they also are not respecting the double saves that they have on Liquid supports, plus the gate that can come in and out with the Blink Dagger available. That's going to be probably a smoke from Team Liquid. Try to grab a kill. He's still showing in the mid lane, but not showing his Blink Dagger yet, hiding it on a courier.
And then Marcy upgraded courier. The 3 ticks of health. But yes, it's as if the first 10 minutes of the game didn't happen. The hard lane for Slardar didn't happen. That fight bottom didn't happen. It's like dead even game. Slardar has his blink. It's a clean slate for Liquid to play from, and they found the jump on Yang. Good chain stuns so far, and they've got plenty of damage to dump into this Dark Sphere. Yang drops the wall in the vacuum, but it does very little.
No
and the
help
onslaught
whatsoever.
comes that quickly.
He is tanky with Crimson not being dispellable, but everything else on you is going to be dispellable. Your Ion Shell, your damage, your Surge. So you're kind of cooked if you get jumped by Shadow Demon. No. Or maybe thinking about getting the enemy XP rune. And considering how good of a start Lina had, Moon, we haven't seen too much of him, but now it's going to be a bit of a different thing. He does have BKB available, so he can stand his ground and take a fight. About to crack level 12. Extra bit of upgrade in that damage, but goes up from 500 to 750.
And what's after BKB for this Moon leader?
I
think we go back into that.
I think he needs a little bit of maneuverability in a fight because he's playing against Marcy. You can pike her away. Sure, you're playing against Shadow Demon ulti, but you're also playing against Slardar. I think you want to be keeping the distance. First item BKB, not what we usually see. A lot of the times it is Maelstrom bots or bots into Maelstrom, depending what you need in a team. But it's also kind of a weird dynamic having both mid laner and your carry being intelligence hero.
Yeah. I was wondering, do we see this Acceptor Shard from Moon? Does he go magic damage? We're just going to go right click.
I think he needs to scale with right click damage because Leshrac is your position 1, which also means, sure, Leshrac can scale. It's one of the better scaling heroes in the game when it comes down to hitting level 25s with Shivas, Octarine, Wind Wakers and such, maybe even Aghanim Scepter at one point. But Aghanim Scepter is also not the greatest if you're playing against Shadow Demon, and it is a buff that is kind of applied to you, so it still gets spelled.
Oh, Boxy saves the day. Straight in to keep Slardar out of harm's way. Moon is going to pick up the kill there, though, as Yakult Bros brought numbers up top. A kill's a kill, and they're still trying to play into mid as well, where they saw Tofu not long ago. Gets exposed by Flyfly's wraparound. Will be found there. The 16-minute rune is about to spawn. Nisha is thinking about his options, but it's an arcane rune up at top for the Yakult Bros.
Massive impact from Underlord so far. 0, 1, and 0. It is a slow hero in a lot of the games as well. Continues to farm up. He's going to be ready soon. About to finish off his pipe. Needs another 20 gold, and he's going to be good to go.
It is a much later but much larger timing from Liquid. Shadow Fiend has had a bit of involvement, a couple of fights going his way. He's getting pretty stacked now as 10k net worth is reached by Mickey. Going for this little bits and bobs item build, Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, Yasha, into the Manta and the Pike. So plenty of stats and the ability to stand and deliver. We'll jump into mid. There was a Lina there a second ago. I almost missed that one. Earthspirit's in trouble as well. Ace has managed to show his face. In comes Boxy, but the Ice Path and the damage. All 3 stuck inside the Macropire. Could be dangerous for Liquid. Requiem's thrown out. Earthspirit's forced back. The damage comes in quick enough now, so they trade out 2 for 1 so far. Flyfly still in danger, though. annihilated by Mickey. The Shadow Fiend just bringing hellfire, rain down on their heads. Darkseer gets clapped down by Ace, and Liquid dive the tier 2 tower where Nisha has found the Jakiro as well. A 5-for-1 wiped off the face of the map.
And as like Underlord gets pipe, suddenly this fight is completely over. Almost Boxy got out because of the shield that he has, Ash Legion shield, plus the pipe, extra bit of a damage as well. They take out the Lina, which is not the biggest damage dealer because they still have Lesh with Yashikaya, who still deals a lot of damage. Like, the fight here doesn't look too bad. The Vacuum into Ice Path onto 3 with Macropire, but they're still not dying. Requiem clips them, I believe 2 of them, and pushes them away, and then Fly. Like, even with Yasha, his armor is still not the greatest. One Slaughter ulti, extra bit of minus armor from Shadow Fiend, and suddenly you just die from a couple of right clicks.
I mean, our pre-show is pretty spot on, right? Pipe diff? Pretty much pipe diff in that fight. Ace kept them alive through all the Jakiro damage. They chased forward. Incredible amount of work. Honestly, I don't know what's worse. The fact that Moon didn't get off the BKB, still has a 9-second BKB. The fact that he did or didn't. Yeah. But it's like, if he had used it, he'd probably dead anyway.
He's dead, yeah. And now for the next fight, you have Ace coming in with a second aura. You do have Crimson Guard, and I also saw the Tofu has mech available, actually getting close to Guardian Greaves. What is he? Tumbler's Toy with the Greedy, so that's extra 75 GPM for him, which means that Guardian Greaves is gonna be online the next 2 minutes or so. So you have 3 auras already.
Oh, sorry, that Radiant Observer Ward in the mid lane is just out of range of both sentries. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Look at that. The Venn diagram doesn't reach him. Yakult bros, they know they're going to do something. They're going to jump on Tofu here. Saves himself with disruption, buys time for the Fiend's Gate to arrive. And Ace starts up for now. They'll rebound back in. And Tofu, he's going to get blown up. But the Requiem and the turnaround from Liquid is good to bring down Fly. Mickey repositioning here to try and deal with Yang, while Moon is collapsed on by Nisha.
Mickey's dying.
The Lina is dying. Mickey is going to get saved again. Boxy just rebounds back up to high ground. Leaves things here for Nisha and Ace to try and clean up the mess. Another pit thrown in. Raises and right clicks from Mickey ready. Has to deal with these wall illusions though, as Ace just tanking through literally everything. Boxy will jump back in to finish off the Earth Spirit now, and Nisha has another round loaded up to blow up another one.
Oh man, Boxy's playing out of his mind. Like, you would not expect him to throw in Shadow Demon just like that. Sure, they sacrifice him. He's out already, but that's safe from the high ground. Both of them were super low. He manages to pick him up with the rebound facet, manages to get him out of the trouble, and then he comes in, kills off the illusions from Shadow Fiend, which we said that could be causing some of the issues. But I like that Ace is just like, yo, dudes, whatever. Like, I'm in. Like, I TP in, I get the extra bit of a damage reduction, I get extra bit of movement speed, and you can see the Moon, he's dealing in some nice right-click damage, but once you get focused down by these 2 heroes, Underlord, he's insanely, like, he hits for like 300-400 pretty much in those fights with the extra minus armor from Slaughter, and now the clutch save is gonna come through, pretty much.
Which is so good. And yeah, when you're fighting this choke point into Firestorm, into Ace Underlord, Requiems and Razors and stuff like that, it is just nasty business. And this...
They don't have pipe. They have Crimson, sure, to get some right clicks from Slaughter, from Shadow Fiend. You have Mac available, but there is no Pipe.
No, there is not. Spirit gets a bit of distance. Ace is trying to close him off, and Nisha doesn't land the Blink stun, but he's got the Bash and Crush to follow up for a Mickey unstoppable streak.
Roshan's in the bottom pit, so they can easily take that one. It's a lot of minus armor, as we said. This part, our last pick, working out amazingly for Team Liquid. Nisha died once. He did not have the greatest laning stage, but he was dragging the creep wave behind the tower, dragging the creep waves inside his triangle to make sure that he's getting the farm. And now you have to deal with Mickey twice.
That's a scary thought. And a really just testament here to Liquid getting past that kind of grisly laning stage.
Radiant's bottom tower
Letting Yakult bros throw what they wanted at them.
Bottom tower has fallen.
A couple of responses, held their own until, what, minute 13 when that Slardar blink came out? It's been smooth sailing from then on. As Tofu, he's set up on Moon up top. Jakiro tries to throw some spells into the gate to stop Shadow Fiend and Underlord collapsing on Lina, but this now leaves the Jakiro completely open.
Do you think you should be able to destroy the gates?
No.
What are they, too powerful or what?
Broken. I think it's just one of those things that, oh god, are they fighting bottom? They're going to roll in. Yule's on the Shadow Fiend. Baboka steps up, but Ace has come back in. They'll protect Mickey with everything they've got, and he's got 2 lives? I don't think Baboka thought that one through. There's a wall vacuum on 3. Liquid just stand their ground and say, what next? That's a couple of ultis chucked at us, and it's done literally nothing.
Yeah, something that has a bit of a hidden impact in a lot of these fights is Disseminate. You throw that onto a target that is being focused on. A lot of the times you just don't see the impact, and it's dealing quite a lot of damage.
That's one of those
Radiant's
surprise
bottom
features.
tower is under attack. Radiant structures.
It's a tier 2 bottom for Liquid, but also an aggressive move. Nisha and Boxy have vision over on the Leshrac. Fly, chain stunned, and with this ulti from Boxy, quick kill. Tofu setting up on the Jakiro as well there, I think, with a disruption into the remaining moments of the unleash out of Boxy's Mastery. Laguna Blade and Light Strike Array popped. The heal and Glimmer Cape, though, Boxy's kept alive, but not long enough to survive or get any kind of kill. Now Dog's here, chasing, hunting Tofu.
Nisha's BKB's on Courier. He's thinking about maybe jumping in, helping his teammates, but did not have it ready.
Comes in a little too late. But this is now Yakult Bros having to make a decision. Defend bottom lane, gather the farm, keep pressing through top and mid. They got, you get these 2 kills, but you can't do anything with it.
There's no objective to be taken. There's no Tormentor. There is no Roshan. Basically, Mickey solo pushing while 2 of his teammates are dead. Nisha's behind him. Underlord does have gates available, so they can help him out.
Imagine a game state where you kill 2 supports and then you're scared to defend your tier 2 tower and you're losing your Lina? Almost. Mickey with a Crystalist double crit nearly gave it to her. Jeez.
If that was level 3 Corrosive Haze, she dies there, I think.
Probably, yeah.
And he's so close to Daedalus as well. About to be level 20. So extra damage per soul. That's going to add up. That's a crazy talent on Shadowfin. The right click one, of course.
A big punch. Where's this gate going? Up top. Ace with his Aghanim Scepter, trying to catch up to Fly. I'm going to leave it to Boxy and Mickey to very quickly burst down the Leshrac, while the rest of them finished off the Jakiro further to the left. And this feels now insurmountable. It feels like a foregone conclusion at this point. How do you deal with the Shadow Fiend? I just don't know if there's an answer to this question. He's got Daedalus coming.
You have Bodyguard, extra bit of damage, extra bit of lifesteal, Daedalus with Aegis and that level 20 talent. So his damage is 500 right now, even without having the Bodyguard.
Soldier's fortune.
We've not seen his cores. Leshrac or Lina have a tremendous amount of impact out of Yakult Bros. If there's any time to do something, it's now. Liquid, though, have high ground vision. They've got the Shadow Fiend with 45 seconds left on the Aegis. Maybe a timing play for the Yakult Bros with a big vacuum wall. Maybe they can kill the Shadow Fiend off. They've got to give it a shot, though. They'll start poking with a stun and a kick back. Shadow Fiend in the ice path, but Aegis is there. So Mickey's first life only down, but the rebound's being used. They can't save him anymore. Mickey's going to force himself back to safety, though. They don't get the chain stun. Vacuum there to drag him back into the ice path. Focus on Mickey again, but now we've got the rebound to save him. Boxy comes in the second time to keep Liquid in fighting shape to reapproach the high ground.
All things considered, like the way they execute is not too bad. Look at the LSA now. It does connect onto 3 of them, but another save.
Yeah, they've got so many combos and chain stuns. It just feels like they don't have the damage. Yes, you can vacuum into Ice Path and Light Strike Array, but when Shadow Fiend 2 hits your cores, I don't think you belong in this game anymore.
Like, the way they execute the fight in the last one, that's pretty much the only play they could go for. He finds the opening, gets the kick, they get the Aegis off immediately. Pick Me Up doesn't pick up the Shadow Fiend, but then LSA hits even some, like, earlier fight. didn't look too bad in terms of like execution. It looks like, oh, it's a vacuum wall with the Ice Path Macropyre onto 3 of them, but the damage reduction is too much. This pipe that they did have, like, sure, Ace, he started the game with 0, 1, and 0. He was not involved in any of the kills for like good 18, maybe even 20 minutes. And then he brings Pipe to the fight. Suddenly the game and the fight looks completely over.
And there's that like one big fight around the Roche pit, I don't know, 15 whatever minutes in, bang, just got him. And Blink Dagger timing, Pipe timing, Liquid really leaning on these item timings after, you'd argue it wasn't an atrocious or a super difficult laning stage for Liquid. It was kind of negative neutral. Yakult Bros, though, you feel they were kind of comfortable in the first 10 minutes or so, feeling good about things.
This is what happens with, I would say, lower tier teams where they can play. Like, they can play laning stage pretty well. You saw the advantage that they did have. Yakult Bros were 3.5k gold up, but also making some of the moves, which kind of handed the kills, handed the gold. You saw that fight in the top where Darkseer died, Earth Spirit died, Shadowfin gets a kill, he gets another kill. They're dead for a long time. Suddenly, this lead that they had completely mitigated.
I'm just looking. Fly, 14,000 damage. Moon on Alina, 16,000 damage. Kind of respectable numbers for a game of this length. 23,000 damage from the Shadow Fiend. Mickey, just incredible amounts. As game 1 goes the way of Liquid here in this 2-game series, we'll see if Yakult Bros can try and bring things back as we'll head to a break before game number 2.
Bloody time.
Yes, 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 yes. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Right where I wanna be. Yeah. Let's go, let's go. Shades on, I'm deep in my zone. Spread love, yo, we making it known. I'm really feeling that we go together, cause it's all good times, yeah, now forever. In the booth or in the club, wherever I go, I turn the music up. Whatever the day, I make waves, make dreams, make moves, make love. Step to the left, yeah, move for the flow. Good times roll, yeah, we letting it show. Hands to the sky, yeah, feeling so free. Love in the air, yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cause I'm right where I wanna be. Yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cause I'm right where I wanna be. Yeah, I'm right where I wanna be. Cool breeze, I feel real nice. Star shine, yo, we light up the night. Good vibes, and I'm rolling like dice. And I'm cool like ice, ice.
Welcome back, everybody, here. DreamLeague Season 28, the second day of group stage as we kick off our second game in this series, two-game series. It's Team Liquid taking on Yakult Bros. And Lacoste, game one, it started pretty well for Yakult Bros, but it didn't end well.
No, not really. I mean, that's why I said this is a cookie-cutter strat that can work for maybe like 20 minutes. It has potential to do it, but you need to snowball pretty heavily with this type of a lineup. Also, Lina Leshrak, there's a reason why we're not seeing these two heroes paired up together. And there's some flaws in this draft as well. When you think about it, if you rewind it back, it was Shadow Demon that was picked on 16. And then you have Yakult Brothers picking Darkseer on 18th. So not the greatest counter pick, even though he did okay. Like I think the whole idea was to put Illusion of the Shadow Fiend in the fight to make sure you're getting the ult that extra minus armor, make sure that maybe your Lina can pump in the damage, but we also haven't seen much from Moon. I think he played the laning stage pretty well, but other than that, couldn't find the opportunity to stand his ground and deal the damage. He could not square up against Shadow Fiend and Slardar.
Yeah, and then we saw in that kind of, there wasn't really even a late game to speak of, right? It was just like early game, laning phase, into mid game, into end. The mid game was so execution heavy for Yakult Bros. Like, you need to land every spell perfectly. And even if you had a great vacuum wall, a great light striker, if you don't have a great ice path and macropire as well, it was just Liquid running all over you with the damage resist, the pipe, the gap close, the saves from that Boxy Marcy. It was very well done by Liquid, on top of the resistance they put up to the early aggression, making sure that Mickey and Nisha, I think Nisha in particular, could farm his Blink Dagger timing. There are so many little moments where you think, oh, this is dangerous for Liquid. They just hold back, make one move, get their items, and then the game became so easy for them.
It did. It was this mid fight that showed the strength of Liquid's lineup, and even the fight near the Roche pit, in the top Roche pit, where Boxy managed to get like insane save on Shadow Fiend. Even without Shadow Fiend, I still feel this fight is kind of over if Liquid continues to take the fight. And let's see what Liquid is going to be taking for themselves as an opener this time. They did have second pick in the first game, taking Shadow Fiend on 9 after, and the Shadow Demon again. I mean, this hero just has everything. I mean, we already explained it, what the hero does in terms of stacking. There was a really nice move from Tofu as well in the previous game, where he TP'd mid, caught Lina off guard, making sure that they throw in Blood Grenade, couple of right clicks, good body blocks coming up from Nisha, so they managed to secure the kill. And let's see how Yakult Brothers are going to decide to deal with this Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason, right? He's like fourth most popular hero. Has been for the last couple of tournaments, definitely up there in the top 5. Shadow Demon, like I say, just gives you a little bit of everything. Yakult Bros, their response is the Chen, though. So a bit of macro play, strong lanes, and play with more auras. We didn't have enough auras last game. Let's just have more.
10 seconds remaining.
This is one of the heroes that Shadow Demon doesn't deal well with. I seen in the last couple of months, last couple of tournaments as well, that a lot of the Chen teams are willing to play the Chen off lane. So, but if this Shadow Demon is going to be played from the safe lane or off lane, you can definitely, not necessarily to follow Shadow Demon to counter him, but you have that opportunity because he doesn't deal well with summons. That's one of the downsides of the hero.
Yeah, right. Like Falcons, for example, right? They'll give like crit Tusk and then snaking Chen, and they'll swap the pos 4 and 5.
Yes.
To give Chen a better spot. There's a couple of teams that do that. You're right.
Team Liquid's turn.
And Chen, also a hero that you can kind of greed it out with. If things slow down in that post-laning phase stage of the game, he can just hit creeps and buy a bunch of items. And all of a sudden, you've got another power spike to play around from a support role, which can be cool.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, usually Chen wants to be playing with these big damage dealer, kind of fragile heroes, or heroes that like to clear stacks, because Chen is the master of the jungle. TA is a good solid ban there to start off with.
Chen gives you everything. It gives you, as you said, extra auras, strong laning. I think the trade-off that they got is pretty good. Both of these heroes had not the greatest win rate during the last Blast Slam. As you said, like Shadow Demon being in top 5, and then you also had Chen being in like top 10. But Chen sitting at 50% win rate, and Shadow Demon sub 50, sitting at 48.
The double-edged sword of being a popular hero is that the not-so-good teams play you as well.
Yeah, that's also true. Like, the other teams are going to be playing it, but you also are going to be losing some of those games.
Yeah. So, you've said, Shadow Demon gives you everything. Chen gives you everything. But so Shadow Demon doesn't give you wave clear or ways to deal with the Chen summons. What doesn't Chen give you? Is there something that Chen lacks at? Team fighting, I guess?
I think playing against certain heroes in the lane that can punish you, like some strong off-lane duos. Some heroes, like Chen has also ability to send his Satyr to the mid lane, burn mana, but we also seen good amount of like tomato creeps being used before. I like this pairing in particular. The mana burn also was the one that got nerfed in one of the patches. But this is something that even prior to the patch, what Parivision did is playing this specific, I think it was DreamLeague. No, it was actually Wallachia, the last Wallachia, maybe even the DreamLeague after that one, where they were playing Chen plus Centaur, allowing you to suicide the tomato creep. You get all the extra attack speed, and Centaur having high base damage allows you to, like, you can't really kill that creep. If you kill it, then they're going to turn around. Like, the turnaround potential is pretty insane. Maybe not so much against Dragonite. If this is going to be Dragonite safe lane, most likely it is, but I would definitely love to see Chen plus Centaur pairing.
The unnatural aggression that comes out of them. And that Hellbear. You can be surprised.
Another hero that doesn't care. Like this is just a hero that goes in, soaks up everything, and gives Dragonite clear targets to go for. Plus, of course, you have Shadow Demon behind him once again. Right now, Yakult Brothers, they don't have a hero that Dragonite is going to be afraid of. Like, Centaur damage is more about reducing the damage. Chen is also about prolonging the team fight, but they also need a hero that Dragonite is going to be afraid of.
It's also a pretty cool duo as well, right? Thinking about, first of all, Chen's not going to have a great way to stop Spirit Breaker charging in on anyone. So yes. Spirit Breaker has a pretty free time in that regard right now. But also this, like, DK is scary to heroes like Puck or, Ember or whatever, these fragile spirit or maneuverable heroes who would like to play, against Spirit Breakers. They kind of cover their bases there. So like, you can't pick a Puck to dodge the Spirit Breaker charge into mid, leaving you kind of exposed in this mid lane to just being charged at, because you add in the fact that Chen isn't a hero that likes to rotate mid apart from bringing creeps to hit tower. He's not a kind of skirmishy, stunning hero. He can't really help you out in that regard.
I'm thinking maybe Fly Muerta. Like, I see Clockwork, I see Dragonite carry. I feel like potentially they could bang it out. It's also a good way to you have a little bit of protection against Spirit Breaker charge. You have Stampede. You're going to be maneuverable in a fight. Not necessarily to stop the charge, but it's, Clockwork being in, stopping the charge, puts down the cogs. Then you have a Stampede to reset one more time, maybe. I'm just thinking that they need the damage. Like right now, again, Clockwork, he's not the Maggio.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
This is the other one that I wanted to say. It's Fly Classic, but not the hero that comes online the fastest.
No, definitely not. You are looking at a game here where, okay, there isn't this, Blink Hex, but there is Blink Dragon Tail into Charge Nether Strike. You are quite reliant on your team here to Hand of God or Stampede to get you out of danger. It'd be a little bit scary if Liquid add another element of like control or massive nuke damage. It isn't a completely free game for the Morphling, which sometimes we see when he's picked in this spot. Because yeah, usually it's like 18th pick Morphling or last pick Morphling, and then you get to ban to cover, or you have already banned to cover him.
I feel like Brewmaster or Mars could work for Liquid. Brewmaster because he can throw in Morphling into the air, and there's going to be a lot of damage. Like it's good against Stampede as well. For now, it's going to be Tide. It allows Tidehunter to farm in the lane against Morphling, but so does Morphling. Like he farms into Tidehunter. I don't think he's going to be dying to either Tidehunter Shadow Demon or Tidehunter Spirit Breaker. It's going to be more about stacking, again, getting the auras on your Tidehunter and then playing from there. So again, a bit of a slower game from Liquid. I would probably ban out Ember Spirit. I think this hero would completely own the lineup from Yakult Bros. It builds into Spirit Vessel. It comes online quickly. They really don't have that much control for him either. Both supports are kind of lacking. Your carry really hates to play into it. And it's one of Nisha's better heroes. Like even Void Spirit comes to mind, building in the same item, like just getting that Spirit Vessel online. So we'll see if they decide to cover both bases. Storm Spirit's also another one that could come in very handy, not necessarily a Spirit Vessel buyer, but another elusive hero that can cause a lot of issues for your Cold Bros.
Hell, add in the Puck there as well. Tons of options for them.
Yeah,
it's a good...
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a good point about the Tide, right? So often this Tide versus Morphling lane, we've seen it for a decade now. Tide just drags waves, stays away from the Morphling, they trade farm, they do a good job on their own, but it means that Spirit Breaker is unshackled. He can be free to do whatever he wants on the map, and I feel like an unshackled Spirit Breaker is going to be more useful in the early game than an unshackled Chen.
So what you're saying is Yakult Bros should pick Wind Ranger.
Yes. Shack, or I guess Razor's banned. They could have picked Razor up, but, walk the dog, get Spirit Breaker all leashed up.
It's a very slow lineup again from these heroes, they don't play. Pretty similar to what was happening in game 1. Shadow Fiend replaced it with Dragonite. He wants to build 2 items, Armlet, Mask of Madness, then he's going to be joining the fights. Same Shadow Demon, position 4, pretty much the same archetype of the hero as Marcy, who can be pretty much anywhere on the map, doesn't have the save, and the same Tidehunter, which is kind of Underlord. Buy an aura, come into a fight.
The blob.
Not the smartest guy, big fella. Don't make him angry. Don't say anything disrespectful.
He's a nightclub bouncer.
Yeah.
You're slurring his face. Can I get it? I just want to one more, Dad. Yeah. No. Dead in the water. Anchor smash. Show me your ID. McLovin? No. Dead in the water is an element that is pretty good against the Morphling as well. It can be a struggle for him and the Centaur Stampede. So the Tide's a pretty nice pick. And then Liquid come out with a Huskar last pick for themselves.
Was that a reference, Dead in the Water, because Morphling's water? Or was that like, oh, Morphling can't move because he's lead?
Can't move.
It sets the move speed from Centaur Stampede, so it doesn't work either. In the end, it's going to be Huskar. I think Huskar overall is going to be even more popular, knowing that a lot of these teams are betting out Viper because it's one of the strongest heroes right now, one of the most contested hero of the previous tournament. So one of the answers for Huskar immediately gone. you see two supports, you can't really pick AA, but there's also ways around to play against AA. You have Shadow Demon, you have Pipe coming up from your Tide Hunter. So
Look at Moon's face.
yeah, he's like, guys, I'm cooked. Like, I'm literally cooked.
It was like, ah, shit, here we go again. Yeah.
Maybe some Brood. I feel like they need something spicy. This is kind of the same from the previous game. I really hate Lina playing against Spirit Breaker. This is one of those matchups that even if you get a BKB, like you're always going to be getting bashed, getting ultied every single time. So not the easiest. It's good for the lane. We'll see if Moon is going to be able to replicate maybe the laning stage that he did have in the previous game, because 10 minutes in, he was the top of the network, but couldn't really kind of change. Like he couldn't really change the outcome of the game playing Lina without having good, strong bodies in front of him. This time around, there is Boboka on Clockwork, there is Yang on Centaur, so slightly more control compared to the previous game, and extra bit of a healing from your position 5 compared to the previous game.
And I guess Moon just says, let's run it back. It's a hero that I've practiced, I'm comfortable on. Give me the Lina one more time. We'll see how it goes. It's just a funny ban phase there at the end, right? Like the Invokers, Leshrax's ban, Invokers ban, and the Sniper ban is like, oh, we're going to pick Puck, we're going to pick this, we're going to pick that. Puck ban. Oh, what we're going to do now? The Huskar preemptive counter to basically anything you put mid. Just slam it on the table, say what up. And it does give Liquid a fair amount of tempo, even more strength to their timings. And you keep kind of pointing out, Liquid maybe a bit slower, game 1, game 2, but it's so important to have these heroes that can play that minute, 15 to 20 period around the Tormentor, around that first Roche, having your first aura timing, and this ability to just use your spells and go. And Spirit Breaker for Boxy is going to give them a lot of momentum to do so. It's going to come down to Yakult Bros fighting back with the Chen and the Clockwork and try and crack open a bit of map space for themselves, but it's a difficult task. Yeah, going up against this fella, Nisha on the Huskar.
Yeah. Gary, you know who one of the funniest Morphling player was in Dota history? That is correct. It is Flyfly. It is Flyfly. He's the one back in the days when there was an item called Trusty Shovel or Untrusty Shovel.
Oh, was it him?
It was him. It was him once, maybe even twice, where Kobold actually killed him when you shifted down to try to maybe get the healing salve out of it.
Was it 23 Savage who waveformed into Techie's mines on the Twin Gate? Oh, it's rough. Morphling players are just cursed.
It's a hard hero to play. It's like I know I'm giving him shit for it. Now. Yeah, but it's a hard hero to master. Like, sure, you can play this in whatever bracket, but when you're playing against professional e-gamers that have very good reactions if you don't get the shift off, but something always funny happens with Morphling. Big fan of the hero.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of where Morphling is now compared to the old days, right? Like creating an illusion and TPing across the map to take the place of that illusion, to split push, buying E-Blade, BKB literally every game and just shotgunning people down. Yeah,
I kind of missed that one. No. Not gonna lie.
No.
I think the state of Morphling right now is worse than these two other iterations that we did have. Like right now, Morphling is like nothing, nada. He's like H2O. Like, it's like whatever. Like,
water off a duck's back. That's what he is.
Like his Aghanim Scepter. This has to be, it has to be one of the worst, if actually not the worst upgrade. Maybe Mars is up there. Like Mars, at least it looks cool. Like you build that or whatever, then nobody actually builds that, but maybe you can meme it up. Still looks like it's doing something compared to this Aghanim Scepter. Anyway, let's see Tofu.
At least the Mars one used to be good. In ability draft. It was the only place it was feasible. Anyway, Yakult Bro is going to step back into their lanes as the bounty runes go 2 for 2. We've got the Clockwork Morphling up top against the Tide and Shadow Demon. So Tofu has made his way up there. I've got the Huskar mid against the Lina. We'll see how Moon does in this one. You do outrange the Huskar. You've got a bit of wave push. It's kind of play keep away. Don't get hit by the spears too much. But probably see Nisha farm pretty comfortably.
Yeah, and there's that lane that we mentioned in the bottom lane. That's most likely going to happen. You have the Hellbear from Chen with that facet. And you have whatever abomination this is on Centaur. Just kidding, it's one of the best looking sets in game. Remember back when Ursa, Alpine Ursa set wasn't like, oh, it's just too controversial.
It's not
we can't
fitting
allow
with
this.
the game's aesthetic.
No. Look at this. Look at what we became. What is this raccoon set on Chen? Dragonite could be any hero, pretty much.
I'm
with
sorry.
This set.
Do you think that's a raccoon? That's a red panda.
Oh, it's a red panda. Never mind. Yeah.
We need to take you to zoology class. Let's run you through some animals here, shall we? Mika is playing a what? Mika is playing a what knight?
Yeah, when we were in Chengdu, I did not go to that panda sanctuary. They had red pandas, right? You were the one that did go.
No, I got abandoned. I woke up. I got jet lagged and woke up too late. Everyone, the Slacks organized it to go at like 8 in the morning.
Maybe that's why I didn't go. Maybe
yeah,
that's
we
why
were
I didn't
both
go,
sleeping,
like,
man.
No, I think it's because of the Slacks, not because of the jet lag.
No, it was like, let's go at freaking 8:30 in the morning. I was just like, no, definitely not.
That's why I didn't recognize it. Trash Panda. I thought this was the set. Blood Grenade onto Boxy. Boxy's going to be more than fine. Can't charge away. But yeah, the Hellbear, the summon is very, very good. It gives you insane amount of attack speed. It gives you aura attack speed as well. Boxy.
A fight for the ages.
Almost got it.
Pretty long respawn timer. I'm not going to bother Mickey too much. So Dragonite perfectly fine here, just trading out farm. But it means that Yang and Tianming having a pretty decent lane of their own. Centaur a couple of last hits behind the DK, but should be able to catch up. But is this where Boxy says, hey, I'm level 2, go elsewhere?
Top tower is under attack.
No. He's going to come back to the bottom. While top lane, battle over the Lotus Pool ready. Fly, stepping forward with Baboka. Ace will bodyguard Tofu, who very easily sidesteps one of the cogs. And the Yakult, they can't step forward to deal with Ace. And Chen gets the one down south. This kind of static setup, the side lanes both seem pretty solid for Liquid. The Tide and the DK doing very well for themselves. I've got to point out that Lina in that mid lane, 20 and 10, having a great time.
Again, as we expected, Moon, he plays the laning stage well in some of these matchups that do favor him. Nisha trying to square up in this middle lane, giving him a couple of right clicks with the burning spears, so he needs to be slightly more careful. Yang is farming in the bottom lane. Expected. You're playing against Dragonite, Spirit Breaker. Oh, Boboka's here. He gets him.
Nice rotation through the twin gate. Kill off Mickey. Make this a try lane. Why the hell not? I mean, again, we know this Tide versus Morphling is going to be left alone to like a 1v1. Ken's getting bashed around by Boxy. Oh, bashes the Chen into the ground. The Stolen Vul Assassin's going to get sniped as well. Plus 18 gold for the Spirit Breaker.
He killed the creep as well before that. He killed Tomato Creep. Got the kill. I guess he's bringing the boots of speed. Yeah. And again, I did mention it after seeing it in the draft. I feel Lina matchup against Spirit Breaker is just straight up atrocious.
Yeah.
Want to see what he's going to be building, whether he's going to be going for the same items again, whether he wants to pick up a BKB, or I think this time around it might not be too bad to play some spellcasting Lina. But then again,
that mid lane is getting a bit spooky. So Nisha popped the Fairy Fire to stay alive. Is Boxy? I thought Boxy might go for the bashes there, but decides not to.
Go for it. Yeah.
Has the Fairy Fire. But this is
primed.
Yeah. Volatile mid lane, when Nisha hits level 6, there's absolutely kill threat on both sides. Huskar versus Lina definitely can pop off, even when Lina's 29 and 14. Gotta keep your wits about you. What's happening in this bottom jungle? The Chen's just wandered over here, grabbed up the bounty rune, now body blocking Tofu away as Moon kills off Nisha with the help of Baboka in the mid lane. Tianming's getting bashed and killed in that bottom jungle.
Not a bad kill. This is something that did happen in game 1. Baboka being active, getting killed to Moon.
Where's he going?
Out to crack level 6.
That's Dragon Waves.
He's Dragon Wave for his mid laner. Not gonna let that one slide.
What's that? That's an extra 200 damage on the tower, maybe more, from the catapult. So that one little move from Baboka actually gets a ton of tower damage in. And as we talked about quite extensively, top lane is just a real boring dead lane where both of them are farming dragging lanes into jungle camp.
Both of them are fine. Like from both of their perspectives, they're like, oh man, the enemy safe laner can't pressure me. And Morphling is like, oh, I'm playing against Tidehunter. I will free farm as well. So everything is Gucci. Mickey,
the
bottom lane.
blocks.
They need. Yeah, that's a good one.
Well done by the Chen here. Sets up another kill.
He put the aggro onto Tomato Creep, which has like 16-17% aura, and then when he dies, you get extra 120 attack speed.
And Sendor just punches you. Vanguard tanks up the tower hits, and he dies under tower. With the Tide, though, it does mean, you know, going for Vlad's any kind of pipe or whatever, it's going to be, you know, a little bit delayed compared to normal. But it means that Ace is going to be able to just get levels, get farm, be that staying power, and maybe get some tower damage in, as well as clear stacks, which have started to be made. Castle Pros have brought Lina and Clockwork over here to do just that. Tofu trying to defend this. Poison stacks on his stacks. Oh, gets one. Oh, and the little green shards. Oh, the Madstone.
He's fine with that. Let's see if he's going to get a D ward. He's going to read that well, and Tofu will. He'll board the camp. Nice try from Baboka. Comes in, they steal the stacks, tries to block it for Tidehunter or Huskar. Both of them can actually farm it. You see Nisha again, needs to find a way to come back into the game. He is farming in the jungle, getting to his armlet, while Mickey just got his level 6 in the bottom lane.
You want Yang just cutting waves. A little bit of chip damage on the tower there. Could turn into an actual push when you've got a Chen on your side. As Boxy's going to try and deny himself to Roshan one more time. Into the pit to dodge away from Moon, but
Mickey's in trouble.
Gets the kill while Mickey is being dived.
Stampede ready, but no stun for 8 seconds. They should still be able to get the dive and get the slow.
Easily with the Chen army there. Charge forward, take down DK, but here comes Ace with Tofu. Ravage thrown out, Light Striker Ray lands on Tofu, Chen's blown up, and the Cogs will trap the two inside for a central stop landing on both. Well done here. Ace still pretty tanky with a Lotus to play with. Moon has another Dragon Slave in a second, but won't go chasing.
Yeah, not too bad. Again, 2k gold lead. This is what we said. They're very good at laning. They're playing the favorable matchup in the mid lane. Fly, he's being left alone. So no pressure whatsoever coming to his lane. And Yang with Vanguard. Damage from Liquid is very limited. I also like that Yang just picked up casual Vanguard to have that extra bit of regen, damage block as well. And now going into Shivas against Dragonite, against Huskar. It's kind of the best item you can pick up.
It's a cool little tech shift there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of this Liquid damage output, mid-game team fight. It's going to come down to Nisha and his armlet. He's currently farming ancient stacks. And hasn't had much of a game on this Huskar. Nowhere really to play into either.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's going to be reliant on this Tide and Spirit Breaker to try and open up the fights for him.
I can tell our observer is Huskar enjoyer by the sound of it. He's just been enjoying the sound for a good 45 seconds, clearing all those stacks, and now making the stack off his own. Maybe even gets the runes taken away from Lina. This could be pretty big.
Moon finds it bottom.
Tower is under attack.
So DK is going to be kind of AFK jungle for a while. Bot lane, bot jungle. Difficult territory to hold here against the Chen and a Clockwork with a ton of vision and gap close. The map gets a little small on its right-hand side for Liquid. so they're trying to be as big as possible top lane, mid lane to hold on to tier 1s and give these little pockets of farm to Mickey and Nisha where they can. So far, the lead hasn't really built from that 2k point. Yakult Bros looking to try and mount an offense on this mid-tier 1, though. Spells thrown in onto Tofu by Moon. Stampede there to disengage as well. Spirit Breaker was thinking about the charge forward, but Yang actually getting caught. Turns back and slaps onto Nisha. There's a lot of damage going both ways, but the Huskarl's the one to fall while Yang stays alive, even through the 4 burning spear stacks he had on him.
Radiant's middle tower.
I think it's 7 or 8, in fact.
Radiant structures are
That damage from Retaliate is physical, so you are getting the almost full damage. Your extra bit of magic resistance on Huskar doesn't really work against it.
middle tower has fallen.
Let's see how much damage was that from Centaur. 1200 damage. Even though Huskar dealt 3000 damage, he still didn't get the kill. Chen ulti was used, keeping him alive there, but another gold lead for Yakult Bros. Let's see if they, this time around, they can keep the pressure without giving away too much.
Good TP cancel. Moon's gonna stand his ground though and fight back into Spirit Breaker, but Tofu has to save and Provoker will die. Moon's gotta be careful not to overextend. He'll retreat with his life. And you're right, another good first 12-minute period here from Yakult Bros. Good lanes, good play forward, getting aggressive with these. And level 6 on Clockwork, the stampedes to get on top of people. But Liquid are bringing you the right amount of heroes to these fights to kind of break even or just mildly lose out. DK still farming, doing decently for himself, and Tidehunter is top of the net worth. You know, Ace has had a very good game.
Kind of expected, I would say. Like both him and Morphling just continue to farm up, clearing multiple camps at the same time. Can't really kill each other. So nobody's playing into this lane. Liquid, they know that they can't really kill Morphling unless they surprise him somehow with some... I don't even know what. Maybe Inner Fire. Like maybe Spirit Breaker, Inner Fire, Silence with Ravage or something to be able to kill him. So not going to be the easiest way to execute this.
That's honestly a pretty important kill in that bottom jungle, though. Killing Chen and his full army now means, you know, it's not just the, 25 seconds of Chen being dead. It's his army gone for a while. It's his bottom lane now vacant and open for the DK to keep farming. That gives you a lot of room elsewhere on the map to do what you want as well. I think we'd expect that top lane situation to change in the coming minutes, right? Once we get 16, 17 minutes in, we're thinking about the Tormentor, we're thinking about that top left corner of the map. And Boxy is already here, kind of preparing for this with an Observer Ward in his inventory. Looking for where the Morphling is, keeping tabs on him. While Chen and Centaur still just holding on to this base camp down in the bottom right-hand corner.
I'm getting scouted by Tofu's Ward in the bottom lane. Getting pinged out. Centaur, he's pretty close to Shiva's, even though he's not the most farmed hero in the game. When I say he's close to it, he has the components, needs to buy the most difficult part of this item that's going to be Recipe, but has 700 gold saved in the bank. And this is pretty big. I like this move a lot from Yakult Bros. Knowing that there's Huskar on the enemy team, trying to go in and take away Aegis from their hands, already down to half HP. Boboka in a good spot.
Yeah, sees Tofu. Away forming from Fly. Should secure this kill for Moon. And Roshan already down to about 30% health. Very close to dead.
Again, he was 3k gold lead, and then same as happened in the previous game, between 11 to 14 minute mark, Team Liquid, they just speed things up. You said Tidehunter, still the most farm hero in the game. Dragonite, he is recovering. Mickey was toying with the idea of maybe picking up Hand of Midas, but decided to just go Armlet, Massive Madness, no shenanigans. Straight into Blink Dagger, wants to be able to close the gap and also be the initiator for the team, knowing that they don't have that many. Sure, Spirit Breaker can charge in, but it's not the most reliable source how you want to be starting the fight. This Shadow Blade actually might grab him a kill, unless he could... Ooh, Ravage.
There's a big Ravage. It hits 4 of them, but it's not going to do an awful lot there to actually save Ace. So yeah, Moon with that Shadow Blade just rushes forward, gets a surprise jump on somebody.
I like the idea also that Moon is going for compared to the previous game where he was playing Lina and then straight into BKB. I feel him going for Shadow Blade / Silver Edge, being able to break Dragonite, break Huskar, and break Tidehunter. It just gives you so much value. Actually, the best item in this game is being able to break them.
Dire's turret has been
Clicking everyone like more than going to buy Silver Edge. Anyone else? Foxy, taken down by Baboka and Flyfly. He was lurking in that top area of the map for quite some time.
Flyfly getting involved. Something that we didn't mention is this is also morphling into Spirit Breaker. So this is going to be your way of showing into a fight, having status resistance, having charge. So I want to see if Boxy is going to be maxing out Bulldoze or if he's going to keep it at level 1. This is something that people have been doing and they play against. Morphling, Shakers have done that in the past as well. Putting 1 point in Totem. And Shiva's Guard now completed, Gary. This is a massive item. And with Silver Edge about to be completed in the next 800 gold, there's no Ravage available for Liquid. So Ace needs to be slightly more careful. Even with that Ravage pop, they still couldn't get him to survive through that initiation. So Shiva's Guard, 16 minutes.
I can't believe it got there so quickly. Like, look at this recipe cost. 2,050 gold. It surprises me every time. Yang is going to have to put it to good use now. Stampede kind of being mitigated by the disruption and the bashes out of Boxy. So Yang trying to stun anything. He's being kited. Run around by Nisha and the boys. Finished off there as Tofu gets final touch. Now Tanming's Chen in trouble as well. Boxy goes pretty deep into the back while the Dragon Knight on the left-hand side takes the Aegis out of the hands of Lina. Nisha's being jumped on. Life breaks across onto the Chen to save him from the Clockwork and the Morphling. Nisha stays alive through it all and dishes out some serious damage. Now you're down 3 heroes on Yakult Bros and the Morphling's left stranded. A waveform, 21 to the TP, a dream for Flyfly to escape from this, and he will succeed. Moon, in the meantime, Shadowblade, Invis, and run away.
Could have been even worse. Like, Centaur gets caught. He survives for a long time. For a really long time. But still, they haven't been able to get like anything done from it. Even though he gets a stun here, everybody's going to show up. Lina from the Shadowblade. You have Morphling showing up to a fight because they still have a tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, so people could TP in. They could come through the gates as well. But still not good enough. Meke finds Lina immediately, gets the stun. And then it looked like a promising fight potentially with Boboka trapping 2 of them inside, but there was no real follow-up.
Yeah, when your Lina's kind of shoved away from the fight, not able to do anything, a lot of your damage goes out the window. So scary there, how well they're able to execute on this Centaur and stop his Stampede from being useful. Can't really land a stun on this Nisha. Huskar, who's life-breaking away from you. That's for Huskar now, Armlet, Sand and Yash are done, and he's going to go into Crimson Guard next. So even more protection for himself.
That's the one I haven't seen from mid. I like the idea that mid laners are also realizing that they don't necessarily need to buy all the carry items and such. We're seeing these Guardian Greaves coming out from the mid lane, from Razors, from Storm Spirits, from Leshrax, and now you have your Huskar going for Crimson Guard. Good protection against right clicks. You're playing against Lina with the right click, Morphling, giving extra bit of protection to your teammates as well. I like Moon's itemization this game a lot. I was thinking whether he's going to be going for Lincolns or not. You are playing. It's pretty much the only way you die. Getting charged, getting stunned by Dragonite. Who's getting caught? It's Shadow Demon again.
Shadow Demon. Got a little glimpse of him there with the Observer Ward. Liquid are coming in pretty hot though. Baboka's got a lot on his plate here, and it looks like Liquid pretty hungry to munch it all up. Huskar's being focused, but they don't quite have enough damage to bring Nisha down. He can toggle his way out of this one. Fly. There's the charge cancelled by the Ravage as he turned into Spirit Breaker mode. Boxy, the real Spirit Breaker, comes back in to deal with the Morphling. Fly sent packing while Yang will get a good stomp down, try and get this Spirit Breaker out of here, but the Liquid surround is too strong. Meke picks up a double kill, another couple of cores falling by the wayside as Yakult Bros lose another fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Liquid has a lot of tanky heroes on their side as well. There's basically 4 heroes that they need to focus pretty heavily, that need to be broken to actually be killed. And Mickey is popping off. Like his damage, and so is Huskar's damage. Huskar dealt almost 8,000 damage in the previous fight.
Quickly into the Tormentor. Guess there's no Roshan to go and do. He's dead for another minute and a half at least. Feels like Yakult Bros are really banking on that first Aegis to fight, get a good lead, to bring this momentum. But yet again, we see this story of win lanes, get a 3,000-4,000 advantage, lose a couple of fights, and then Liquid
Radiant's middle tower
able to hit their timings, bridge the gap, and get themselves into a pretty domineering position here 20 minutes in.
Radiant are scanning.
Still a little bit scary playing into this Morphling, though.
Potentially.
A lot of room to
potentially, but this is not the strongest hero. There's a reason why this hero hasn't really been picked. During Blast Slam, played only 3 times, won 1 game. It's a very niche hero.
Are you waiting for me to say that Huskar is a niche hero?
I was thinking about it, Gary, but...
Oh, I felt there was something there. Little vibrations through the microphone. I can taste it.
Yeah, we know each other for a long time.
Well, Liquid getting ready to play up top. Baboka's shown himself, and so is Moon. A quick jump in. Yule stepped to cancel the initiation from the DK with a hook shot to save the Lina. Baboka has kept Moon out of the grasps of Liquid, at least for now. And look at this reaction from them as well. All 5 to now jump in with Yang onto Nisha. No follow-through, though, and that's going to be an opening for the DK and Huskar to jump back on towards Yang.
3-man
and Moon. They've kind of held them back here, but Yang's been surrounded. Yakult Bros looking for a re-entry into this one. Laguna Blade thrown forward. Boxy not going to be able to connect onto the Moon Lina just yet. And that's going to be it. Clockwork. Oh. He was still on the wrong side of the tracks there. 2 kills for Liquid and a tier 2 tower as Yakult Bros, tail between legs, running the hell away.
Same old story. Game number 1, pretty much the same thing happened. They had a lead, and then Liquid, they make a move. They take the tower. Suddenly, their heroes, once they grouped up with Ravage, all these super tanky heroes, Shadow Demon sitting behind them, even if they initiate on somebody with Blink Stun, Hook Shot, or if somebody gets broken, a lot of that time, Shadow Demon will cast a disruption, knowing that he has like 4 strength beefy heroes in front of him. As a Shadow Demon player as well, I don't think you could ask for a better front line for yourself.
Yang's got in. With the Morphling, they found Boxy. Ace, big Ravage, 4 of them caught, and they've seen Moon in the back, so Nisha can make the jump onto the Lina now, the Dragonite there. They'll pile onto Moon. The turnaround attempt on Nisha is just not good enough. Laguna Blade is outdone by the Essence Ring. Stampede to try and get close even further, but they've just created such a distance between Nisha and the rest of them. Yakult Bros now struggling to bail Yang out with this dangerous spot, but they lose Fly. Was that just disseminate? Morphling gets popped completely. Now Baboka's hookshot back to his Chen as the 2 supports are the only ones left standing.
Hey, it's not like you're not tanky enough. You have Disseminate behind you. You have Solar Crest to pump out the damage. And this is also the fight where Liquid wins without having the Dragon form up. And see how tanky Nisha is. Her Boxy dies, basically his job, and then Ravage connects onto 4 of them. Just the beautiful Ravage. They see Lina, they have Sentry, they have Dust available. She tries to kill off Huskar after that, but look at all these auras. Pipe, Crimson, Soul Ring as well. By Soul Ring, I mean Essence Ring. Gets extra bit of HP as well.
Look, Fly was more than half health there. He just pops.
A ridiculous spell. Like, we nerfed this spell, but it's still extremely good. Like, the numbers on this spell are extremely high.
Wild. Now Liquid pinging up top. I would like to go on Lena, but they have been scouted here on their way through by a Dire Observer ward. See the clockwork. The Poker's going to know this one's coming, though. He's got Yules, Tumbler's Toy, Cogs. A number of ways to disengage. Liquid still haven't found that vision. They do, however, find their way into the Roche pit. One of these moments where if you let Liquid get this free Aegis, it feels like the game ends. But if you also go and contest Liquid...
And then lose the Aegis as well, like, it's just way too many things that you could lose. So they might need to give up on it.
Chen, you get solo killed here. Well, not quite solo killed. Tide and Dragonite quickly going to gap close in. 45 seconds now with no Chen.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Honestly, high ground time for Liquid.
It really is. They have pretty much all the items that they want. Pike completed now on Huskar, extra bit of range, extra bit of tankiness, maneuverability in a fight, Solar Crest on Shadow Demon, Tidehunter has Blink Ravage available, going into Shiva's next. Yakult Bros, they lose this fight. I think they call GG.
Yeah, they got one left in them. His buildings fall pretty quickly. The DK and Huskar on your doorstep.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Need to gather up the wave from mid if they want to go for another lane.
Dire's top barracks has
See what
fallen.
Liquid do. And it seems like Nisha just staying on this high ground is a pretty good indication they want to continue. Attempt to jump there on Moon's going to pop the Lincolns. Yang has shown his hand, and Nisha will try and punish him here as he will force Staff away as he force the Stampede.
Aegis still up and running, 3.5 minutes. Everything available for Liquid other than Dragon form. They need to wait 10 more seconds and it's going to be up.
Yakult Bros really need to clear this wave, but it's being bannered up and protected. And there's the Ravage. Immediate jump in from Ace, gets the stun on the Morphling. Flyfly's gone. Has buyback available, and he's going to have to use it. Yang goes in with a bit of a chain stun on the Huskar, but Tofu yet again just ready and waiting to pull the trigger on that disruption save. Moon throws the Laguna Blade, but it doesn't really feel like it does an awful lot. And now they jump back in again. Flyfly, he's shifting strength here. Pretty tanky with the Hand of God behind him, so Aegis claimed up. First fly for the Huskar gone. But this allows the DK to pump out some serious damage, while Ace has been brought down by Moon. The long-range hits of the Lina, enough to hold back Liquid on this high ground assault.
They held, they lost barracks in the top lane. The second Aegis from Liquid just gave them away too much advantage. Also double buyback. The big one is Flyfly. I also want to see how much damage, like at the end of the game, how much damage Flyfly was able to pump in. I feel like he's been farming a lot. Playing against Tidehunter, this is what happens. Both of them do farm up. And then you're really not giving away all that farm. Like, sure, you're third on the net worth, but also look at the auras on Team Liquid. You have Vlad's, so it's giving you, like, Huskar's benefiting from it. Your Dragonite's benefiting from it heavily. So you're kind of triple dipping into one item, one very cheap item that you got as your first item.
Everybody's got a little bit of something, you know? Spiritbreaker drums, Huskar, Crimson, Tide, Vlad and Pipe, Solar Crest on the Shadow Demon. I guess he'll be thinking about Greaves if he really needs it. And Dragonite, you're going to start picking up the slack here, buddy. Buy an aura item. Upgrade that armlet aura.
AC. He could buy AC for the team.
True. Absolutely can. So in the alternate universe where it's not all doom and gloom for Yakult Bros, what's happening over there on the flip side? What is their chance of getting back in this game?
The problem is everybody's so tanky, they can't even kill them when they break them, because Tofu's positioning has also been extremely good. Has Tumbler's Toy, has Blink Dagger, so he can keep the distance, having the front line tank all the spells for him and then saving whoever gets initiated on. You also have Tidehunter's Ravage, and there's only Like there's nothing. There's no BKBs on their side. So if Tidehunter decides to jump in and click that button, you're getting stunned.
I've been watching Flyfly's quick buy for a while. He's been shifting from like Crystallis to Skadi to this to that. I'm honestly at the point where I'm asking the question: is it rapier time? Genuinely.
I feel like he needs an item in between. Crystallis always comes to your mind. This is something Lina had queued up in the previous game. So you want to buy like a cheap item that you can buy straight up from the base to try to get the extra bit of damage pumped out. Don't think it really happened in that game. So Scotty's good. Scotty's great. You're playing against Dragonite. Huskar gives you stats, gives you everything that Morphling wants to buy. Not sure if he can get to that point. Has enough to buy one orb plus the other orb, the smaller one.
Yeah.
Farm. Because he bought back, so he's buying out on the item immediately.
I think that's kind of my point, right? It's like Skadi is a good item against these heroes in a vacuum or on paper or whatever.
Yes, it's not the item that I think at this point or in the next 5 minutes is going to change the outcome of the fight, but you still got to buy something. Got to keep that PMA attitude, Gary. Gotta. Well, one thing I like is when I see people queuing up multiple items in their quick buys. They're like, Skadi, I'm gonna get Pike, getting the Daedalus as well. Making sure to have that mentality that the game is gonna last long enough.
Oh, reveal? No reveal.
These are core players. I don't know what you're expecting.
I told DK he needed to buy an aura. Apparently Dusk was the aura he needed to buy. Gem aura. Easy run away from Moon. Liquid's still kind of following the game plan, though, of tightening this net around the Dire team. Cut out that bottom wave, push into mid. They don't really need to touch top all that much. And pivot up there and find the heroes under Radiant Vision that have been farming. Could warrant a quick sweep into that northern jungle with a charge from Boxy. They'll keep tabs on Flyfly, but I don't know if anybody else was able to get here in time. Hand of God, the heal, and the damage is good.
Manta was on cooldown. Couldn't dispel that silence.
No, he couldn't. Dead for 90 seconds. I just didn't see that happening. I couldn't waveform, didn't have Manta, just dead. That's a rough one for Yakult Bros now. But Liquid, no, he doesn't have buyback. So this is easy mid lane. Probably mega creeps if they want it.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower.
Look what Meke has in his quick buy. It's overwhelming blink. This is the item that you buy when you like it's one of the best looking items. Like the slow is good, but it's also like I don't know what to buy. I feel like I need to upgrade. I need to just get the slot open for something, you know. Just upgrade this. He could definitely get Satanic instead, but we'll see if he actually committed.
Like when corporate
it is
hard. It's
yeah.
like go end item. Oh, the hook shot. It gets blocked out. They can't jump the Huskar. So Nisha's able to stand and fight, and GG is just straight up called by Yang. They say screw it. The Spirit Breaker got in the way of the clockwork. Bully back Moon and Yang. Blow them up as Yakult Bros tap out. And Liquid take the 2-0 victory. Easy
looked
as
easy.
you like.
Looked very easy for them, I gotta say. It looked like the first couple of minutes they were getting handled in the laning stage, but other than that, it was pretty crisp from Liquid.
Yeah, super solid setup. Like this whole tied into Morphling lane, easy for Ace. The Spirit Breaker to kind of play off the back of that, knowing you've got this offlane hero who can just sit there and do what he wants. Then drags the attention of Clockwork into this other lane where you've set up a Chen Centaur matchup. Who honestly, Chen Centaur did pretty well against his DK Shadow Demon.
They did good.
Yakult Bros' laning stage was good.
It was good. It was good in both of the games. But also, I'm looking at the damage numbers from Morphling. 13,000 damage. It's almost the same amount of damage as your Clockwork. Like, Clockwork is not a damage-dealing hero by any means. He is a bit annoying. Like, you need to be in a fight for a long time with your battery. A lot of the times, you're gonna die when you go in. But, yeah, Morphling, I don't really feel this hero. I feel like this hero is definitely lackluster. This is something that Fly likes to play, like a comfort hero, but didn't really work out.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of his Grandmaster heroes, right? There's Morphling, TA, these kind of agi hard carries that farm a lot and hit maybe a later timing than you'd want in these games, because we see such fast, quick play nowadays. This 15 to 20 minute period, ever since they added Tormentors, we just, as casters, we just bang on and on about it, don't we? Oh, it's all down to the, bounty rune fights, wisdom shrines, the 50 to 20 minutes, this Tormentor fight when you've got your first auras, because you're like guaranteed level 6s on everybody. You're going to have a pipe or a mech or a crimson or something coming into this fight, and whoever has that slight advantage in terms of auras or just positioning, having this vision around a Roche Pit or a Tormentor sets you up for success real nicely. And Liquid, kind of positioning their stride for that period, knowing how strong they can be to come out of laning phase.
Yeah.
Without too many worries.
In this game, you had Moon, who was godlike. He was 9-0 on his Lina, and all it takes is getting one kill, bringing in the numbers for Team Liquid, and just making sure that they have the overwhelming team fight every single time. Like even this early Shivas that Yang did pick up was like 15, 16-minute Shivas. It was cool, looks good on paper, but also very difficult for them to take the fight. That fight near the bottom Tormentor also didn't work out amazingly for them. There was a fight with Aegis. Team Liquid decided to bring the numbers and also played it out perfectly.
Yeah, I'm also kind of thinking back to the draft, thinking about breaking it. I guess you're like breaking it down in my head. The support duos of Yakult Bros, the Chen Clockwork and this Jakiro Earth Spirit, they felt good in the draft and they felt good in lanes. But as the game progressed, it maybe it's just the strength of Liquid and their timings being hit. But it felt like Yakult Bros supports weren't really on the same page and didn't have a core hero to necessarily play with. Like game 1, the Lina was meant to be that hero, but was shut down a lot. Game 2, this Centaur, it's not really a hero you play into.
No, definitely not. I think they wanted to play more around Leshrac in the first game, but weren't able to replicate that. They gave him a good start. But again, this is Leshrac with no BKB. You get jumped, you die. Like we saw how quickly he dies with the Blinked Dagger on Slaughter, with Shadowflame, a couple of right clicks as well. So yeah, I think you're onto something with some of these, like the support duo, the way they want to play. Team Liquid, they play it slower, and then you show the strength of your heroes in these 15-20 minute fights.
Also kind of all in as well. Like thinking about how Baboka had to enter these fights with Earth Spirit or Clockwork. Once you're in, you're kind of showing your hand. That is your one initiation tool. That is your support going in and showing how you're entering the fight. Whereas Liquid had this disruption to delay the fight, pick a moment, rebound, save with the Marcy, or Spirit Breaker charge back in, or you blink Ravage to disrupt things. There was only like one reset button in that series from Yakult Bros, and that was Stampede. And Liquid outplayed the Stampede every time it was used. It was like actually insane.
Yeah, they have the tools. Like you have Dead in the Water, you have Shadow Demon Disruption to buy a little bit of time, Spirit Breaker with the control, Dragon Tail Stun. So they have pretty much all the tools to counter the Stampede as well. Nisha, he was the one who went with different itemization this game. They pretty much have had every single aura in the game except for Guardian Greaves. They had drums, they had Vlads, pretty much had everything, Solar Crest. And these are all the items that your Huskar, your Dragon Knight, they enjoy to play around those items.
They do. We can take a look at the standings from the tournament so far as we are now reaching the end of day 2 of groups and just see where we are, where we're heading, what we're going to be dealing with as well. That's, Liquid, a pretty good start for them. Like, has the curse been lifted?
Good start. Yeah, I think this time they are doing it. I think they have, like, Pain Gaming, they have Yakult. In their groups, 4 teams go through. So Yandex is also a strong team, but they didn't start good. Neither did BetBoom team. So I would say this time around, Team Liquid, they're going to go through.
Okay. We might have just cursed them. We might just double curse them. The DreamLeague curse, they've lifted it, and then Lacoste says, actually, Liquid, no, not happening. A very, very good start to their group stage for sure. Aurora, Liquid, all going 4-0. And we'll see what other results are coming as well. We can just, we've got an interview coming up shortly. We're trying to grab one of the Liquid players as well, but maybe we can think forward to our next series coming up because there's so many games, so many different streams going on as well. Our next one is Falcons against Execration. I'm curious to see how that one goes.
Oof. I think pretty similar to this one. You have a team that can play the lanes, but you also have on the other side super experienced team that is, they know how to play the map. This is one of the best, if not like the best team to be able to play the map, to make sure that everything is going correctly, the way they make comebacks in the game. So we need Execration to do like something similar that Yakult brothers try to do in game 1 and 2, but they need to upgrade it. They need to be able to punch back in these 20-25 minute fights.
Next level up. I mean, it's so difficult against these teams who are so good with the macro play, able to close out areas of the map or take this like zonal control around Tormentor or defend an objective. Liquid, Falcons, these teams who know how to drag a game out if they have a poor laning stage are very difficult to figure out and actually play up against us. What Yakult Bros had to try and contend with here in this series. A very, very difficult one up against Liquid. This is also a Liquid, again, they are fresh off the back of a LAN victory. I'm sure momentum is high, the wind's in their sails, and they're absolutely feeling themselves now already. This could be their Dream League.
Could be. Anything is possible, especially if you lie, Gary. But no, with a good start like this, I feel like they could. And they're also riding the momentum from the previous tournament. Basically ended 2 days ago, so they're playing the next tournament as well. Seems like they figured out the meta. So I want to see them transition that into a good placement into the Dream League and potentially winning it if they continue to play like this.
What actually dictates whether a tournament ends or begins? It feels like
it's
Pro Dota.
One big tournament.
It's just one big tournament. Pro Dota is in such a good place right now. We just have banger after banger after banger. Best of 5s, best of 3s, whatever you want. There's just tons of Dota to be had. It feels like if you do hit one of these, I don't know, bits of rhythm, you're mining for diamonds down, you hit a nice vein of ore. You've got this momentum going, you find the meta, you find your drafts, you find your groove. You could ride this as Falcons or Liquid for a while. And we do have... What do we have? No, you go ahead.
That's a good question. I feel like maybe Team Liquid are a bit slow. They're like, yeah, man, we got this dub, got to celebrate, so they're not showing up for an interview yet. Yeah. We'll see in the end if they decide to show up or if they already left and got some food. Hopefully not a pizza party for anybody, considering how well they're playing.
They're doing perfectly fine, and there's no reason to have a pizza party or anything like that. But yeah, it looks like we're going to skip the interview for this one and figure out what we're doing next, as we do have the next series coming up in a matter of minutes. We'll take a quick break and come back with Execration against Falcons.
snacks when the cloudy skies turn blue. No cares when you're in the air, looking down on the ground, think we're nearly there. Beach air and freedom air, paradise is waiting for you.
Everybody needs some time away and some time to play. Think you better take that holiday. Everybody needs some time away and some time to play. Think you better take that holiday. First quench, sun drench, lingering on your skin. Good times, timelines, the indulgence win. Palm trees, warm breeze, the massage your bones. Hot nights, moonlight, wish you could take that home.
Sip sweet, dip deep, repeat. When you stand on the sand and it warms your feet. In this heat, you deserve a treat, so take it nice and slow. Carefree in a fantasy, you'll forget your stress for a week or two. Trust me, when you're in the sea, there's nowhere else to go.
Everybody needs some time away and some time to play. Think you better take that holiday. Everybody needs some time away and some time to play. Think you better take that holiday.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I know I'm hard to understand, but I hope you make the effort anyway. You hold our future in your hands. I hope we make it longer than a day. I can't help showing my emotions. I gotta be a little bit extreme. If you feel a fraction of affection, then come and sweep me off of my feet. We could just solve all this confusion. We could sort it out. Get through the situation. No more hesitation. Focus on what we're about. Don't say sorry for who you are. Endless apologies won't get you far. 'Cause I know that you know that we're in love. But we're in love. I don't believe it when you tell me that you think everything's going fine. You sure got the fun and get the sun. So this is where I draw the line. If we could just solve all this confusion, if we could sort it out. So we get through the situation, no more hesitation. Focus on what we're about. Don't say sorry for who you are. Endless apologies won't get you far. 'Cause I know that you know that we're in love.
Dream League Season 28 is brought to you by DHL and Chex.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to Dream League Season 28 as we get back into the thick of things. It's Falcons against Execration, 2-game series coming your way shortly. Of course, another series here where we have Updog and Underdog.
Yeah, should be an interesting one. Like the previous series was very interesting. We had very good first 15 minutes where the Underdog was putting in the pressure, they were getting the kills, they were dictating the tempo of the game, but they have fallen short in terms of the execution in some of these Tormentor fights at what happens after the laning stage. So if they were watching the series, if they were not playing scrims, maybe they are going to take something out of that series and try to upgrade, because I feel like idea that they did have in the previous game, Yakult Bros, it was good. It's just that some execution, I think draft needs to be slightly upgraded. I also feel in a way where Execration kind of plays the same type of Dota. And also looking at the results, Execration, they started off strong so far at Dream League. They got the dub against GamerLegion, which is a pretty big deal, but also them as an organization, they haven't managed to get into any good results. By good results, I mean breaching into top 4. Last results where they got by top 4, I mean top 10. Last result when they got into top 10 was Dream League Season 19, which was 3 years ago.
Yes, it's not an easy one for them, and especially against a team like Falcons, right? Southeast Asian teams have notoriously been very good at laning stage, very good at mechanical skill. The intro boys of Mineski back in the day. But going up against a team like Falcons who are so good with their macro, their mid game, their late game, it can be a challenge. And we'll take a deeper dive into Falcons here.
Team Falcons, probably the most stable team in the history of Dota, has started running into some trouble in the last few months. The roster of Skeeter, Malrine, ATF, Crit, and Snaking has been part of Falcons since late 2023, and they spent 2024 achieving a comical amount of tournament wins. While they didn't win absolutely everything, they were clearly on another level. For some reason, some of their worst placements of the year were also in the biggest tournaments of the year, such as 4th place at TI 2024. I know, 4th place at the International is not a bad result, but for Falcons in 2024, it definitely was. In 2025, their situation reversed. They only won 3 events in the entire year, but one of them was TI 2025. Team Falcons! They also somehow ended the year with what has to be considered a terrible result for Team Falcons. 8th place in the last season of Dream League. All of this is to say, it's hard to place where Falcons currently stand here in Dream League Season 28. They have the potential to win the whole event, or they might just crash and burn.
Yeah, they absolutely do have that potential to win the whole event, but it's been a bit spotty, a bit shaky over the past few months. Do you think this is, their time to kind of bring things back? Or do you think what Avery was saying in terms of don't win too many events so you can win TI, is that a real thing?
Seems like it is. This is something that Dota history has proven to us, but we'll have to see. I think on a newer patch, maybe they're a bit of a slower team. Their key hero got gutted. It is unplayable. They tried it out once during the last Blast Slam, which was a couple of days ago. I'm talking about Pango. Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Literally unplayable. This hero cannot be played. But I also feel the meta that we are in right now definitely benefits them. Not necessarily buying all the auras, because this is not something that Amar loves to buy. He will buy them in some of the games, but also having tanky heroes, having 3 tanky heroes. This is pretty much what they invented with Dragon Knight, Primal Beast, Timbersaw, Bristleback from the offlane. And I feel like this is something that Execration needs to have in back of their minds, how they're going to be able to deal with all this tankiness. And Execration, a team, I feel like this team can pretty much on a good day score against any tier 1 team if they have a good draft and if they execute. But it doesn't happen so often. They're like basically a flip of a coin. It really depends. I think Bob has been, for me, the standout player for them. I think potentially this meta could fit in the way Bobby wants to play. Because Bobby, he likes his Leshrac, he likes his Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit. These are all heroes that are kind of meta right now. So want to see maybe if Bob is going to do what some others are trying to do with this Storm, with this Leshrac, get the Greaves online, have that extra bit of aura, have a bit of momentum when you're playing against this super experienced team as Falcons.
Absolutely. I kind of drag on from the point I was making before that little video about Falcons, Southeast Asia, Filipino players in general, known for mechanical skill, but quite often haven't had this, drafter or this building block set up for success in a long term, at least anyway, since like TNC back in 2016 or something, right? But this Execration feels like, even though they're a bit coin flippy, when they do have this draft where Bob is on one of these spirit heroes, he's on this Ember Spirit going off, they absolutely can dictate and run games. So can slot themselves into this meta quite nicely to play aggressively into that 15 to 20 minute window. But yeah, I mean, back to your point about the tanky meta for Falcons, Razor is also a hero out there that you've got to be so careful with. Meta hero, and also one of Falcons' specialties, which they were running in multiple roles. That's going to find its place in the first phase of bans, without a doubt.
Yep, Shadow Demon seems to be the flavor of the month as well. What the hero brings to the table. We saw it in the 2 games when Liquid played it. Looked extremely good. A little bit slower. But once you hit that timing, once you go into the fight, the 15, 20 minutes, what you bring to the table, the save, tankiness, the extra bit of damage with your Disseminate, it's just insane what this hero does. It was, I was looking at what they were playing in the previous game on Execration, and they opened up with Puck on 9. I think this was response to Viper on 8, which we're not going to be seeing. I think most of the teams are going to be respecting Viper overall as a hero. But Sanking, this... Malrain loves to run this hero. I want to check how much success they had at Blastlam. 50%, 2 out of 4 games. I feel Sanking can also be flexed. They played it on Amar once or twice, if I remember, during that event. It still feels okay. Like, this is the hero that clears stacks, Blink Initiator, gives you insane amount of AoE, also gives you very good scaling with your Aghanim Scepter, Shivas. If we're talking about super late game, potentially getting a refresher. BKB, it's also a backline jumper. Like, I like this as a response to Shadow Demon. So you can pair up one Sanking with someone that gives you vision, anything that could potentially get a jump on Shadow Demon as well. And this is that hero. Like, having a save, having an ability to close the gap. You also, I think one of the better heroes against Shadow Demon are also the ones that can deal damage, have control once you get out of defensive disruption. Like, throughout Dota history, that's why Jakiro was always so good. One shard, you can time the snowball maybe onto something that is close by, so you clip him immediately with the snowball, Sanking with the stun, potentially epicenter that can come out if you haven't used it.
And it's just these instant disables, right? Like Blink Stun, Blink Burrow Strike, Blink Walrus Punch. Shadow Demon, there's the potential that he doesn't have time to respond and save, especially if you're able to layer more damage on top of these disables.
Leash kills these heroes. Leash, some Grimstroke. I'm not a big fan of Shadow Demon Grimstroke combo, but Puck, Tide, these type of heroes that have those abilities could come in very handy. These heroes also have a lot of abilities. I know that Shanks played some Void, Faceless Void, in the last qualifiers that they played for Wallachia. But this is also good, like Root. Root is also what makes these heroes kind of suffer. You can't use the snowball. You're building into Spirit Vessel, canceling the Blink Daggers. You did mention both of them being Initiator with the Blink Daggers.
And we get Bob on his Ember Spirit, so already setting up for a good position to play through Bob. But these two supports is giving me vibes of that last series where Yakult Bros had these, like, Clockwork Chen or whatever it was. Shadow Demon Undying, you've got no stuns, you're very good in lanes, but you are so reliant on your core heroes to start fights, go and get shit done, that if your lanes go poorly or if mid-game breaks down, you have a bad fight, this game could fall quickly out of the hands.
Ooh, especially, like, you gave away Undying. You don't, like... Gyrocopter doesn't care about standing his ground. This is the hero that will stand his ground, take a fight with Flak Cannon. Against Shadow Demon ulti, very good. Against Tombstone, great. Against Searing Chains, there's a newer build on Gyrocopter, not necessarily going for... When I say newer, this is something that I think Hame or Yadaro started like a couple of months ago. Instead of going for Aghanim Scepter, you're building into Manta style, which also gives you vision in a fight.
Man, that's the Parker build. That's the Parker build from a year ago.
Okay, Parker's the one. Like I sometimes you give credit to others, but if he was the one that created
give credit to the GOAT.
Yeah.
It's Ame, Yatoro, and Parker, the top 3 carries in the world.
And now with Muerta as well, it's a lot of control. But this also leaves them... Sorry, this also leaves them ability to potentially flex, because I feel most likely this is going to be Muerta 4, Tusk paired up with Gyrocopter in the lane, super strong lane with drinking buddies, have your Sanking in the mid lane, maybe thrown to the off lane if necessary, but you could also maybe flex it if you feel like, oh, it's a good carry Muerta game, you can still run that, have Gyrocopter be a support, but this is a bit of a, maybe a bit of a too stretchy for me.
Could we stretch the Undying to a pos 3?
Not so much. Not so much, I would say, against Gyrocopter. And this stuff.
Don't level Tombstone.
Just get stats.
10 seconds remaining.
Just Soul Rip Decay, buy auras.
I was thinking about this, but you're also getting the good thing if you're playing offlane Undying is your Crimson Guard is insane, which is great against Gyrocopter. You can also build into Pipe. But they are banning out those Crimson buyers. They're banning out Centaur. They're banning out Underlord as well. Let's see what they could potentially run. Maybe something from Tino. Dragonite is a hero that comes online with 2 items. Your third item, Blink Dagger. Maybe in this one, he might need a BKB depending what the offlaner is going to be. But I'm thinking whether they want to go for something like Mars. Maybe they want to pick up potentially Axe. There is still a save, so not the easiest way to play Axe. It's also not the easiest lane for Axe. You're playing into Tusk and Gyrocopter most likely. So we'll see what the Execration decides to go for. If they want to have the team fight, I think Arena... Oh, they banned it. Never mind. That's why I mentioned it, because I feel like it could have been good, and I feel Tino is a very good Mars player.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm just struggling to see these lanes. Like DK Undying. It's like Ember's mid, right? DK is your carry. DK Undying into a Muerta Sand King or Muerta, whoever it is for Amar.
Okay,
Grab
so
yourself
it is
this
Core
rock,
Undying.
It is Core Undying, yeah. So that does mean, like you say, fast auras. Maybe just skip the Tombstone. So Undying Shadow Demon into a Gyro Tusk lane, we're kind of assuming here.
It's going to be a good amount of spam coming out from them. 2 supports. Not the biggest fan of the supports, but Ember fixes a lot of these issues. Like having Dragonite from safe lane, carry that does have stun. These are like not as popular. Maybe you're going to see like some Sven here and there. We saw Sven banned in the previous series. But having stun from the safe lane is very good, considering that you have 2 supports with no stun. They have a good amount of control, but it's not a stun. And then you also have Ember Spirit, who is maneuverable. In terms of lockdown, there is Muerta, there is Sanking. Not like the best ones, but they're still going to do the trick. If you get stunned by one, they have very good follow-ups on Falcons.
Yeah, it is a real fearsome team fight setup. And they haven't even picked their 5th hero yet. I'm looking at this draft and I'm already leaning heavily towards Falcons. The fact you're relying so much on this Ember Spirit to get stuff done, it's going to be on Bob to pop off, really. Shadow Demon, Disruptor, kind of reactive heroes. Undying doesn't offer you a stun or team fight in the conventional manner. DK very often is farming the first 15 minutes. And this is a time for Falcons to say, hey, screw it, we'll pop out the Pango. Have another crack at him. Amar's going to take it into his hands, so paired up with Crits Muerta. Pretty fearsome lane.
Yeah, they played it twice during Slam. Once on Malrine, once on Amar. Let's see if they can make this hero work. I also got to check the win rate of Pango. Yeah, it was picked 3 times. They didn't win a single game.
Oh. This will be the one. I mean, there's definitely tools here for Execration. Definitely ways for them to set up for kills. And they do have a pretty strong lineup once they've hit 6s on their supports, once they've got an aura item on Tino's Undying to kind of play towards Tormentor and towards Roshan, scale with his Dragonite and the Ember Spirit as well. It just feels so reliant on Bob getting good timing on that Spirit Vessel, having a fast move out of that mid lane. Hell, so reliant on active runes. If Bob doesn't get these active runes, I don't know if Execration have an early mid game.
It's hard. Like it's hard to play the game. They might need to be playing around Tino if Ember's not getting runes. Like he's strong enough. You get Tombstone down, you get some decays, and then you take the fight. But I feel like it needs to be Bob. I feel like Bob needs to pop off in this game if they want to be winning this one.
Yeah, and I guess it's just in stark comparison here to Snaking and Crit, the 2 supports. When they're ready to break down a laning stage, they can play into Amar's Rolling Thunder, Epicenter Malrine, Blink Dagger Stun Sand King, leave Skitter to kind of farm jungle and play almost 4 Protect 1. Not necessarily roam around as 4, but you've got these multiple pairings of 2 go here, 2 go there, or we group up as 3 and the others farm. I just don't see that from Execration. It's like Shadow Demon sits behind someone, ready to save them. Tino, what does Core Undying do? I guess that's the question I keep coming back to in my head that I'm struggling with. He buys auras? okay, that's the answer I got.
It's that simple, Gary. I think they were definitely looking for just Crimson Buyer because a lot of those were gone. Axe can buy it, but you also want to be buying different items. You're playing against Charo, you're playing against like Sankey. You want to be getting Blinked BKB, Blade Mail in those matchups so you can actually be killing heroes. So Crimson Pipe probably going to be the item of choice for Undying in this one.
Wonder if the lore is here. The tips. Bobu, says Skitter. Palace and Malrine trading tips as well.
I just want to see Pango in action. Again, I feel like this hero is not it. It's one ability. Shield Crash. It's not a slow anymore. It's barrier. That's what it is. Damage and barrier. The hero doesn't even have fast.
Need one. Don't deserve one.
30 seconds.
And what about item build now for this offlane Pango? Because we used to see this Treads Diffusal Blade no matter where he goes. Is it the same? Does he buy auras? There was a period where Nico, when he was known as Force, he was playing Pango a lot from the offlane and doing this Treads double bracer pipe build, which felt pretty cool at the time.
Yeah, I think you can if it's a good game for it, but their damage isn't like it's a bit of a mixed damage. There's some magic damage from Ember Spirit, physical from Dragon Knight. Let's see what he bought. Yeah, he was just getting the standard stuff, getting his mana burn, getting Blink Dagger, and then also upgrading Echo Saber into Harpoon. This was the build that Amar was doing back when Echo Saber, like he was the one playing it with double Shield Crash Facet when he had Fastest. Very good hero. And he was the one that was like tanking things up. He was buying SNY after getting Echo Saber, and then just being super, super annoying in the middle of a fight, soaking up pretty much everything.
And Echo Saber at that point wasn't going on cooldown when you swashbuckled, right?
Yes, correct.
So you were constantly getting that slow. It was a fun one. Well, right now, yeah, he's got Treads Diffusal Blade queued up, so very likely just going to go that direction. And we can peer into some of these lanes, having already seen that mid lane trade all of the early resources to get these early last hit. 3 for 3 on that Ember, 3 and 2 on the Sand King. While top lane, Tino, 3 and 1 Undying, does have the wave right in front of his tower. Of course, Gyro with a flat cannon is always pushing that forward. I've also got the small camp blocked up with a sentry. So Snake King doesn't have anything to pull back with. Snake King already pre-sentryed his small camp. Hasn't been able to find it yet. And bottom lane, Palos, pretty okay down here. Wave again pushed up pretty hard. Snake King trying to body block these illusions because they're blocking his camp.
Meanwhile, the bottom lane, Crit.
Taking a lot of damage from that Thunder Strike.
Mel actually dying first.
Amar over the top to kill him off. The trade out was there. At least Palos will bring down Crit. But first blood for the Falcons. And Snake King finally regains access to his small camp. Shanks has been a complete nuisance up top.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And has their mid lane. 14-3 Sand King, 8 and 3 on the Amber Spirit. Marine taking a slight early lead. Not that massive with his half wave under tower for Bob. And he does have the sentry ward pre-placed, so we can see the Sand King in the Sandstorm. I'm just not entirely sure what Bob can do about it.
Not much. Sand King pushes out the wave, uses Stinger, kills the range creep with it. There it is. Brimstone dropped. Let's see if they can get a deny. They cannot. Extra bit of gold coming out Skeeter's way. They're definitely fine with this, knowing that they can play much more aggressive if necessary. Crit.
Oh, heals back up a touch. And now Amar. Free reign here to run people down. No shield crash leveled up. The 1-0-1
It's not an ability. It's nothing. Nada. 0.
He did hit level 3 there, but he's holding his point, Amar. Trying to see what comes. Maybe a dead shot play, but Palos, he's tanky enough here and will drag the wave back closer to his tower. So Gyrocopter, Sand King, both arguably winning their lanes, and then Pango going even with the Dragon Knight. And already the Falcons setting themselves up for success.
Falcons are winning this trade because I saw Healing Salve on Skeeter. I saw Healing Salve on Muerta. They understand the matchups overall better, I would say, where they know how low they're gonna get without dying, and then enemies look at the HP bars on Execration. Everybody was at least like 20 seconds ago sitting in half HP while Falcons were full HP, which means that they can put the pressure and they might even get a kill on CML here.
Oh, yeah, just about with a blood grenade. I thought maybe for a second that Amar was going to regret not leveling shield crash, but he's fine. Lightstone, Swashbuckle. I'll have to find another kill in his bottom lane, and that means it is kind of awkward for Palos here. Like you said, they've been whittled down. They're out of regen. They've burnt all the tangos. So Dragon Knight can't show his face on the wave. That's free farm for Amar.
Gary,
spot.
Gary, we did not mention this. Look at the disruptors. Shows like his facet, what he's chosen.
Transference. Well, first he's going to glimpse back this Pango, but into nothing.
Yeah, you can use it on your allies, but it goes on cooldown. And it also deals a bit of a damage.
Okay. Cool.
Hit it.
We're going to push back the Sand King.
It's good against melee here. I think there's maybe an option to go for it when there's a lot of melee heroes on the enemy side, so you can just push them away. Palos is in trouble. They pushed him in. Well, he's going in.
Oh, he's playing aggressively. They're trying to breathe fire and get on top of them with the transference. They keep the Dragon Knight out of harm's reach, but he still dies.
I'm not sure if we saw this on camera. He was very low, and then he just decided to run through the creep wave while the creeps were hitting him and try to get a stun off.
Well, he was hungry for action. He sure as hell got it.
Also to point out, like, his armor is right now 7 on Dragon Knight. Pango, because he's not playing with the shield crash, he's playing with Lucky Shot, removes 6 of his armor with Lightstone. Bob, 2 supports playing with him.
Tusk is going to snowball forward. He's snaking a little exposed, but then covers himself with the shards. It does mean Bob gets access to the regen rune that spawned up top, though. So first active rune in the hands of Bob. There again, very important that Ember Spirit was able to pick these up. And regen could allow him to play aggressively, maybe contest stacks if they had been made, get on top of people. Right now, there's no target to go on.
Dire are scared.
So we've kind of got a free lane top for Skitter. Malrine has drawn all the attention mid from the support. Execration running around scrambling to try and find some foothold on the map right now, but it's going to be Shank stacking camps. The only real action that they've got, and this is Wisdom Shrine spawning soon. So while Shanks is over there stacking, Snaking's made the move. Tombstone
pick it up.
Snaking's got it. Execration just are not here in time. They'll lose the Tusk for this, but Falcon's super happy with the way things are going. This process, nice working perfectly. And Snaking, the more time you can waste here of Execration, the better.
This is massive. Like supports, they need XP. This is Disruptor, Shadow Demon we're talking about. So you want to have those ultis up as fast as possible. Make sure that maybe you're getting it pre-10, getting that level 6. Make sure that you're getting the Static Storm Glimpse combo, getting a kill on Snaking, have some kind of a follow-up, Peter, and Crit, making a move. Palos, die one more time.
Just so much magic damage. Rolling Thunder comes in from the Pango to crash and stun, and then there's just level 2 Rocket Barrage. Enough at this point to burst down the DK. That's the Courier of Palos also being sniped by Amar. Morbid Mask down, as Malrine is being looked at. They've got a Sentry, but he turns and stuns them. Malrine's gone in for this one. Epicenter held back by the disruption. He's got 5 1 charges on the Sand King and a Tusk to try and play around with, but it looks like, ooh, hang on with the drinking buddies and the move away. Malrine is kept alive. Hey, Papa Lotus got him and he scurries away.
This is pretty big. We said that supports need to play around Bob in the mid lane. He does have 1 Urn of Shadow charge. They are going to the top lane. Arcane Rune available. If they can find Skeeter, this is going to be a big kill.
This phase of play is super important for them. This all leads up into that Tormentor play. The scan is there from the Dire, but it comes out too late. The Skitter surrounded. Bob, with the Arcane Rune, makes a play up top. And the question is what happens next. Do they go for tier 1? Do they move back to mid?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bob, for now, is going to find a couple of bounty runes over in the jungle. While Malrine is trying to clear out some jungle camps and stacks. Massive stacks on that backhand side.
Palos again in the bottom. He's dying.
Oh, was he in trouble again? He's popped his stick. He's got a Lotus, but given the run around to Amar, it's not going to work out there when he can just swashbuckle you down.
Pango on top of network. 4.5k, 9.5 minutes in. Getting very close to his defusal. This is going to be like 10, 30, 11-minute defusal blade. Has enough gold to buy recipe after clearing this camp.
Oh! No! No!
Doesn't matter.
He'll instantly respawn. Didn't happen.
Gary, you have ability, you use it. That's what he does. One of the funniest things that I've seen is Undying players, even professional esports athletes, not realizing that this is available. Ceaseless Dirge, so I've seen them sit in the fountain for a good like 25, 30 seconds.
You know what's worse than that? Like,
people noticing it, people cashing it on stream. Yeah, it's very bad.
There's that, but like, sometimes when I'm playing Undying, I'm very not sober, and I will respawn, and I'll be clicking my mouse randomly. I will die, respawn, and then end up in the middle lane, dying again a second time without realizing I respawned.
I think when you play Undying, you need to have like shake screen once your hero.
Yeah.
And camera goes back on you instantly.
We need to talk to that chess player, Neiman or whatever, and get some vibration tools from him. Then you'll know exactly when you respawn. Well, Falcons, only 1k up right now. It feels like it's much more the way they've dictated the play in the first 10 minutes.
Paolo's
got
got
one
a
bottom lane is a pretty quick one.
Yeah, Paolo's got a massive treatment in this bottom lane. Diffusal Blade now done. Looking at the mana available on heroes, it's really not the greatest mana pool, especially on Dragonite. He gets hit by 1-2 swashbuckles. His mana's kind of gone. The hero doesn't use that much mana, but you might use one Dragon Tail and that's about it in a fight.
Decent timing on this vessel for Bob. And they're able to get away from the attempt from Falcons there. They were setting up in the fog to try and epicenter Burrow Strike. But that's not going to come to be. It does get a little bit challenging now with that bottom tier 1 falling. Execration need to get back into the southern jungle and figure out what's going on here. The Radiant scan did turn red for a moment.
Dino getting initiated on the other side.
I'm trying to finish off this task, but he snowballed up. Well, you're right, Tino has died quickly in that top left corner, making, though, the focal point down here.
These are not the trades that Execration wants to get. They are getting way more. Now Undying's dead for real. He's not going to be able to respawn with Ceaseless Dirge, and it's going to be another tower for them.
He's not laughing maniacally about it this time. Mass TP's coming up north, though. Shank's the first one here to disrupt and start. Bob the second one. Lining up a go on this Pango. Static Storm, that's going to be enough. Amar down and a stun on Skitter. Dragonite wants to continue, but they don't have much left in the tank, honestly. And the tower died anyway.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So that's now 2 side lane tier 1s gone. And King has his Blink Dagger coming on Courier.
Everything's fine. It's gonna negate some of the damage from Gyrocopter, but there's a lot of magical damage as well, especially the one coming out from Sanking. I'm not saying that he shouldn't be buying this item, but I'm also saying that there's still a downside to it. Tino, in terms of net worth, is doing pretty good. He's almost keeping up with 2 most farmed heroes in the game, which had tremendous game. They killed 2 towers. They didn't kill a single tower on Execration, and he's still keeping up with them.
But is that his job then? Just go Crimson Pipe? Or do you foresee him going for, I don't know, a Shard? Or...
Nah, I think it's Crimson Pipe. You have Shadow Demon, you don't need another save immediately. You want to be prolonging the fight as much as you can. Get those
High ground vision
up.
Gonna give us the blink reveal out of Malorine. Tons of damage coming through from Crit as well, piercing the veil. See Palos and continue, like you say, to give him the treatment. Bob is here, though, to try and remedy this issue and deal with the problems they've been having in his bottom jungle, and Crit will be his target. A killing spree for Bob.
Bobby doing good. Involved in 5 out of 7 kills. We said he needs to be the driving force of the team, and so far he is. Getting those Spirit Vessel charges up. At least they're getting something done. Like, they're not killing cores on Falcons. Skeeter died once. Amar died once, but that's about it. In 15 minutes, that kill.
Your Dragonite is 1 and 4.
Yeah. That's the massive part. He's the lowest hero, lowest net worth in the game right now. Still pretty high level. Level 10. Gyrocopter's level 11, with dying only once. But there's a big difference in amount of farm that they're getting. And I also, like we talked about this itemization, Skeeter skipping Aghanim Scepter, going for Manta style. A lot of things that he can dispel in this game. Breathe Fire. He can also dispel Hearing Chains and Spirit Vessel, which is going to be the biggest one. Thunderstrike, so he can again glimpse back, losing some of that vision. And also with Manta style providing vision for his team, he can keep the distance, have that extra attack range from the Dragonlance, and then hit the Tombstone.
So many things. A long list of beauty. Going to skip away from that top lane and not get caught. And they have a lane ward there, watching Execration's move. So Skitter heads south and will farm out these outer ring camps. As Falcons kind of tighten up. They've got that Blink Dagger and Sanking, they play aggressively. And then when Execration react, over-respond a little bit. That's when Falcons spread out and take the efficiency on the map, and now around a timing to defend their tower, they're going to go and strike again. The 2 supports completely pummeled as they get scouted in the back lines, and now Bob and Tino on the run trying to escape from this one. Shards come in though, and Tino's trapped. Rolling Thunders come from Amar to try and get a +1 in the back. The focus from Skitter on snaking, though, that's on the undying.
Last remnant.
Should eventually get brought down with a punch there, and they do have Bob and Palos fighting back with some nice remnants and slight chains. Malrine, he's about to die. Dragonite holds his ground, kills off the Sand King, but here comes the snowball. Another roll in from Snaking and Amar, finds the opening on Palos. Tanky Dragonite. Can he armor toggle through this with the help of Static Storm? Maybe he can. Disruption saves and buys more time. Now Amar's the one in trouble. Down goes the Pango, and Falcons bite off more than they can chew.
Bob is slightly out of mana, does have Sleight of Fist. That's his only ability. Overextending. Falcons pushing the limits, not respecting tankiness coming out from this Dragonite. And also Dragonite managed to pump in some good damage in the previous fight. 2k damage coming out from him, but if you check the overall damage, 4,000 damage coming out from Gyrocopter. Skeeter doesn't die, but the other two cores from Falcons did manage to die. Spirit Vessel doing a lot of work. Canceling the Blink Daggers, and we're gonna see it again. Very good initiation, getting 2 supports instantly. So it's quite nice that they still managed to get something done out of this one. Dino is super tanky. This is also pre-pipe. Crimson Guard now available. You want to hold that Crimson until, like, not very last moment, but you also want to pop it once you have a couple of those decays stacks up, because it is tied to your strength.
And just thinking they can kill this Dragonite off, but the respawn times of these supports, they killed them so early in the fight, they just pop back in with all their saves and spells. And then back in live, while the replay has been running, they got a kill on the Sand King in the meantime. Again, Bob with the supports, playing forward, getting an active rune, and playing aggressively with it. So they open up this map a little bit more. 3 observer wards from top jungle all the way down towards bottom rune spot. Gives lots of nice angles here for Execration to play into tier 2 towers.
I'm gonna throw it out there, Gary. I think Execration are in a really good spot right now. I think Bob, if he continues to play like this, Veil now completed, has amplified damage, plus Searing Signet. It is an insane amount of damage that he can pump out quite quickly, and he also loves to play the longer fights. Dragonite is recovering, like he's catching up with Gyrocopter.
Yeah, and we were kind of praising Falcon's draft in what they can do to layer their abilities, right? The Blink Burrow Strike, the Snowball, the Dead Shot. A lot of these are kind of difficult to execute. Dead Shot with the Skill Shot. Burrow Strike can be difficult to... Gyrocopter? He's stunned by the DK, but they don't have the follow through. Snaking is held back, but the Tombstone's finished off. Yeah, Burrow Strike is like the one heavy hitter, the old reliable that they've got to land on Bob to do anything. So there's a lot on Malrine here to control the Ember Spirit in these fights.
Malrine also, when he goes in, I think he's going to be dying, because there's no save other than Snowball, but this is no Blink Dagger available.
Amar is dying in mid lane.
He's dead.
He is.
That shot did miss.
And now Bob's hunting for more. Execration feeling themselves now. They get a couple of active runes on Bob, and they are firing on all cylinders. The ethereal Muerta trying to pierce the veil and Dead Shot out there. It's found by Palos. A double kill for the DK. Out of the gutter as he was 1 and 4, now 4 and 4.
As soon as he picked up that Blink Dagger, he tries to play much more aggressive. They go top, they try to get something done, but they also disengage immediately. Still getting stuff done in the mid lane, getting multiple kills. One thing I mentioned is Sanking. He goes in, he's gonna die unless he like annihilate 2 heroes immediately. He's gonna die because he doesn't have a way out. Maybe drinking buddies can try to save him, but they have no other saves whatsoever. They don't have pipe, they don't have anything, and these auras are gonna start to add up. Ooh, Tino, he's not sure if I like this. I like Octarine on Undying in general, but I feel like this needed to be pipe. Yeah, you're playing against Gyrocopter, you're playing against tanking is the biggest threat. Like if you can protect your supports from not dying instantly, them casting the spells, we saw how good it was like the fight a couple of minutes ago, 4 or 5 minutes, when Falcons initiated, took out 2 supports. It felt like a good fight, overextended, but in theory, it feels really nice to just take out the supports if they can protect themselves when they're gonna jump them again.
Quick and simple. Not really much you can do to solve that issue. Execration are looking at mid, but they weren't expecting a Mar to come out of the trees and just kill CML. They wanted snaking. And in the end, it's another tower down. The Falcons might be having some difficulties in these fights, losing heroes, overextending, but overall map play, they have got a pretty firm grasp on where to be. Crit is going to ATOS and run away from that bottom lane.
They should wait out. They have 3 big items coming out. Shiva's about to be completed on Bobby. And then you have Dragonite that is going to be completing BKB in 1,000 gold. Plus, you have Solar Crest on Shadow Demon, which is going to be thrown onto Palos, of course. Extra damage that he can pump out. And maybe even Undying can finish off his Aghanims with that Octarine Core that he's going for. Not the best item that you can bring to a fight, but it's still a massive item. I would prefer if this was Pipe instead. We'll see how it plays out, or if he's going to be going back for Pipe. But those 3 items are pretty massive. And there it is, 2 of them completed. Let's wait for that BKB, boys, and then smoke up, try to get something done, maybe turn that into Roche.
Does Tino go for Ags after this Octarine? Like, you had a little slip there where you said the Aghanim Scepter. I've been wondering. Does he go Ags?
If he wants to scale, sure.
Hello. Shanked yet again. The focus here as Malrine makes the jump on the Shadow Demon. Bob getting rolled on by Amar. Not much either can do to one another, so it's going to be a disengage as they lose the support and then run away.
Shanks, he got shanked by Shanking. He really got him there.
1,659 damage, even he himself. Yeah. Pinging his death summary. Oh, what happened there? Aghanim Scepter Sand being shown off by Malrine. I think slowed down a little bit. And Bob hasn't gotten his hands on an active rune. Hasn't been able to play forward. Kind of waiting, like you say, for these items to hit from Execration. Dragonite. Just patiently waiting for his courier to come out. That's going to be a smoke from the 3 members mid. Shadow Demon, Disruptor, Ember. The ganking trio looking for their target. Snaking shows himself mid, but that's not really who they want to go for.
They showed 2 supports in the mid lane. They used 2 abilities. He used Disseminate, and they also used Thunderstrike, so they should probably know. Like, supports usually don't stack up like that for no reason. And I want to see if Falcons read that well.
Yeah, good point.
Plus, also using a scan. Nobody's showing on the map other than Dragonite. Tina now showing in the bottom lane. I feel like Falcons should have a good read of the situation.
They know exactly what's going on. Does give a good opportunity, though, for Execration to get a very deep ward in that top lane. We'll see Amar. But like you said, Falcons have the read. They know that something's up. And Pango will blink back into jungle. While Gyro has been clearing through jungle camps, ancients. And Tusk pushes out that bottom lane. So a move not connecting for Execration. A little more wiggle room for Falcons to find their farm.
Still gets them.
Dragon Tail stun. Trying to follow up here with Tino. Well, the Ember Spirit, he's silenced mid lane, but he's going to be able to break free. Snaking, dying, and glimpse back in. Snowball buys some time for him to tumble out of there, and Bob did die in the end. He got chain stunned and silenced, while Snaking is found in the bottom jungle.
This is what we said. If they get the initial stun from Falcons, they can lock down the target. Snaking stun, the calling, back into calling as well. Maybe even Gyrocopter with the homing missile, and now they're gonna smoke up. Falcons moving across the map very quickly, getting a kill, and now looking for more.
Yeah, that was Bob with an illusion rune to break free of a silence as well. Even though he had that additional tool, he still got done in by all the stuns and roots.
And speaking of stuns and roots, Amar upgrading his Diffusal, getting Disperser. He's like, you know what? I don't like, one thing that Pango doesn't like to play into are these roots on low cooldown. So Searing Chains, 10-second cooldown, pretty much using that as a dispel mechanic against Ember.
Yeah, super useful. Tino. Octarine Core ready. Let's see what he can do with it. As a Gyro Illusion's going to break vision up on this high ground. Rolling Thunder in. Disperser there. Burst strike into the back lines. Malrine hunts the support to stop the disruption play, and that leaves Bob exposed. Shank's going to be pummeled by Malrine as the Dragon Knight does come in to stun the Sand King, but the King is out of there. Now the Dragon Knight's in some serious trouble. You have to BKB and try and run, but the War's Punch goes straight through that. The shards block him in as well, and the right-click damage comes through pretty fast as Malrine makes another jump in to give
they
the
want
kill.
more.
They're diving in, but
no.
he's
Faceless dirt.
you know. Oh no! He's died, respawned, and died again. Oh, that's tragic stuff for Execration. They get wiped as Falcons execute to perfection.
And this game just completely flips. I think they were in a very good spot a couple of minutes ago when they were the ones killing Tormentor and
When
then
you
made a
said they
couple
were
of
in a good
mistakes.
spot.
They were in a good they were in a good spot,
were.
Gary. Two supports dying, timing slightly off. You would definitely love to have that BKB and Dragon Knight slightly earlier, and then misusing abilities in the mid lane, showing Falcons that they are onto something. Falcons getting a good read out of it, and now taking this fight, taking Roshan, suddenly take it 10k gold lead.
Oh my god, if you hadn't pointed that out, I wouldn't have seen. Where did 10k come from? Out of nowhere. 4k before this fight started. So chain stuns on the Ember Spirit. Malrine's move on to Shank to stop disruption. It's just perfect, really. Textbook stuff from Falcons. Tombstone lasts about 3 seconds. Gets pummeled by Gyro.
Yeah, the Tombstone's not gonna last as we expected in this game. You are playing against Gyrocopter with Manta, now Butterfly available. Attack range, he got fast as this neutral enchantment. Plus you also have crit. Gunslinger, 45% chance on that one. Having drums. And now Tino. With that Doctrine Core, lowering the cooldown on Season Surge so he can die more
Radiant's
often.
top tower has fallen.
Yay!
Very good strategy.
Dire are scanning.
Deadly smithy.
All of a sudden, this Gyrocopter's got close to 20k net worth and an Aegis for the next 4 minutes. Satanic is
Middle tower
not
is
that
under
far
attack.
away. He's about a grand off finishing it. That's on top of Butterfly, Manta, Dragonland. Oh, Bob,
Radiant's middle
I hope
tower
your shoulders
has
are ready. Hope you're tuned up. As your Palos Dragonite is getting jumped in this mid lane. He'll BKB in turn. Gives some clicks to Skitter, but now trapped in the shards and has to run to his high ground. Nowhere's safe here for Execration. You can see Malrine starting to pump the ulti. Whack his tail on the ground, thinking about going in.
Greaves, Disperser, Drinking Buddies, Snowball. There's a lot of things that they can throw on top of their Gyrocopter, who's sieging the high ground. Decent amount of damage. 600 damage onto tier 3 tower. It seems like they don't want to stop. He would definitely love to have Satanic for the next fight. He's getting very close to it. Needs to farm another camp.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now just a race to your next items as Execration. Try and get BKB Ember. Daedalus. No, not even Daedalus. Butterfly. MKB. Third time charm, by the way.
The other KB.
Yeah.
And another big item. Thanking just finished off his KB.
His keyboard. It's ready. Yeah, no, I wasn't ready for that one, though. And Gyro on your tier 3. Rolling Thunder from Amar straight onto Tino. Bob trying to backstab as Falcons go for the full frontal assault. Chain stuns on Bob. They begin. And they end with his death. No disruption. This saves him for a moment. He's going to try and slip out of this one while the Dragonite goes into the back and looks for the support. But a Walrus Punch there. Malrine is dying. Burst strike through. Kills off Bob. But does lose his life. Get his Aegis gone, but now Palos with no protection. They'll swing onto this DK. Palos trying to stand his ground and fight with the Crimson Guard on him. He's pretty damn tanky. And Falcons maybe now realizing they've gone a little bit too deep. Bob and CML bought back to get into the back.
Bob can't die.
Bob, you've got to stay alive. Renanting and zapping, jumping over Skitter. The Gyrocopter standing and delivering.
He popped Satanic.
The Satanic came in the nick of time. And now Bob Is this a dieback? A triple kill for the Gyro. Palos and CML, though. They can catch up to this Gyro and finish him off. Wipe Falcons off the map and away from their base.
Oh, BOB. Buyback on buyback coming out. 1, 2, 3 coming out from them, making sure that they are getting the most out of this fight. These are very expensive buybacks, but they also managed to munch through all this tankiness. They did manage to not lose a single barracks after this one. And you can see Bob, we said he needs to be the carry. He needed to hit the gym before this game because he needs to carry them pretty heavily. And so far he did. Even though he did die, he's level 17, so he's going to respawn. So things are in an okay spot. Problem is you don't have buybacks. Like if you lose a fight close to the base, their damage output from Gyrocopter is pretty insane. You can see Amar in this fight immediately using Disperser to dispel the shield, the Flame Guard out of Ember, which is also another good utility to do so. But clutch save coming out there from Shadow Demon, making sure that he lives long enough. But they're also a bit on a different side. You see Gyrocopter being on his own, and then those buybacks. Once they came out, Spirit Vessel, it gets dispelled. Like he waited until the last second pretty much, and then Satanic came off cooldown. He gets it, lives long enough. But the Palos was also ready.
It was, yeah. Dragonite came back in pretty hot there, but it did take two full bobs, 2 entire bobs, just to hold your high ground.
And now Palos has MKB, has Serrated Shiv, Alert Serrated Shiv. So that's going to be extra True Strike that he does have. So want to see if there's going to be Butterfly disassembling coming out from Gyrocopter. This is something that they usually do. You buy a Blink Dagger, disassemble your Butterfly, get a Swift Blink, and go for a different item. We'll need to farm a lot of gold, considering that this is casual Chrysalis for now. Seems like he wants to pick up Daedalus instead. Wants to be able to pump out as much damage as possible, but also a very good gold swing for Execration.
That brings them back into contention a little bit. This MKB from the Dragonite, absolutely vital to their chances. Just still feels very challenging to cross the river. And no ability to go Roshan or anything like that. It means Execration are kind of stuck here, just back farming and hoping for another chance to react. This is one of the problems with their draft, right? They are pretty strong at reacting, pretty strong at playing from fog with the element of surprise, especially with these 2 supports and the Ember Spirit being their death squad. But they're not the best at going out and making their own moves. Something that Falcon's going to show them exactly how to do as they pivot top. Looking at Palos there, but they're not able to catch up to him fast enough.
There's a big item potentially as well coming out on CML. It has 2,000 gold, 2.4k gold actually saved up. If he can get to his Aghanim Scepter, Dragon Tail, Blink Stun, things are gonna die without being able to use items. Unfortunately, he did not find GPM for himself.
Sad.
Let's have Keen-Eyed. It'll be easier to use that ulti.
It's also Unleashed.
Mm-hmm.
Dormant Curio.
Dire are scanning.
That's Searing Sigma. A little bit more oomph. Falcons, have you forgotten when Roche respawns? Wandering around the pit, smoked up. Heading up to top. Should have given away their position there with the wave being cleared by Sand King's epicenter ripples. And a Wisdom Shrine being stolen under the nose of Palos. But he Dragon Form Blink Stuns Malrine. Sand King BKBs and Burst Strikes away. They're thinking about going for it. And CML loses 80% of his health.
Still has BKB, still has Satanic, so he can stand his ground.
He can. In the back, though, Amara has found a roll-in onto a support. CML will get found, dead without buyback. Now Palos blinks away. Doesn't want to spend his BKB in an awkward spot like this. I love that Bob just throws a remnant in there and says, I exist, don't forget about me. Be scared of the Ember Spirit. Falcons very quickly coming in, getting a kill, and transforming back as they really want Roshan.
Crit is starting to scale. BKB, drums. Thinking about picking up his Silver Edge. Maybe Blink Dagger in between. It depends, but he is going to start to scale. 2 extra seconds with level 20 talent, and then maybe if he can get to level 25, the Gunslinger chance, he is already another core.
Yeah, he does some serious damage. Well, there's the big man. Falcons not in a rush to come and claim him just yet. They've got to deal with these waves first, it looks like. Marine shoves out bot. Amar has dealt with mid. Snaking up at top.
I like what I see on Falcons. 2 bashers, one already completed on Sanking. Amar thinking about getting one as well. So we'll have that extra bit of BKB control. Against Dragonite, if you can maybe bash him during BKB when he uses Satanic. They know someone's here. Amar actually getting scouted.
Radiant are scanning.
Haste. Scouted.
They do see him though. I have vision.
Under dire ward. Tino steps up here. He's got Ceaseless Dirge, but Palos, he jumped aggressively onto this gyrocopter. Skitter trying to stand and fight, is healing back up a decent amount, but he's finished off. Shanks gets the kill. Palos trades his life for it, and Malrine is going ham in the back. A double kill for the Sand King, while the Rolling Thunder and the Tusk Punch trying to catch up to the Ember Spirit, but Malrine was ready, setting the trap, waiting for Bob to run to his Remnant. He does have another remaining, but he's down and out. No buybacks this time for Execration. And Tino, who died and respawned to come back into the fight again, is going 1v4. What can the big man Undying do? Trying to battle back with the decays and the soul rips. 6,000 health in a dream, but it's cut short. The nightmare is here as Malrine's Sand King.
Nice try. I want to see damage coming out from Sand King. This was basically my dad is stronger than yours, where Sand King, where Gyrocopter and Dragonite were the dads in this fight.
Yeah.
Fighting against each other.
My dad works for Microsoft.
Let's see how much. 8,000 damage, almost 9,000 damage coming out from Sand King. Both of them hitting each other with Satanics on. Tino dies immediately. I feel like he wanted to play fight slightly different. He wanted to be in the fight immediately, getting those decays down. So your carry is going to be like dealing more damage. They have less HP, and then maybe popping the Crimson, and then coming back into a fight with no BKB. But he came into a fight like immediately after, didn't pop a BKB on his first life. So a bit of a different fight that they wanted to have.
Oh, the Sandman comes for us all. We've now got Muerta with Aegis. So just as you said, the real carry
The real
emerges.
carry now.
And they still haven't cracked a tier 3 tower. There's a banner and a push still going top. While Palos is scrambling to try and find another damage item. Skitter is here on your doorstep again, though. Round 2 on that top tier 3 tower.
Stanky will delete them in this fight. He's going in.
Oh, he's going straight in. The damage onto Tino is too much to handle. And Amar crashes onto Shanks. It's just 1 by 1. A triple kill for Skitter's Gyro. It felt like he barely had to move. Spam out the flak, pick up the kills, and apparently leave the melee racks on 20 health.
Stanky can do it again. He has Refresher, needs to use Bottle.
Crit.
It's a little bit more time.
Hit the buildings. Go on. Hit the buildings. No. He's going to get Drinking Buddy back to safety while this melee barracks is somehow still alive. We've got to go back.
Ready for round 2. They're not expecting this. And then this Epicenter with level 25 talent, those 8 extra pulses, is just insane.
Yeah, with Ags as well, it is nutty.
Of course, he has Timeless Rattle Cage. Extra bit of debuff duration, Spell Amp on top of that. Straight up 5,000 damage in like 5 seconds.
So good. We still don't have Undying for 20 seconds either. He is a big piece of Execration's team fight. They might have to start something as he's respawning. But look at Crit, Silver Edge, giving Vision spot Shanks, immediate silence into Atos grab. Shadow Demon forced back, not finished off just yet, but here comes Malrine. Does get pushed back by Disruptor, but that Ghost Scepter doesn't save you really. The heal back up is not enough. Malrine, like you mentioned, just annihilates 2 heroes immediately. Bob will turn, though, with the help of Tino to bring SK down. Skitter's in pretty deep here. Needs Snaking and Amar to keep finishing off this tombstone. Brings the Undying out of his comfy little home. Snowball forward and the shards are good, blocking off their escape path, and the Dragonite is gone for 100 seconds. Now Tino left isolated, got on himself, as Falcons will come into your base, kill your heroes, and finish off your buildings. The only one left alive to do anything is Bob, but there's not much that he can do. So GG called, Execration tap out, and Falcons take game 1.
Execration, they gave him a good fight. I think at one point, I did mention it once or twice, I think this game could have been slightly different. Not sure if they could have won it, but at that point of the time, they definitely had a chance to fight back. Their heroes were super strong. Also, a little surprised that there is no pipe available on the Undying. Crimson does well. Octarine Core also did a lot of work, but I think with having pipe on the team, you're playing against tanking. It just removes a lot of his damage. It gives your other two cores extra bit of survivability so they can pump out the damage. Even though Palos had a terrible first 10-15 minutes of the game, managed to make a great comeback, I would say. But Falcons, in their convincing fashion, picking up pretty much the same heroes. It's still, I don't think many other teams would be able to pick these heroes and still win. Amar, who was staying on top of the network with his Pango, but again, at the later portions of the game, it was Malrine show from Sanking. What he managed to do with that epicenter, blows up two supports immediately, refreshes, comes in again, kills them again.
Yeah, I mean, Malrine's spot on. I mean, crit on this Muerta, pretty damn strong as well, scaling into another core. A lot of the catch there, through this Rod of Atos and the ability to grab someone, scout out supports in the back. Well done by Falcons. Great resilience, yes, from Execration, but not enough to bite back against this incredible Apex Predator. We'll find out, though, what happens next, if there's going to be another meal or if Falcons drop a game. We'll see. Game 2 coming your way shortly after the break.
Bloody time.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
nice to meet you. Are you ready for the bad gal sequel? When the beat's this tough, I turn a little rough. This is not a test, this a read-through. So, turn it up some. Baseline kicking with the beat and the drum. Bad gal rhythm, yeah, with the disco string run. Ooh, yo, we about to have too much fun, like. Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight. Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight. Like, hi, nice to see you. When the sun comes up, yeah, I feel you. We've been dancing all night, dropping that vibe, TikTok into the sequel. So, turn it up some. Baseline kicking with the beat and the drum. Bad gal rhythm, yeah, with the disco string run. Ooh, we about to have too much fun. Let's bust vibes on the level. Yo, me and my team, we incredible. Let's bust vibes on the level. Yo, me and my team, yo, we special. So let's go, let's start the show. Tonight, yeah. Turn it up. Who's bad, we bad. Who's mad, you mad. Who's bad? Turn it up. Who's bad, we bad. Who's mad, you mad. Turn it up tonight, let's turn it up tonight. We be hyped tonight, yeah, we be hyped tonight.
Welcome back to Dream League Season 28 here as we're about to kick off the last game of the evening. Falcons taking on Execration in this 2-game series, and so far Falcons, they've looked like Falcons. Execration put up a fight, but it wasn't enough to crack them.
No, definitely not. They showed good performance, I would say. Even better than I expected, but we can also see some of the shakiness that some people were talking about when mentioning Falcons, that they are giving away a little bit too much. I think we pointed out that Bob as well had a great game, that they needed to play around him. That's what they try to do. Bob tried to carry it, but not the easiest game for him, considering like some of the itemization maybe that we did mention with no pipe, and also Dragonite having a pretty atrocious game. Or we could give credit to Falcons for making some of these moves, these early twin gate rotations that they did. I'm not sure if we're talking about this too much. Haven't heard people say it too often, but I'm a big fan of reduced mana cost. That did happen a couple of months ago. The twin gate rotation now costing only 30 mana. If you cancel, you don't even lose mana, which allows you to go for these type of plays compared to 75 mana before. Like you click the gates, you misclick or something. You're like, well, now I need 150 mana to go through gates. Like, or if you don't even make a mistake, you need 75 mana, and then you need 75 mana to either TP or go through the gates back to your lane.
You're some like Tusk or Tiny or something who's so reliant on casting their spells as a strength. You're like,
I'll just rush Soul Ring. Like I'm not gonna buy Blood Grenade or Sentries or anything. No Windlace. I'll just get Soul Ring so I can go through the gates with no HP then. But at least I'll have mana.
That's the way you're gonna do it. So what is this? First pick Jakiro. Shadow Demon is the response. I think still one of my takeaways here from the last couple of series is the team that has had supports that can't necessarily do things on their own, or they don't have great pairings or trios to do stuff. I'd like to see Execration, add in another layer of activity. You can't just rely on Bob the Builder. Yes, he can fix stuff, but if he doesn't have the concrete and the cement and the building blocks of life, I don't know if he can.
Yeah, Bobby was playing well. Like he was pushing the limits of the hero. Problem was this disperser as well in the previous game, because on Ember Spirit, like you don't want to get your shield removed. He also did go for both of the talents. He went for the barrier, he went for the DPS on 15, and then when that's gone from disperser, you're like, well, that's a lot of my damage removed from the fight.
Team Falcons turn to be picked.
And now you're already playing into a Shadow Demon as well. And Falcon's going to come out with their Amar Mars. We very rarely see this hero flexed any other way. So kind of assuming this is going to be their off lane.
Just such a strong hero. It gives you the team fight. Even after the nerfs, like Arena Duration, level 1 is better than what it was before. Level 2 and 3 is slightly less, but it gives you insane amount of team fight. And I really like that starting like 6 months ago or so, people figured out that Victory Feast Facet is also insane if you can pump out the damage. If you can kill a hero, you get that extra bit of a burst, gives you another round of spells potentially on Mars, gives you extra bit of damage. I would say overall, Bloodsport is insanely good. Like, there aren't too many abilities in Dota that do that, remove vision from enemies, depending whether they have some like saving tools, but Victory Feast Facet is also extremely good. Might even be better, I would say, in most of the situations, unless you have some like Shadow Demon Naga Siren and some static damage from mid lane, like, I don't know, Ember Spirit, and then you're relying only on your carry to be able to pump out the damage.
Yeah, because Mars was that guy in the off lane that doesn't buy auras, he buys Yules and Phase Boot, Soul Ring, Blink Dagger and stuff, right? Doesn't buy the auras, which everyone else does. And then this Victory Feast kind of solves that problem. It becomes an aura through the facet rather than an item. And when you're against damage over time like Jakiro, it feels super good just to heal your bodies up. Now this support duo I'm a big fan of from Execration. Much more linear, but super strong.
Yep, I also wouldn't mind seeing these two paired up with another Ember Spirit potentially. I feel they work well. You have ways to block them. You have like shards, you have potentially extra bit of a, like ice bat on top of the steering chains, into snowball, into punch, into another chains. But for now, it's going to be gyrocopter for Palos. Thinking maybe we could try to replicate what Falcons did in the previous one.
5 seconds remaining.
Playing Gyro into Mars Shadow Demon doesn't seem like a dream game to me. Playing into Bulwark, Arena, the Purge. Can be a bit nasty. It does offer a lot of magic damage, not just the flat cannon.
I love those carries that have mixed damage. A little bit sad that we're not seeing too much of Luna. I think she's a great example of having mixed damage with level 15 now, level 20 talent, where you can fight pretty much constantly with your Aghanim Scepter.
What are Falcons thinking so long and hard about here? Who's playing Shadow Demon? Who gets to play the SD? And what are we putting where? Because we kind of have a Mars hero locked down. Are there any of the big ones out there? Like a Treant's banned, Viper Razor were all removed. Bristleback is also banned.
I was surprised how well they managed to play during Blast Slam with Bristleback, showing that this hero is still insanely good in the right hands. Big fan of this Beastmaster. I think Beastmaster showed in the last couple of months as well that this hero is still insane with Aghanim Scepter, super good scaling, great laner, BKB piercing tool, great against, not so good against snowball save, but you also have Mars, you have ways of controlling people, so nothing too, I'd say this Beastmaster fits in well. And Miranda.
That's the thing, right? It's not just the Beastmaster Roar. It's like Tusk has to choose when to snowball save the gyro. So like Mars can go in, force the snowball, and then the Roar comes out. Or vice versa. So I think having Mars and Beastmaster amplifies both of their like initiation and teamfight power against the Tusk. And then what is this? Mirana for snaking?
Most likely. He enjoys playing the hero. Shadow Demon, Mirana, they can play with any cores, any of these two cores, and they can definitely grab kills on the map. Very easy. You have Mirana ulti to be able to move around the map, get stuff done. So you're always going to have something. Kunkka, I don't want to see Kunkka from the offlane. I want to see this Kunkka in the mid lane. Problem is, like, in theory, you're like, oh, I'm going to be killing the boars, I'm going to be killing the hawks, but Beastmaster can just easily spread them around. If this is going to be Beastmaster from the mid lane, they can also adjust it, put it in the safe lane. Not sure if Skeeter strikes me as a Beastmaster player. Sure, he can play it, but not sure if he has too many games on the hero.
I was going to joke about it. This is like Falcons' MO, right? This is their setup. 2 range supports. They've got 2 tanky melee cores already. And now Execration ban the DK. And I was kind of wondering what this other hero is going to be. The last one for Skitter. Is it going to be another tanky core to frontline? Or can we add in, I don't know, glass cannon damage dealing? Execration. You've got to dig deep to find that hero to ban. So far, Execration have a lot of heroes to like hold people in place, dish out massive magic damage. They're very good, both single target and AoE. They've got good tower push. They've got good lanes. It seems like a very solid draft from Execration so far.
Looks good. A lot of tankiness, 2 supports that are doing a lot of stuff. I like this ban a lot. Don't think we've seen too much Sven, but we've seen, at least in the 2 series or 4 games that we've casted so far, 2 Sven bans. One with the Darkseer that could potentially been good, but also a hero that goes in and immediately deletes some of the heroes. You said they have a lot of control. This is what Sven likes to play with. A lot of stuns. So moving Sven from Falcons.
another layer of not just Disruption Arrow or Spear Raw Arrow, but Sven Stormhammer Arrow. Warcry against Flat Cannon's pretty cool as well, right? Kind of soft Crimson Guard. You have Warcry plus Crimson. Pipe. Gyro does nothing. I kind of like these Sven bands. And then Execration, yeah, we're looking for offlane hero, right? Something for Tino, some pipe buyer. Oh yeah, Largo exists. We've not seen him today.
Maybe for better. Look at his record, 0-4. He had some 50% win rate at last tournament. I still have mixed feelings about this hero. I feel in certain moments the hero feels OP, and some I'm like, yeah, this hero's really not doing that much, huh?
It's like, how is everyone surviving? How is everyone so fast and running around and staying alive? Well, there was a game yesterday where I think it was Collapse playing it, and we watched like a legit 2-minute long fight under a dire tier 2 tower where Spirit were just staying alive because of Largo. You have moments like that where it's like, cool, he's doing a ton. But then they still lose the game anyway because he doesn't give you anything else. He's like, here's all the sustain in the world. You need everyone else to do the damage, the control, everything else. But he is that guy who can buy auras, buy his Aghanim Scepter, and stuff like that. As we get Falcons, another tanky hero, but burst damage dealer as well, equally. A hero that has been notoriously good against Gyrocopter, getting in on top of him, get in the face of the Gyro and rip him to shreds. Like, under one stun, this gives so much strength to these Amar and Malrine heroes now.
Yeah, you have a lot of control. We already said it with Sven that it would be a good setup for the hero. Ursa also loves to play with these type of heroes. Good against Kunkka, good against Gyrocopter, even good against Largo, where Largo wants to heal up, but also if Ursa's chasing you, you need to be able to run away. Sure, you have extra bit of a move speed, but stacking damage, like you're not gonna be able to, like, there's no things you can dispel, maybe Earth Shock or Furious Vibes, of course, not dispellable. I like this Ursa a lot. I feel with Aghanim Scepter on Beastmaster from the mid lane and having Ursa, it means that you can take Roshan. Like, this is a lineup from Falcons that is going to be taking Roshan relatively early.
I guess stream can't see it, but what is this Mirana set?
It's like this butterfly something. Yeah, it's Moth, maybe.
Mothana.
It kind of has these vibes as the bunny set from Mirana, but slightly adjusted.
It's like, yeah, cute, fluffy. Cute, fluffy Mothy. But yeah, can you lick off the overpower? Like, you can't get rid of the Fury swipes, right? But you can make things a little bit annoying for Skitter.
Well, it's short cooldown. I want to see more from mid Kunkka. I feel like this hero is also like very hit or miss. Depending, like, it's very easy to go for bad item build on Kunkka. This is the problem with the hero. If you don't buy the right items, let's say you're thinking, oh, I need a BKB, or this time around I'm picking up Aghanim Scepter, or like I'm trying to get the shield. Like, there are other items on Kunkka that a lot of the times they feel good, but let's pay attention in the fights, like what he's going to be able to bring with the items that he buys.
Yeah, because there was that long period where we had just double bracer Radiant Kunkka, right? And he was just a body doing damage over time. Now it feels like you've got to be much more like execution focused. Yeah, can we zoom in on this Mirana set? Where is it? Mid lane. Gorgeous. Purple and white, golden moth.
Looks good in game. During the loading screen, it didn't look that good. Love the build of Snaking. Big fan. Boots of speed. Blood grenade.
Sentry ward. Very good. It's the Photax Fluttercat.
Wish I'd learned how to read.
Anyway, it's a pause. Witness me! Good. I was just opening up the Steam market to see how. I don't even play Mirana.
Just want to have it. You're a big collector guy.
Yeah, I'm just gotta get my hands on it. I've got to obtain it.
Gary, you need to see someone like you're having a problem. You see something nice, you're like, I gotta have. Oh, look at this new D&D thing that came out. Look at all these magic cards. But look at all these, what else do you do? Like you build stuff, don't you?
Build
like,
stuff?
I think you're like a builder.
I've been building and painting miniatures for D&D.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
This item's not on the Steam market. I can't find it anyway. So I guess it's not tradable yet, or something, or is it a super rare item? But yeah, I've definitely got some problems. I'm like, I need this. I need this new mini. One of many problems. Yeah, there's so in the whole like mini building and painting community, I guess there's the pile of grey, the doom pile, just unpainted minis. It's growing because you see some things like, oh, that'd be cool, it'd be nice to paint, and you just don't have time to paint them. You're not in the mood. Can't get in the groove. I also spend many hours and days deciding whether I want to buy something.
Ah, I see. You end up buying them anyway. You just filter them.
Yeah, they're just got to be. There's a long onboarding process for me to buy something. If it costs more than like 20 euros, it's going to take me like a month to decide if I deserve it or not.
Treat yourself. You deserve it, Gary.
It's not just treats though. Like, when was it? When I first... Oh, snaking has to leap away. Leap level 1. Jumps away from Shanks and Tino. And start off Elaine running away from this Largo and Tusk lane.
Yeah, this lane can be very annoying with Frog Stomp and Tag Team. A good amount of slow that keeps you in with the mini stun on top of that. So quite a lot of damage that you're actually taking. 2 supports with Boots of Speed. Snaking, trying to force another leap. And they do it.
And no more leaps for 10 seconds. But yeah, if you're able to get on top of someone and keep that damage going, it is pretty nasty. But it does mean, so far, Ursa has a free lane.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to what Dawnbreaker Tusk are trying to do. That was a super popular combo when Aghanim Scepter was better on Dawnbreaker. Shanks, you might not even be able to get this one. Good way of pulling the creeps, pulling that aggro onto the creeps.
Dire's top tower is
And now likely going to deny the majority of this wave as well. Crit goes for a DP ward, finds it. Did leave Amar kind of susceptible down his bottom lane. Only 4 last hits for the Mars and took a decent chunk of damage from the Gyro and the Jakiro. Spear lane down here. Disruption into the spear back. Got to keep Carlos and CML on their toes.
They will keep them low enough. So,
Quelling Blade Gyro just cutting these trees to give vision so they can see the Shadow Demon.
Sneaky little play. But there's going to be a lot of harassment onto them. You're playing against Gyrocopter, Flak Cannon. When it's off cooldown, they will use it. Good thing is they push the lane. So you will get something under the tower, get that extra bit of region. How's mid lane doing? Pretty much the same. So yeah, don't think much is going to be happening in this lane. We already said during the draft, Beastmaster, he's going to be using boars, keeping them on the side so they don't get hit by Tidebringer. Tidebringer has been nerfed. As Kunkka player, you can definitely feel it. That did happen some time ago. And also the big downgrade to Kunkka was the cast range on his shard. Tidal Wave used to be very good, where you could actually pull people in. Now you need to be playing against melee heroes. You are playing against 3 melee cores, so it might not be too bad. These are heroes that like to stick onto the target to be able to try to kill them. And now, Malrine getting initiated on.
Yeah, X-Torrent set up on Malrine. Shanks TP's in. You're trying to fight this Beastmaster is a difficult task, and Malrine gets first blood. In comes Snake King, dodges the Tidebringer attack, and gets the second kill in this mid lane.
Ooh, that was even with Malrine having his Belt of Strength in the backpack. Courier delivered the items. Good. Did have time to potentially swap them in.
Wild misjudgment by Execration. That's a rough tip from him. Well, that left Largo alone top as well, so this Skitter Ursa having an even better time. Tino, it's rough. Rough weather up north. The only lane going well is this Execration from bottom lane with a gyrocopter. Even there, Amara's found a decent amount of farm and levels. Top lane, Tino getting swiped down. Well, Falcons did go for a poke play onto Palos.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Seems like Shanks has completely evacuated top. He's like, I've got to play mid, I've got to play bot, I've got to do guard runes, do something. Honestly, his job might just be continue dragging waves. This top lane is not just unplayable, it's unplayed. No one's been up here.
Kind of same issue they had in the previous game. Like, he did manage to put a slightly more pressure compared to this one, and now he's body blocking the wave. You're playing against Ursa. We already said that this stacking damage is going to be very good against Largo throughout the whole game. What he wants to achieve, especially as core.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And they'll clear some stacks at least, get something going for themselves. This is all under Dire vision, like Falcons sees it happening, so they know there's two heroes kind of stuck in the jungle. That means Crit and Amar, they can play aggressively bottom. Disruption into Spear, set up into Pin. They've got CML all locked up. As Palos tries to turn here with the Rocket Barrage and Flat Cannon going, Amar's dropping low and will die.
He might get Crit as well.
Crit with the shots there. Shanks
Never
picked
mind.
that one up too.
Yeah, Shanks for that one. For stealing it. Skeeter making a move. Level 4 Ursa.
You just see the numbers 666 on your screen. You're like, oh god.
Gotta go. Dude, it's Ramses. He's going through the gate.
The demon has emerged from the gate. There's a lot of pressure. And now mid lane, what's going on there? Bottom rune, X-Boat. Bob sets up on Crit, but an arrow comes in. Torrent's needed. Not quite enough to finish the Shadow Demon. Now Shanks has to go deep for it to take out Crit in the trade. That's just non-stop, scrappy, awkward stuff.
Largo's jungling. Even though Ursa was level 4, making a move through the twin gates, Largo still couldn't do anything. Lane was in a good position. And Ursa didn't lose too much. He has Phase Boost, he has Wind Lace, and now Skeeter and Snaking making a move. Full wraparound. They want to steal the enemy XP rune. CML is coming. How's Bob doing? He does have TP available. Might need to actually TP to help them out. Unless they bring the numbers.
Well, they scan it.
They have
and it looks like
they have enough.
That's enough to rebuff them. So no double shrine for anybody. And Crit gets the opposing one.
Bounty.
It looks like they want to make a go on Amar here. Palos hiding in the trees. Bob's Kunkka coming across. The call down, not going to land.
Okay.
So Mars steps away, and that's that.
That's one way to start a gank. I don't think I've seen this one before.
I just dropped the payload on him. And miss. Mars stepped up though. And Bob did stick around. Next into the boat. The combo's good onto the Mars. Much better the second time around. Bob's like, Palos, just sit down for a moment. Let me start this one.
Maureen, ooh, he gets the big one. Doesn't have ulti available, but is close to level 9. The 440 build. Still going to be a very good timing on that Aghanim Scepter. 73 CS on Beastmaster, 4.5k, 8 minutes in.
Has a couple of stacks to play into as well. Nothing massive in the Ancients area, but we'll clear out large.
I've seen this Mirana. I don't know if you've seen it. Mirana's doing this. Instead of going for the Starstruck or Starstorm facet, they are going for leaps and bounds. 1.5 second route.
Pretty cool. Well, there's a roar. Shanks being stunned completely.
Missed Starstorm.
Got
Not
Snowball
range
off.
for it.
7 stick. And hope for Shanks to survive. Malrine cuts that one short, but snaking. What's he got? A disruption save and a Lotus? Looks like he's fine. Bob's the one in trouble, actually, with the double balls going on him. Poison stacking up. Kunka gets turned on quickly. Arrow clips onto the Jakiro, and Malrine picks up a triple kill. Snaking's going to get past the rockets and missiles. Palos shows up, but with no Tino here. No continuation for Execration. Falcons, on the other hand, low HP, but still gunning for this top lane fight.
They had one Lotus on Mirana. Lotuses are more efficient on Mirana by 50%, thanks to Selemani's Faithful. So it's very important that you are picking up Lotuses when you have Mirana in the team.
True.
Beastmaster, almost 3,000 damage. And we'll pick up 2 runes. We'll continue to farm up. This is gonna be 12 minutes. Aghanim Scepter. Maybe even earlier, 11:30.
That's without ancient stacks, right? This is huge. Execration have managed to get the Largo kind of back into the game somewhat. They're pretty even in terms of net worth with the Mars. Of course, rushing straight into the Aghanim Scepter as quickly as Tino can muster.
Structures are fortified.
And Glyph on the mid lane, tier 1, and Shadow Demon lurking in the shadows. Could be a trap here for Bob. Not going to fall for it as Malrine shows his face.
Dire's middle tower has been
What are we waiting for, Execration? Blade Mail on Bob's Kunka?
Are scanning.
It's not as impactful. Sure, it's gonna give you extra bit of survivability. You might not get focused down by some of the heroes during the arena. But that's what I've been saying. There's no universal build on Kunka. There isn't that like one big impact item that is kind of cheap. Everything else that you want to buy is like BKB. Sure, it gives you BKB. You're tanky enough to survive with Admiral's Rum, so you don't want to rush it. Orchid, when you're playing in certain matchups, this Blade Mail is kind of that item that is cheap, but this is also not the best Blade Mail game. It's like you're playing against Ursa. He has like damage reduction, so he doesn't care too much about it. Beastmaster has extra bit of healing with that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, it's felt like mainly the Aghanim Scepter on Kunka is the thing you're aiming for, right? You're buying these little items to get to Ags.
Because you saw, he was like Blade Mail into BKB, then he shifted immediately into Aghanim Scepter. And there it is.
Use it
for 12 minutes. Aghanim Scepter completed on Beastmaster. They could try to look for a fight and maybe turn that into Roshan. Ideally, you would want to have it on Dire's side because you have Ursa. Right now, he's playing the top part of the map. They haven't managed to kill any of the towers. They don't have that much tower damage on Falcons.
I thought you were talking about Kunka queuing up the Ags, but it's Beastmaster finishing his Aghanim Scepter,
He's
right?
donezo. Like you said, he didn't even clear the stacks. He's clearing some of them right now. Level 11. So they can look for something in the bottom lane, get a kill. Maybe even get a second kill. Right now, Paulus, he can't really join a fight. Half HP, less than half mana. They just might catch CML here. And
this is the start of the train ride, right? Falcons get a kill, pressure tier 1 bottom, move towards mid, tier 1 there. Then start thinking about Tormentor, Roshan. This one move kind of opens the map up for Falcons to gain those further objectives. And right now, there's not much Execration can do to come and defend this tower, so maybe mount a defense of the mid-tier 1 with as many heroes as you can possibly bring.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
While this is all happening, you know, usually there's this kind of ramp-up time for Ursa to get to Battle Fury, then he keeps on farming, then we're waiting for Blink, waiting for BKB, Basher and stuff. And usually Gyro is ahead.
Yeah.
And outscaling and farming faster. But this game, the reverse is true. Ursa's ahead of this Gyrocopter in a matchup like this.
Battle Fury already done. That's the big part.
Here's that defense of the mid-tier 1. Or Palos. He's nowhere near the tier 1. He's been arena speared, caught by Crit and Amar. Just that final tick of damage with the poison over the top of him will clear him out, while the rest of them, they've gone into the Roche pit. They found Malrine. Are they going to steal the Roche? Well, I don't think they can. They're going to turn back and look for more kills. Maybe Falcons hand them one, with Crit here getting X back in towards Barber. Lick forces the disruption. Falcons thinking about coming back in to fight or finish off Roshan. Skitter's there to get the job done. Bob, he's into the pit. Roshan, Ice Pass, stunned up. Skitter picks up the Aegis though. Snowball forward and a punch is there as well, controlling out the Ursa, but he turns and fights. In comes Amar, finishes off Shanks. First life down for the Ursa, but Execration are bleeding out big time. Down goes the Kunkka. CML's in trouble. Amar will find his man. The Jakiro will get pummeled. A double kill for the Mars. And Tino, spear to the tree with Snaking and Skitter in tow.
Skeeter kind of saves this fight. He comes into the fight, TP's in, they get Roshan kill, he picks up the Aegis. It was a good play from Execration, thinking about finding that play, finding the Beastmaster while he's doing the Roshan. But they couldn't really commit. And now, sub 15 minutes, taking first Roshan. You have Beastmaster with Axe, you have Ursa. Skeeter, he was very quick on that one, coming in. Clutch, and they also stacked up. You saw the Battle Fury damage coming through, and then Amar finds the right angle, gets a really nice God's Rebuke onto 3 of them.
I will say, Execration defended their tier 1. They didn't lose that tower.
That did happen.
Task failed successfully. It wasn't a particularly good fight for them. But it does mean that Aegis was like picked up and lost immediately.
Yeah, they're fine with this one. That's a massive gold swing for Falcons. Dino, he has no game. Like, you would want to have that Aghanim Scepter as fast as possible. Now CML, seems like he's going to die again. Arena is available.
Straight onto Tino. The poor little frog didn't realize he was in the cauldron. Bob's going to come across. Boat doesn't land.
Yule's ready on Amar. Can he catch him?
He can. Gyrocopter sent skyward. Spear's going to clip onto the Kunkka, though, not onto Palos. Now the Roar Disruption overlapping.
Anti-combo.
Not great from Falcons.
Might not matter.
Might not matter indeed. In comes Malrine with a big old drum, banging it, and killing off Shanks with Skitter there, and Amar did find the gyro, lurking in the shadows. Esper's Ring popped to heal Amar up and finished the gyro off in short order. So Falcons a little sloppy, but in the end, they get what they want.
Pretty much at the same time. Good thing is Amar finds the opportunity, finds both of the supports inside of the arena, and immediately starts to run back, making sure that this Yule Scepter can be used defensively, but they did not engage. I mean, they did engage onto Ursa, but sure, again, you have Enrage, you can easily jump out of the trouble, and then Amar finds another opening with the Yule Scepter pop. Kind of tanked it for Palos, making sure that he doesn't die there. In the end, he does end up dying.
Now just trying to clear the Falcons out of their Ancients area. They've lost the big stack, which Malrine cleared up the majority of.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
And if it wasn't tough enough, you know, these fights, this period of time has allowed Beastmaster to get to BKB. Ursa is still about 1,000 or so away from his, but this next team fight is going to be pretty hard to play through for Execration. They don't have a great way of piercing BKBs apart from like Walrus Punch, but then they don't have that much physical damage until Gyrocopter has scaled and got his items. And speaking of Gyrocopter, he's been snowball safe for now. Scaling cut short for the moment as this Mars and Ursa open up on him, but Execration bring numbers to defend Palos down here. Gyrocopter speared across, still alive. Falcons trying to disengage now to keep themselves up and running. Disruption to arrow combos there from Crit and Snaking onto Bob. Jumping forward to root him up, and that allows Kidder to go for another wave and flurry of aggression as Amar keeps hunting with Yules ready. All he needs is a little bit of vision. Shanks.
He stayed. Ooh, that was risky.
Snaking. He just keeps going in on this one. No leads remaining, though. Dangerous territory. Crit is coming in from the back, and so Skitter to blow up CML.
They stayed long enough. These fights are also pre-blink
Radiant's bottom tower
on
is
Mars.
under attack.
It's going to be much easier. Amar also landing a really good spear. Gets the arena, but very nice save this time around from Shanks, who did have Blink Dagger available.
Now.
Can he get Aurora? He doesn't have it.
Yeah.
DP out. You said they use Punch. They have no BKB piercing tools available.
That is absolutely correct. I was genuinely wondering if Malrine was going to turn and fight that 1v2. I kind of feel like he would win. Carlos and Shanks are going to win against Crit, though. Surely. Oh, no. They've been baited. Snowball down to low ground. That's going to pull the Gyrocopter away from the Mars, but now...
Arena's ready.
Amar...
Blink Dagger in a couple of seconds. If he lands that arena, both of them are kind of cooked. Even though he's playing with only 2 supports, 1 God's Rebuke, 1 Spear, could have made the difference there. Mars still wants to go.
Palos is playing with fire right now. They use the Tusk, so there's no snowball save. They just need to get another spell to land on Palos, and Amar's got it. Done. Down goes the Gyrocopter under a tier 2 tower.
Beautifully executed.
Now Shanks. Oh, the disruption save.
Mid-air.
Takes him out at the punch. Still going to get tag teamed up and turned on by CML and Bob, though. Execration taking matters into their own hands by their tier 2. While Crit is going to get stunned up by the barrier.
Dire's courier.
A little over-eager from the Falcons, but they got the Gyrocopter kill. That's what they wanted.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Malrine continues to farm up. Like, he's going to have that refresher in the next couple of minutes. This is so beautifully executed, as you pointed out. Blinks in. First he uses Yule Scepter, then blinks in, knowing that there's not going to be a save available, and gets that arena.
Oh, the 21-minute soul ring on Largo. That's huge.
Massive. Big if true. Let's see.
And farm. His magic wand recipe.
Getting all these small items.
Well, he got his axe. That's what matters. 16k down, 21 minutes in against Falcons, though. Like, this is the pretty deep well with some pretty slippery walls. I don't know if there's a lassie in this game to help you.
Snaking got his shard from Tormentor, so 1 extra way of rooting people. I think this is the idea behind it. No?
No, wait a second. I think I have to explain what I just said because it's pretty boomer vibes from me, and I don't think anyone in chat is going to understand that Lassie was a dog in a doggy show. Yes. And when little Jimmy would get stuck down a well, he would very often fall into a well. Little Jimmy's an idiot. Lassie would bark and say, "Come and save Jimmy. He's in a well." Shanks is Jimmy.
And then Lassie returns home one last time to save Jimmy.
Gets taken around the back of the barn. Crit's going to disrupt himself, but he is surrounded on all sides by Execration. Really, Execration is looking for anything. Falcons stick their hand in the cookie jar. It's going to get bitten off. Gotta be careful as these cores. I feel like next Roshan, next big team fight. Falcons bring numbers. Execration could very easily get just walked over. Amar's going to miss the spear, though. Doesn't connect on CML. Malrine lifting his hands for the roar. Screams at the Jakiro. It's a decent torrent and a boat over the top to try and drag back Malrine, but he BKB's up.
He has refresher.
Aghanim step to a boat. Not going to work out too much. And there's the refresher from Malrine into the arena spear. 2 caught up inside. Bob, blade mail up, and a snowball there from Shanks. Trying to get the Kunkka out, but he just can't do it. A triple kill for Malrina now. Yule Scepter on the gyro. Amar is here with another spear. Diving past tier 3 towers.
Into the
arrow. Snaking lands it from long range, giving Malrine an ultra. Who cares, Roche? Who cares next items? Malrine's ready to end the game.
22 minutes in before this fight. Aghanim Scepter, refresher, BKB, and treads. He goes in and snaking tips Skeeter because Skeeter wasn't even in that fight. And they basically 2v5'd them.
Oh my god. Look at the map. Where is he? He's mid-mile, top left corner. He's not even
can't even see him. And then you see him running in, 3-man arena into 2-man spear, onto the walls. Bob tries to, like, he's tanky on Kunkka, but you're not tanky playing a longer fight against the Beastmaster.
Look at the map. Shadow Demon and Ursa, like, let me at him. Scrappy-Doo, let me at him. They're being held back. Can't do anything.
I think you need to explain who Scrappy-Doo is as well.
He's this is a dog stream now, apparently. Scrappy-Doo is the younger, is it cousin or brother of Scooby-Doo?
I think it was his cousin. I think it was
the annoying one.
Yeah. And 2 Stupid Dogs, that's us. The Cartoon Network show.
I thought we were the 2 Angry Beavers, honestly. Or Ren and Stimpy, I think maybe it's a little bit.
Oh, there's Largo in this game. Skeeter, who also didn't participate in many things, he did salvage that fight. He was the one who salvaged the fight near the Roche pit.
Go get him! Oh. Tried to blink on top of him, but didn't succeed.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Next mark on crit. Mara's going to put a quick stop to that. And Malrine comes in with the damage. Tons of control to kill off Shanks, and Crit's gone diving again. Fishing for a disruption on Bob. Now, there's no BKB on Kunkka, so he is susceptible to getting chain stunned. Chucks a few spells the way of Crit, but Malrine's in the back. The Roar on the Gyrocopter, looking to focus up Palos with a spear into the arena. Well played by Amar, but a snowball save is there. Malrine, Aegis claimed up, and Execration still holding their base. Kept alive, at least for now. Malrine will respawn.
10 seconds for his refresher.
How he wants to take this fight now. 5 more seconds for refresher, down to below half health. Amar gives him the cover he needs to get back up into fighting shape. Malrine BKB's up as a snowball. It will buy time for Bob, but the death is inevitable. Another roar and a kill on Largo. The frog soup is here to be munched up by Amar and Skitter. Gyrocopter speared and killed by the Ursa. And Execration
he's keeping out.
And running out of gas now. They'll find Amar mid-TP, cancel out his escape. They do get some massive kills. Both Beastmaster and Mars fall. But Execration again, they've got the triple buyback to do it.
Same thing happened in game number 1. Having 3 buybacks and then pretty much losing the game after not having those buybacks available. Amar, it's just beautiful. I know that people always, like, when you think about Amar as a player, you don't think about his Slark offlane. You're thinking about his offlane Mars for a good reason. Like this, look at this. Finds the right angle, right on top of them. Great save, 2-man save, but again, there's going to be another good spear. He's just holding him for such a long time, using the Dual Scepter as well, trying to get that Beastmaster refresher off cooldown so he can get another BKB, another roar, and almost managed to TP out.
Yeah, they're bulwarking all the Gyros damage to protect the Ursa. Almost TPing out, and they're getting stunned at the last moment. Is this live now? Disruption into Arrow? It sure is. CML 1, 8, and 10. The sad times of a +5 Jakiro in these kinds of games. Kind of just a warm body trying to push out lanes. Looks like Tino's having fun, animation cancelling stuff. And then starts singing the song of his people. Defeat Hustle.
Not much he can do at this point.
It does make some beautiful music, though.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, Execration scan and know that Falcons are up to no good by the Wisdom Shrine. Yet again, they find themselves in a position where Palos needs items. Needs Butterfly, needs Satanic, needs a lot. And that requires time, which they are quite short on.
Not sure how Crit managed to find this amount of farm. Aghanim Scepter completed. Pre-30 minutes. I would guess he has GPM, greedy GPM, extra 75. That definitely helped.
Palos is in a funny spot. But there's behind enemy lines, and then, yeah, there's this. Tier 1 tower's still alive up top. So often we talk about Radiant team. Kill off that dire tier 1, get Tormentor, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Execration haven't even done step 1. And they've lost the Jakiro again, who is desperately pushing out waves.
Are scanning.
Falcons coming for your base now. Tier 2 top, the next port of call, while Gyrocopter just cycles between top jungle to bottom jungle. Try and get him to this. Well, looks like he wanted Crystal as Rapier. Now he's thinking about the Daedalus. And Palos is really considering what he needs or what he can get in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, he just needs an item potentially to bring it to the fight right now, because this game is potentially about to end. You'll lose 2 heroes who don't have buyback. You're taking that fight 3v5 for a full minute. And you have to play into refreshers. Ursa has the Abyssal Blade, has a big Lotus. By big Lotus, medium Lotus, 400, but also amplified by 50% from Mirana. So that's 600.
And that whole goal. Amara's gone fishing. Amara, he's found the gyro. He's got the gyro. He just comes down here, stops the TP, catches Palos, pants down, and Falcons bring the numbers to surround him. They know with the gyro dead, there is very little chance of Execration holding a lane. And that whole conversation about gyro needing butterfly, satanic, or finishing off the Daedalus, or getting rapier.
That was Gary. That was you. I did not expect. I said keep it PMA, queue up the items, but you know, this is some science fiction movie we're talking about. Shiva's completed on Beastmaster. Double BKB and Roar.
Amara's just finding people left and right. Arena onto Bob after Yule stepped up.
Broken.
Tuck the boat in
Admiral's
here.
Rum is gone.
Try and protect himself, but Skitter and Snaking launch the arrows and the Fury swipes in from range. As Malrine dives on a BKB, refreshed up Beastmaster, roaring the Largo. Shank has no snowball. It's on cooldown, though he's walked into his own demise as Amar will find that final kill. And CML behind his throne. No protection offered as they were waiting for Gyro to respawn. 10 seconds still remain. They've all fallen. As Falcons come for your base.
I'm no expert, Gary, but I think it is time to call this game.
I thought that was why you were here. Don't you get paid to be an expert?
Wait, you guys are getting paid?
Radiant structures.
Final glyph. Amar just so hungry for kills yet again. Gyro dead.
Radiant's middle tower.
Palos gonna get the tip from that. At this point, Execration just thinking about how this series went. You know, game 2-game series, 40k lead basically for Falcons. It does not feel like they've got a way back into this one. Hands off keyboard. Let the pain wash over you.
It seems like you know a lot about it.
The amount of suffering I've been through in my life, it is.
I hope only Dota related.
Beastmaster, counteracted by a nice snowball save. Arrow slides straight on past, but the damage from Skitter and Crit. Incredible stuff. Forces the GG out at long last from Execration. It lasted 33 minutes. It wasn't smooth. It wasn't easy.
I'm watching Amar, what he was buying. In the end, he bought Force Staff, try to force somebody out of the fountain so they can get maybe another kill, then sold it, then bought SNY.
Because why not? Just styling on people. Honestly, better than, you know, the old days where he was buying mantles of intelligence against people and putting them on the floor.
I mean, he started a trend. This guy was onto something. It was a bit toxic, but nicely done. We see Skitter not dying a single time, and neither did Snaking. Even though he was leaping in aggressively, he was the one leaping in with leaps and bounds fastest, making sure you're getting that disable, getting that root, but it was Malrine and Amar show for me. Both of them kind of taking the fight 2v5. Skitter did salvage Roshan's fight, which did set up the tempo for the game, but yeah, insanely good team fight coming out from them. These spears from Amar were just beautiful to watch.
Real top draw stuff. Like, looking at this draft, it kind of feels like, oh, Falcons got their Siggy heroes. You know, they got the Snaking Mirana, the Skitter Ursa, Amar on this Mars, all Grandmaster tier heroes. But honestly, Falcons at this point, all heroes in the pool are signature heroes for them. Like, between Malrine and Amar, they've got so many of these Grandmaster tier heroes, don't they?
They definitely do. I mean, we're talking about these Primal Beasts, Sankings, Lenas, Razors. These are the heroes that are kind of meta right now. We're seeing a good amount. Sorry, of Lena popping out here and there. They did play during the slam. And yeah, we can see some of the highlights. Just beautiful execution of the team fights, knowing that they have a bit of extra save coming out from the supports with the auras that they're bringing, and also the save coming out from Shadow Demon. But Skitter and Snaking not dying a single time. This arena was beautiful. The spear into the arena. Nice snowball save. Could have been a really disastrous one. Ends up being a disastrous one because they have to use 3 buybacks to try to salvage this fight.
Yeah, real top-notch stuff. I mean, Shadow Demon, you know, okay, crit dying in this fight, but we've seen Shadow Demon, you know, throughout the day, throughout the past couple of tournaments, be a high priority pick, and we see exactly why. Disruption to set up, to save, and then this Disseminate and Demonic Purge to do a tremendous amount of damage as well. It's just an incredible hero that, you know, sometimes just quietly goes through and does his job very, very well. You add in some of these super tanky heroes, and you're talking about how good Disseminate is onto, you know, Skitter, Malrine, and Amar. It's just nasty business.
It really is.
Oh, is that the telephone ringing?
I
It sure is.
so.
We've got Amar joining us. Congrats, Amar. Nice 2-0 victory there for you. Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, first of all, you're Mars. I mean, it's just top-notch stuff. You were landing some, you know, arena into spears, finding people with the Yule Scepter. Do you feel different when you get to play Mars? Do you feel warm inside?
I mean, I have 1,603 games on this hero. I'm most played hero. So I have most played official hero on this hero and in the world too. 214 now. So I love this hero. And I just wish to play it every game. So like, even in my ranked games, I just keep spamming this hero anyways.
It's a good hero. What about the items? You're buying new items in the end. We were discussing about it. Instead of buying Mantles of Intelligence, now you're buying the items for yourself. I saw Force Staff in the end, and then saw SNY. What's with that? What's happening? Did you try to force him out of the fountain or what?
Yeah, I Yuled him, then I tried to first buy Force Staff and force him out. But, just finding the Force was a problem.
Not your item.
The problem. Yeah.
Snaking, where's Force Staff in the shop? Help me. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I had to type it.
Good stuff. And then Pangolier, a hero that, you know, was super popular for you guys for a long time. Then you got touched with a nerf hammer, got slapped out a little bit. You guys have tried to bring it back a couple of times. What's your vibe with Pango? What's your feel of the hero right now?
Very bad hero. Not recommended. Don't pick just because I picked it. Trust me, I played this hero so much. It's really bad. But I had no heroes. They banned all I play. So I had to put out like an emergency package.
Yeah, I noticed.
Trust me, don't try at home.
I noticed you have a new build on offlane Pango as well. You are going for early disperser. What's up with that? Is this related to Ember? Did you notice like that he's going for all the talents and the 10 to 15 on Ember, and you just wanted to remove that and remove the chains from yourself? Or what's the idea behind it?
It's a super good item. Like, you dispel yourself, you don't need the spell. And you can dispel Ghost if enemy try to buy it. Like, it's very value. And play on kiting anyway. This hero, I mean, this hero has only one timing. It's bring disperser. Then you can call GG. So after I'm buying BKB, like, what is this item doing? I didn't even press it.
How many?
So, like this.
How many spells does Pango now have?
He has so Swashbuckle, very good spell. Second spell, it's you can consider skilling stats. That's how bad this shit is. But like, at least it deals 200 damage on my creep wave. Like, that's the only reason I skill it. Third spell, it's fine. You know, it's worse than before. It's some damage reduction. I mean, whatever, armor. roll BKB. It's 1 stun, max 2, because you have shot, and you just circle in BKB. You're just in BKB. You're just there. That's all.
So what I'm hearing is basically you have one, maybe 1.5 spell on this hero.
2.5, I would say.
2.5. All right.
2.5.
I can get behind that. Did you like? I still have to ask you about Pango because they ruined my boy. They ruined our boy as well. What about his innate ability? Because he doesn't have any facets anymore. The facets are gone. This just doesn't exist. And his innate got buffed by 10%. Do you ever like consider this? Like, I'm gonna check this out, guys. I'm like, what's it even called? Bold and brave or whatever.
No, fortune favors the bold.
There we go. Yeah, that's the one. You ever notice and be like, oh man, this is so good?
This innate is even bad. Like, it doesn't work on some heroes. I think it doesn't work on Muerta for some reason. It needs chances. I don't know. Stupid. I mean, this innate is so bad. Like, what can you say? Like, there's no way you're like thinking, oh, I see PA, I'm gonna pick fortune favors the bold. Yeah, let's go, guys. I'm picking fortune favors the bold. That's my thought process. And yeah, the best facet in the game, dangerous, lascivious. I don't know how to say this word even.
That's not. How do you feel about some heroes not having facets at all?
I mean, it's fine, you know. Like, Pango's not fine. Like, Pango's not fine. Like, at least Brew and Klinks, like from what I saw, they like don't have facets, but like they added the facet to the hero, or like Treant. Like, I don't know. They just like did something for them. But like Pango, they just killed the hero. Remove facet, remove spell, fuck you. That's all. That's what.
That's all I wanted to hear. This is the reaction that I wanted to get.
I mean, on that bombshell, I think we'll leave it. Pango in the ground. He's done. He's dead. Amar, thank you for the last. Thank you for joining us. Congrats on the 2-0 victory. Hopefully, we'll see more good stuff from you in the future.
Thank you and goodbye, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh, poor Pango, poor Pango. But Falcons showing that, you know, they can pick themselves up, brush themselves off. Pretty straightforward victory against Execration there as it wraps up our day of broadcast. So we can take a look at what we're aiming for, where we're coming from, and all the good things in between, because this is all part of the ESL 1 Pro Tour. We're in DreamLeague Season 28. We've had 27. We're doing 28. Then there's Birmingham. Then there's 29. And we all head towards the Esports World Cup for these points, which we're all gathering.
Yeah, a lot of points. Like we can see the current leaderboard. Yandex, of course, they did win the previous season of DreamLeague, sitting in that first place, 3,400 points. There's some teams that maybe you wouldn't expect seeing in there because of the format that we did have for the previous DreamLeague, having 24 teams. And we can see the season 28, how much points they are going to be getting, how much prize money, and how much club reward. You kind of want to get into that top 8 territory. This is where you're starting to get, especially the EPT points, which is going to be securing you, of course, potentially the Esports World Cup, as you mentioned. But yeah, a lot on the line.
Yeah, especially the way it kind of, you know, scales or tiers or whatever, right? Having the later tournaments matter more in terms of the points makes a lot of sense. So, you know, you win a DreamLeague, you win this DreamLeague, you go to the top of the table, basically, just straight up there, bang, first place. So you do need to keep posting up performances and showing up to these tournaments as well. But yeah, that wraps up day 2 of the groups here. We can take a look at tomorrow's schedule just before we pop off and say goodbye. The group stage results first. Look at that. Falcons up the top with a 4-0, as we've already seen Aurora, Liquid, OG, and Paravision top their group on the other side. A lot of 4-0s.
Yeah. Big surprise, Team Spirit being 1-3, and Yandex, the team that we just saw on top of the leaderboards, 0-4.
What was it? Spirit had to play against Extreme. I think that was the rough series with the Lager that I was talking about earlier on. It was a pretty exciting one with some great team fights. Maybe Extreme are a little bit back. And there's the schedule for tomorrow as well. So Pain against OG, Tundra against GamerLegion will be Mike and Winter. And then Lacoste and myself will pick up the last 2 series. Pain, Bet Boom, and Falcons, GamerLegion down at the bottom there. Do you reckon there's going to be any big surprises?
I'm kind of hyped for Pain Gaming against BetBoom team because BetBoom right now, they're not doing too hot. And Pain Gaming, they're a bit of X Factor. they have Parker. You did praise him. I did praise him for a long time. He is kind of the weapon X of this team. He can definitely pop off. That skill was never the issue. But I also want to see what's been happening with Petboom team, because this team had some good performances. Like in the past, it's just something is not working out for them. Maybe it's the newer patch. They need a little bit of more adjustment, but we'll have to see. This is the series that I could potentially see Pain Gaming causing an upset.
Oh yeah, for sure. That'll be super exciting to watch. But that's it for us today. As we said, we'll be back tomorrow with the last couple of series, but make sure you check out all the other Dota going on. There's plenty of streams, plenty of matches to go. But until then, enjoy the rest of your day. Good night and see you tomorrow.